peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
Stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night.
like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
Oh my.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Power, weakest flaws, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me? Let's go out. I'm not seeing you couldn't it. It's fantasy, you getting it. Just count three. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get a wild run away now, and now run away now, get a wild run away now, and now. Rage, power, weakest flaws, money driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me? Let's go out. I'm not seeing you couldn't it. It's fantasy, you getting it. Just count three. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get a wild run away now, and now run away now, get a wild run away now, and now. Rage, power, weakest flaws, money driven, major waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from falling. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay, yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no me ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Oh, will you meet me in the daylight like we did before. Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. Tell myself, help push it away, and I'm chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a way. This porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why I won't ever feel the same. I'll try everything until you're back again. I'll find a way back to
This set has been a journey of wild wizardry, epic duels, and limitless imagination. Now, the moment has come for our budding sorcerers to enter the dueling grounds of the Magitorium and conjure victory in the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. For this Grand Mage Summit, we've expanded the slots from 32 to 40, giving even more tacticians a chance to qualify. Thanks to APAC, CN, and EMEA's performances in the previous Tactician's Crown, each will receive an additional spellcaster slot for this event. In total, APAC and CN will each send 11 of their finest wand wielders to duel, while EMEA plus Americas will send 9. One final spot is reserved for our Inkborn Fables champion, Dish Soap.
Does not want to fall. They're all banging down on her, and with that, he does it!
Dish Soap wins the Tactician's Crown!
Now, hold on to your wands. This is the final chapter. Points will be awarded based on each tactician's performance. First place earns 8 points, and last place gets just 1. Day 1 will see our tacticians enter the dueling grounds. 40 players split into 5 lobbies will face off in 6 games, shuffling lobbies every 2 rounds. To advance, you'll need to be among the top 32. On day 2, every 2 games, the bottom 8 tacticians will be eliminated until only 16 remain. After that, 3 final games will decide the top 8 who advance to the grand final showdown. This is where our mages will unleash their most chaotic and daring hexes to claim the crown. The remaining sorcerers will battle it out in a checkmate format, aiming to hit the 20-point mark, then summon one last victory to become the Tactician's Crown champion. With fire, ice, portals, dragons, and maybe even a touch of sugar, prepare yourselves for the most spellbinding duels the Convergence has ever seen. Meet you for Mayhem on November 8th.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. The noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. The noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nervous way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm not thinking happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
Our grand magical competition is just beyond the veil, where the Tactician's crown lies in wait. Over 3 days of spell-singing frenzy, madness will descend upon the convergence.
Add up with the executions, but the Nami actually does get the stun onto the Jinx.
Close fight, but I don't. It is not enough.
君道者的回血，维鲁斯一剑收过去，皎月还在，瑞兹没倒下，放一个技能。
It's time to unleash the Eldritch, play with fire, and maybe even save the bees. All to stir up some serious mayhem.
와, 뚫렸어요. 이러면 사실상 구도가 망가져.
I go as the, of course, he was the one holding the briars this whole time. Fairies gotta be stronger, but no, the mages are actually holding the line. We can see they're learning to spell. One more cast, but it's not coming.
From the dueling grounds, only one will be crowned champion of this spellbinding showdown.
比较久哦，哎，没有用，一个，但没有血，很
是给上，格拉斯启动第一波，还有很多人要带走了，初期倒在了第3名的位置。
Get ready to flex your hexes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the official Teamfight Tactics channel, where we are so excited to bring you all of the action for the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. My name is Nekra and I'm so excited to be back for yet another set finale alongside these incredible friends of mine. We've got Makes, Clement, and Hupe-san joining us on the desk first. How are you guys doing? Welcome back. Ready?
I think we're fantastic. We're so eager to be back for such a great set. And honestly, we're all very eager to get into the action, but we have a little to cover before.
Absolutely. This was such a charming set, shall I say? There's lots of mayhem going on. Really excited to see the conclusion of the competitive league here.
Yeah, I love it. And Magic and Mayhem. So once again, and I love the set. Always, we have a surprise here. So now we have like a hologram, maybe the portal going off here in the set. I totally love it.
What do you think the portal is going to take us?
Oh, yeah, I want some
into the
Sentinels.
arcane.
Yeah.
Sentinel?
Oh,
okay.
Looking forward.
Yes, we're very excited to see what all of the competition is going to bring for us this weekend. And we're back better than ever, I would say, because we have even more competitors than we did last time. We went from 32 in Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown to 40 now.
Yeah. I think this is so cool because the TFT community is ever growing, always diversifying. We're adding more and more region. And now the Tactician's Crown also reflects that. We have this increase of player, giving 11 slots to APAC and CN each, and 9 for EMEA and Americas because of Dish Soap, of course.
The big change here is we do have to concentrate those storylines, so we will be cutting players after Game 6 and then every 2 games in Game 2, in Day 2.
Yeah, and of course, Day 3 will be once again checkmate. So 20-point checkmate. Whoever arrives to that spot, 1 win, and he takes it all.
Oh, it's so exciting when we see these checkmate scenarios because as we've seen for the past couple of sets, they can either be 4 games as we take a look at how Tidal ended up winning his Tactician's Crown, or they can go a little bit longer if there are multiple players that put people in check. I'm thinking back to when we had the big Vegas Open where we had so many players that hit that checkpoint and it was just going to take 1 to take the lobby.
Truly one of the best checkmates I think we ever had at that Vegas Open. It was so good.
Didn't we have like 7 games? I don't remember. I hope we get a lot this weekend.
I remember
as well.
that almost it was ended, but Kevin Parker took it to the win, and then we had the additional game that was so great to watch.
It was so much fun, and so maybe we get a chance to see a little reminiscence of that as we look forward to the final day of competition. But we have a lot to get through before that, and even before we got here this weekend, we had another new addition to our format for the Tactician's Crown, where we had players draft their opponents in their lobbies for the first 2 games. That's right. We have 5 lobbies competing today, and the players that got a chance to start the draft were our 4 regional final winners, as well as Dish Soap as the reigning Tactician's Crown. And so that led to some very interesting things that happened when we take a look at which players kind of cherry-picked who they wanted to have in their lobbies.
Yeah, so a natural trend you see in draft pick is that players that are perceived weaker get picked first. However, we had a little bit of a situation happening there. As you can see, our good friend Robin was, I want to say, griefed. He picked Stinky as a weaker target out of the EMEAs, and then Stinky wasn't there, and he hadn't pre-submitted a list, and it randomly rolled Juanmie into his lobby, and that was Robin's reaction you saw just there. I mean, incredible.
He just typed IFF in the chat directly after that. No surprises, lobby 4 is going to be the lobby of death. However, looking at it all, I do think APAC won the draft because we targeted the JOC players coming in from CN the most heavy.
But Max, you asked Stinky, and he said actually that it was intentional. It was all part of the plan. They would take out the strongest opponent first.
So he's not the only EMEA player that picked a very, very heavyweight champion in their draft. Elia from EMEA also picked up Tidal. And I asked him why, and he was like, you told me to have confidence. So here we are. Both of them were really happy with their picks, so we're going to see how that goes.
A very interesting new mechanic that we introduced for this set's Tactician's Crown, so we'll have to see how it does play out over the course of those first 2 games. But don't forget that you can participate at home. That's right, Pick'ems powered by AWS are back as well, and so make sure you get your predictions in before we start our very first game of the day, which is going to be happening once that countdown hits 0. So that's the time that you have left to go make sure you get your predictions in on who you think could win, who you think might have the most firsts, maybe some of the champions you think are going to be popping up the most. And so very exciting to see you be able to win some of those cosmetics as you get those predictions right. Let's help you out a little bit though, because when we take a look at our players coming into this event, there were a select number of them that were able to earn their spots by winning their regional finals. We had the Golden Spatula for the Americas, Europe, as well as APAC, and we also had the TOC for the CN region. And so let's kind of separate them out, dichotomize them a little bit. We have sort of the two players that came in through the Americas and the TOC that they're kind of old school. You know, we think about the old school players as sort of the players that have been around the block for a little while. They played a lot of sets. Maybe in Robin Song's case, he's just old, but you know, he still fits the bill as one of those old school players with a lot of veterancy.
You can say, I prefer to say veteran, experienced, high experience player, and he showed it because he actually in the Americas he played of 18 games, he played 15 different lines. So that shows actually his experience. He has his handbook. He also streams so much, and I really like him because now he's like more wholesome in the TFT community. He has his mom that buff him with the pasta. He has his pet, the girlfriend always helping and forcing to go to the gym. So he's actually doing a lot of hard work, but also living his life. So this is something very interesting. Normally we see TFT players fully try hard in the game, and now Robin is showing that even with a wholesome life, you can still achieve greatness.
Robin Songs really proves that flowcharts are more important than hands. He says APM only accounts for 5% of your AVP in TFT, and I think this is a great time to celebrate TFT as an esports for everyone. We really emphasize inclusion, and I think that, you know, even if you're getting up there, even if your hands don't move as fast, which in the case, I don't think Robin Songs passes the eye test as one of the faster players, you can still achieve great things in this title.
Yeah, you really can. And we've seen Robin Songs be able to reach those high highs, even going back to set 5. As the regional champion for North America, he had a historical run of going 1-1-1-5-1 to win out that event and kind of set the tone a little bit for that's what you could do if you're going to be at the top of the top.
And also in Reckoning, it was the same as this time. It was Robin, it was Milk, it was Spencer. So once again, they do it again. So this is their revenge. Let's see if they perform even better right now.
I just want to add, Hwanmie won that set, just so everyone's clear what happened.
Right, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We have a couple of other players. I mean, Chen, also coming in from the CN region, I think is one of those players you look at and go, well, maybe another type of player like Hwanmie to be able to come in and make a big statement at this event.
He's been here from the start. He actually won the first TOC champion, so returning 2P title, but he has been going through a lot of a slump. This was not a very pretty set for him. However, this does introduce us to something that's happening in the environment, is that a lot of these players are now on teams. They're scrimming together, they're learning together, and as JD Gaming, the other members were eliminated from the tournament, Chen got stronger and stronger and stronger. So I think this is really important to remember that the entire regions are backing these players, and also some fun things to note about Chen, just to help you memorize him. He is known as the national hubby because he's such a handsome player. Sorry.
Getting ahead of yourself. There was this really cute clip of him, right, winning and his girlfriend running on stage, and they did the interview together. Really heartwarming.
And it's so nice to be able to see those players get a chance to celebrate that. Maybe a little bit of the girlfriend buff for both of them as they head into this event. But when we take a look at maybe what we would classify more as the new school players, these are going to be TFT players that sort of just got into things maybe 2 or 3 sets ago. Yet, despite that, showing that you too can win a big TFT event. And so that's why we turn our attention to Golbuster and Ironbog from the EMEA Golden Spatula as well as the APAC Golden Spatula.
Yeah, it's important to recognize that TFT is easy to start, and then it's very depth of if you want to really master it. So having these amazing players that have only been playing 3 sets and are doing so great is good for the environment, for the ecosystem as a whole.
Yeah, it's not only consistent for everybody else, but it's also kind of like a ray of hope, right? If you only just started getting into TFT, you can look up to these players and say, hey, there is a chance that you also make this. So really cool to see, and Gobo is one of the players I wanted to shout out here because he's only started, I believe, at 8.5, and every single time we've seen him in Comp TFT, he has consistently been getting better, every time improving himself over his own previous performances, and that's such a cool thing. He represents this kind of newer generation of French players coming into the EMEA scene that we've been seeing a lot of. Jedusaur is another one coming into this tournament. We already saw last Tacticians Crown, and I just want to really commend him because he took the regional title at EMEA while also being really sick. He was not feeling well, and somehow he dominated this tournament. I think that's something you really have to respect, and I'm looking forward to see what he can do now that he's hopefully feeling better.
Absolutely. Resilience for sure.
On the other side, we have APAC, and I think this is Ironbog, the biggest dark horse of the tournament. If you want to beat the market, this is going to be your pick. He was global rank 1 on this patch, is known for a player that likes the tempo and level high, but in this patch, found a great spot on that Syndra reroll. It was between him and YBY1, duking it out in the Golden Spatula Finals. I think this is someone that, even though it's his first time at Tactician's Crown, can really make a top 8 finish.
And Ironbog is one of those players, you just mentioned YBY1. I think this is the perfect segue for us to talk about some of the players, not just coming in as just heavy hitters, but big favorites when it comes down to who may have not been able to get a Tactician's Crown win just yet, but could and has a great chance to do so. Let's talk about YBY1, because this is one of those players we look at and go, you are fun to watch.
He is the human highlight reel. He's very emotive and he likes big flashy plays. He's a huge streamer as well, the king of Vietnam. He was 3rd place in Monsters Attack in set 8, and coming in here, I think he's the heavy favorite for APAC. Looking at his past record, out of 8 events in APAC, he went to the top 8 50% of the time, which is very hard in a 128-man field. Really likes to play those high-level tempo player as well, but this reroll patch, I will especially direct you to something like Hui Bard, which he averages a 2 in Golden Spatula.
Wow. That's also kind of a really difficult comp to be able to play because it's a lot of 3 costs. It's very expensive to be able to actually put the full field together. And so, I'm excited to see how that's going to go. That'll be really fun. I turn my attention, though, to 62nd as well. While you say that it's very fun to be able to watch YBY, I also think that it's great to watch 62nd. This is a player that has been at Tactician's Crowns before, maybe not necessarily reached the same highs as some of the other players we're going to highlight as favorites coming into this competition, but still has yet to get that big tournament win. But when you watch him, the 2 things that you really notice is that he's got high APM and great mechanical skill to actually position these boards well.
Not only fast APM, he also has a fast mouth. I saw his stream, and he's very funny to watch. He's always a high energy. He's a grinder, so he streams a lot. He plays every tournament he can, even in small tournaments, big tournaments. He's always there. And what's interesting is that now he came here by the JOC, so it's the mobile version. So he has got here before by the TOC, the regular TFT tournament, and now getting here on the other pass shows their resilience, right? He's looking any opportunity, Clement, that he has to actually achieve the opportunity to get a crown.
Absolutely. I think we're talking about players that could potentially just take the crown home, and overall, Ziyue is the most favored player to place highly in the CN region, but 60 seconds, he's coming in as the old guard, and because we've seen his detail-oriented sort of play style, we still have him as a favorite to come out on top.
Well, you're talking about players that have a high APM. I want to bring a player in that has been absolutely undervalued, mainly because of his low APM, and that is Volta from the EMEA region. Also known as the boar within the region. He's very stubborn in his lines. He's very open to play a different line, and he always plays to his outs, and his stats support that. This guy has the highest win rate out of all of our players, sitting at really amazing 28.4% of a top 1 rate. We've never seen something like this at the Tactician's Crown before, and he's also incredibly fun to talk to and watch, so I'm really looking forward to see what he can do at his 5th time at a championship.
Especially in a checkmate lobby. If you're able to make that final lobby, maybe Volta is going to be the smart pick. Milk is going to be the final player I really want to bring up here, even just quickly, because I think when you take a look at some of the more well-known players from the Americas, Milk is one of the ones that does come to mind. Right now, especially when he's going to be in peak form, this is a player that's very scary. We call him maybe like the mythological Milk, like the Milk of the ages, because when he is showing up to play and when he's putting his mind and everything into the test, he can win. And we've seen it before at regional finals. He just has to do it at a Tactician's Crown.
Yeah. And Milk, also to sum a little, he also, normally he was well known because of Kled. He rerolled Kled and one-forced it. Also maybe the Mecha in the past. But now I really feel that he has a lot of lines. So he's rerolling so much and he knows exactly the path. So he's like an innovator, but also a perfectionist. So having those two together with the genius mind that I really think he has could be a great scenario for him to break out here on the Tactician Crown.
So these are just 8 players that we think have a great shot to be able to win the Tactician's Crown. We have a couple more that we want to be able to highlight for you. But before we do that, we do have a special guest joining us on the broadcast. We've got Dobbs, our regional representative from Brazil. Bem-vindo, Dobbs. Can you hear me okay? How are you?
You're Zephyr, Dobbs. The Zephyr, yeah.
I guess
8
I
seconds
Zephyred him.
done.
Yeah, Dobbs,
8 seconds
you might be
done.
muted for me.
Okay.
Oh,
We have
there you
Okay.
are. How are you?
Okay.
Dobbs is long time no see from the America's Golden Spatula.
Yes, I'm pretty excited to be here. Thanks for inviting. I guess I'm really excited to watch the America players. Actually, are as Americans now, but I think we do great for sure.
There are 2 players from Brazil I was hoping you could give us some insight on. We have Solbio and Ego Illusions that are in this field of competition. What can you tell us about them as players and people?
Yeah, I mean, from Bio, I talked a little bit before the Americas with him. I like the play style that he has. He likes to play a lot of tempo. More used to play tempo high ending compositions, but as the meta is a little bit with reroll in the meta, he kind of wants to stay on those rerolls, maybe 3 costs that he thinks it fights it's best for him. And about Ego, I guess he's on the best performance out of him. We saw him like in the day 2 from Americas taking the first spot. So I believe that if he manages to play Worlds with the same performance as he played on the day 2 in Americas, he might go into the finals, because what he showed in those 12 first games, he was like amazing, playing 11 different comps, really well played, taking that first spot with a couple points ahead from the second player. So I believe that he can make it as well.
Yeah, I mean, he started day 2 going 1-1-1, which was phenomenal to see. So very much looking forward to their performances as well. But we know that the Brazilian community is bigger than that, and you guys have grown and evolved so much over the last couple of years. Wanted to ask you about one community member in particular, though, Dobbs. We have some information on Miguel Arcshao, maybe not doing so great, but he's been a long-time TFT player. We were wondering if you could give us some insight and information on him.
Yes, as I played EWC alongside Miguel, we were in the same team. We traveled together, and he was a little bit sick. And when we came back to Brazil, he actually got COVID, probably from that trip. And that actually got things worse for him, because he was like with a disease from his throat and also from COVID, and both of these diseases made him into a really bad spot at the hospital. So he's at the intensive program in the hospital for more than 2 months already. Sometimes getting a little better. He woke up a couple days, but then he actually is not right now because of the infection kind of keeps coming back. You know, it's like really complicated when you are like 2 months in the hospital. So he keeps getting worse, and then he gets a little better, and then keeps getting other problems. So we are like we actually really hope that he can come back well. But it's gonna take some time, actually.
Well, we wanted to take this opportunity to share our love and support from the global TFT community to Miguel, to his friends and his family. Dobbs, thank you so much for giving that update on him. One final question before we go is, I want to know what you are looking forward to the most for this weekend, and who you think could win the Tactician's Crown.
I mean, okay, that's a little bit weird. I'm rooting for Americas, but I guess the best player right now is Double. If I would bet money on it, I would choose him. But actually, I guess we can outplace him if we manage to do well. But I believe Americas have like more players than EMEA in the finals for sure. So I expect us to be good at the final day.
Thank you so much, Dobbs, for your time. Muito obrigada, and hope to talk to you soon.
Muito obrigado. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Oh.
Okay, Makes, what do you think of that? Double
Nice.
61 might be the player.
We'll talk about him at length later on. I'm looking forward to that one. But yeah, I think he's a favorite for many.
He is, and I think because he's a part of this elite group of players that comes in as being a previous Tacticians Crown winner, we have 4 players that have been able to achieve that greatness before and are hoping to be able to replicate that success here this weekend. First player, though, is Dish Soap, the reigning Tacticians Crown champion from Inkborn Fables.
We have to say, heavy is the crown. He's going to be the first America's champion to actually come back and defend his title this time around. We all know Dish Soap very well already, but he is the man with the plan. He knows the most lines. He said he had over 19 reroll lines prepared for the Golden Spatula tournament and was able to play them with a 70% top 4 rate across the board. That's the highest of the entire tournament, which should tell you how consistent and how strong he is. But for more details on his split, because I heard that he didn't even really need to play this cup to come here.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, he already had locked in a spot to be able to compete at this Tactician's Crown by being the previous winner. But despite that, still showed up to the America's Golden Spatula, was still able to make the final lobby, and in fact accomplished something even greater than that. He's one of the first, if not only, America's players to make 3 final lobbies in a regional back to back to back, as well as 3 appearances at a Tactician's Crown. This is his best year, 2024 as a whole to date. And if he could win the Tactician's Crown here, I think he solidifies himself as the best player of all time.
No problem.
Yeah, for him it will be like closing the ideal year, something similar to what Milala did in previous set. I want to turn the page now to go to Double. Dobbs already mentioned him, and this is a guy that has an acolyte of so many achievements that it is too much to mention, so we have like a little slide that we can put here. But EMEA 2-time champion. This guy, MSI champion, Galaxy's champion, second in the previous crown in the Inverse Fable. More importantly, he's the first TFT player, the only TFT player to appear in the Las Vegas Sphere. So he was there posing himself. And for me, he also has style points because he's the only one that I've seen that even when he was only 16 years old, he can pull off a mustache. So look at that. He looks so good. And 16 years old, pull off a mustache. That's not easy to do. I've met him. He's amazing. He has good energy. He can win it all once again.
Well, to round that out a little bit, because I think you gave us a good idea of his accolades, I want to talk a little bit more about Double as the person. Like you said, at 16, winning that first championship, coming so close to last time, getting that runner-up spot. And what you're seeing in this footage here right now is him actually sitting there, not talking at all for basically an hour after the event was over, just reflecting on what he could have done differently, thinking about what else he needed to do to maybe clutch this one out. And who you're seeing with him there is actually his cousin Canvas. And they're like brothers, really. They're inseparable. They're so close. And it's so great to see them together in the EMEA scene. Last time they both qualified. This time around, Canvas unfortunately did not make it here. But that also means Double has one less player in this race that he might need to care about, because of course, if family is playing, you know, it's always a little bit harder to beat. This time around, we're getting Double 61 unleashed, and I'm so ready for it.
It can be a little bittersweet at times, but maybe a player that is kind of consistently above the rest, especially when it comes down to his home region, is Tidal. I mean, Tidal came in, had that historical performance of being able to win a Tactician's Crown in 4 games, but it goes beyond that because he was already showing himself as the GOAT of Japan. He's been able to win a ton of Japan finals, and even when all of the regions merged into being a singular APAC region, he still found himself in the final lobbies of these APAC Golden Spatulas.
The story for Tidal this Tactician's Crown is really about flipping the switch, because the way he played in our cups is he only went for top 4s. He played all the very niche sort of tempo lines and just kept on top 4. His first place rate is the lowest in the field at only 8%, and he made this Tactician's Crown without even needing to qualify through the Golden Spatula. So can he show a new face of Tidal is the question.
Well, he will have the entire region of JP behind him, because for them, he's the main character. He has all of that pressure on his shoulders, and thus far, he's been doing great at it.
Yeah, he really has been. So I think Tidal is certainly one of the players to watch, but we have one more returning Tacticians Crown champion, the guy who started it all for the CN region, and that is Hwamie.
Hwamie is known as a god, a deity in that region, and for very good reason. He started this entire CN dynasty coming in from set 5 onwards, and he has been here 5 times already. However, he did take a very big break after set 7. He's known as more of an innovator. Once the stat approach went online, he kind of fell on the wayside, and there was a very touching moment in the last set where it was the first time he missed a regional finals, and he was on stream asking himself, am I sort of a thing of the past? Is my style being outdated? He was always a great innovator, great at the start of the set, but wasn't able to take it late. This time around, though, I think something is changing. He did find a great moment shutting down Tucci in the final tournament to finally make it back here. But you know, it'd be very easy to tell you that this is going to be a second coming of the CN reign. However, I think a realistic and fair approach to Hwamie is if he can show innovation in some of his lines and come back into a top half finish, I am more than happy for that as a Hwamie fan myself.
Yeah, I really have a name for that second comment you just mentioned, the return of CN to the Garden of Greatness.
Oh,
that's why we want to
epic.
see. He started, as you say, Necro in the beginning, then Lilo, then Shanghe. So it's amazing. And once again, this is a possibility for CN to recover that spot that they had. And also, he's still, when you said, maybe he's lower down in expectation, but the top players are still watching his stream, are still trying to learn from him, and the different lines he can achieve are always amazing. So I think he will have a couple of surprises for us.
I mean, the blue Kale Tech transcended China and went to the rest of the world. So maybe for better or for worse, I do remember that last set.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad about sharing that tech.
Hey, I loved it. I worked out great in my ranked games, that's for sure. Well, this is going to be your primer for what is to come for the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. While we get a chance to follow only one of the lobbies here on the main stage, don't you worry, because we have 4 other lobbies that are going to be covered by our amazing casters to make sure that you get all of the action for this year's Tacticians Crown. So check out all of the channels and make sure that you stay in touch, and also let us know what you've been excited to watch and excited to see in those other lobbies. I think that about covers it though, everyone. I think we're about ready to go ahead and get this party started. What do you say?
Well, I'm just going to say APAC was the best region last time. It wasn't even close in terms of the AVP. I just want to see an elite from APAC to finally cement our, position as the best.
Dub said it. Dub said America will have the most participants in the final. I'm with Dubs, so day 3 is for America this time.
I don't know about that. See, the draft told me a couple things about how the regions rate each other, and notably, America's players were picked first by a bunch of regions, so I'm just putting that out there.
Oh, I hate that you have evidence for this.
Oh, yeah. Araya, he heard that Spencer played 200 league games, insta-pick.
It's the mental damage before you get into the TFT, where your mental's got to be as strong as possible. Let's show you the first game, though, that we're going to be covering on the main broadcast. We kind of get a chance to see this maybe mental damage in action here. Rapisong and Hwamie gonna both be in this lobby, 2 very heavy hitters, alongside some players that we expect to do very well at this Tacticians Crown.
Yeah, once again, love to see the camera of the players, the expression, even when something unexpected happened or something amazing, having that capability of seeing them. So props to the production for giving us this chance. Everyone now going for 3 champions, and we have 3 champions.
Oh, I love this portal. It's very easygoing, and a lot of times there's no big differences here, but you can actually get pairs at the start of this. And talking about the 1 cost that can give you a lead, it's really going to be Blitzcrank and those 2 1-cost mages that we have to look for.
Ash, though, I feel like Ash has some potency here, because if you wanted to do multi-striker reroll, then you already have 2 Ashes.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the comms that we didn't see as much out of the Americas, and I wanted to ask you guys, how are you feeling about kind of the lack of multi-striker reroll that we saw in other regions?
Yeah, we saw multi-striker, but as you say, it wasn't as much as other regions, and I think it was a little more flexible. Some people play Ash, some people play only the Kasai, and some people try to tempo it, but that's a real opportunity. So I really think that maybe Americas will not prioritize multi-striker because they know other regions play it more and play it better, because even average placement was better in other regions. So maybe a weakness there for America.
There's a lot of gold being opened up in these lobbies. So we talk about a reroll meta, but this would be a perfect setup for some of those augments to play that Fairy Callista line that we see so much for an early boost in the points.
Early game is more important now than ever. We were talking about this. 2-1 is very, very important. You got the augment and you already have the way to go out. So reroll is predominantly, if anyone gets like an orb with a Wukong, something like that, they already have a path. So for example, here, you already have the Soraka too. So obviously you want to play reroll mages here.
Yeah. People are going to be holding a lot of champions as well, just knowing that that first augment's going to come. You want to scout your lobby. You want to make sure that you're going to play something uncontested. And that's a lot of gold.
We saw the Veigar, but well, too expensive for now, but it could be an option here.
So we're going to get all gold augments to start. That means a lot of hero augments that could potentially swing the tide of battle, give you a big tempo boost. And also, of course, the emblems are a big thing here to look for. Ooh, we do have Learning Dispel in the bottom in a mage start for Kolo. That's huge. One of the best gold combat augments.
I'm seeing a Wandering Trainer being picked up by Og, and I'm immediately curious what's on that. We'll take a closer look in a couple of seconds once everybody has picked your Necro. Can you see it? I think it's Bastion.
It's I think it's Chrono, actually.
Oh.
Actually, what is that?
It could be huge for Og here. He's one of our players that's the first time at Tactician's Crown, but nobody's surprised he's here. The Beast from the East.
Right, that's his name. There we go.
Oh, it's not Bastion.
It's Chrono. We have Vanguard and Chrono being... How do you feel about that?
I really like it. You have Vanguard, you have Chrono, you already slammed the Shojin here onto the Wei. You can play, you can play the Wei Blaster, you can play the Wei with the bar, with that natural Arcane Vanguard frontline, and then you have the free Chrono with the Cillian.
I think it's definitely a great tempo Wandering Trainer, but it's not one with high cap. You really want to look for a Fairy or maybe Portal that gives you those chances to instantly win out the lobby.
Oh. Here also, Ogo already selected. I think he had the Gambler Brace. We'll see it now in a while. And Kolo with the Collectionist. So a lot of gold generation for him. That's exactly what he needs in the early game. Trying to cap out as much threshold as he can, and then do the deep roll one.
We saw him with the Mage start and Learning Dispel, but he actually has all physical items, so he has to go into a different path. He probably has scouted, and usually we see this in the Ezreal line, which is the most common one for the use of Gold Collector. You can execute the back line and instantly get all that gold.
Robin Songs has Stars Are Born, so you're going to be looking at automatically upgrading the first for 1 or 2 costs that you get.
Looking for the Kassadin.
That'd be huge.
It is huge once he finds it, but right now he's not playing to the strength of that augment, right? A big benefit of Stars Are Born is that you get that upgrade very early on. You can maybe even secure a win streak on the back of it because there has not been a Kassadin in these shops just yet. Robin is in a bit of a situation where he lost the first round. Now he's going to win. He doesn't know for sure if the Kassadin is in the next shop, so whether or not he can hold on to that. It doesn't look like that's in there.
Yeah,
I think you could roll a little.
No, I mean, he has a lot of gold. There's a possibility to... There's no possibility now to do the loose streak because he won. But yeah, he can wait.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Megs here. This is not the start you want to look for. It's kind of just like a bad econ augment if you don't tempo out with the Rising Star. So definitely see the same situation there. Ooh, Spencer too. Well, we all know what this is. One of the most commonly played reroll compositions across the region. It's going to be Bastion Ahri start.
But the story is the same. We don't have an Ahri. We have lost 2 rounds. At least for Spencer, maybe there's the chance to get that loss streak going that you were saying, Fulfe. I think I would feel better about that because it would at least be econ. But at the same time, if you are playing on those reroll lines, usually you want this early tempo from the Stars Are Born to try and get that going, maybe get an edge on it so you're not bleeding as much.
Yeah, at least they're doing the basics, so both of them 40 gold.
Spencer's actually going to win that combat.
Tiers are going to be very important here. We already see 2 lines that need the tiers, so we're going to take a look at everyone. Kolo actually sold everything for Open Fort, even with the Gold Collector.
Maybe just kind of expecting that it would be just a great way to secure the lose streak.
Yeah, when there's some weaker players, you know, looking at like Sobio, who currently has 1 2 cost and everything else 1 cost 1 star, you kind of want to be weaker then. So sometimes this Open Fort makes sense, and I suspect we're going to see a bunch of it. I do have bad news for Ogfens, though, because if I'm seeing correctly, Hwanmie actually picked up Shields Are Up. So that's a little bit of a lean in the same direction of this Wei comp.
It could be, yeah. He has the Eldritch. There's a chance where he goes for the Syndra because we have seen the Syndra reroll as a possibility. Maybe not in the first day, but in the finals, like for example, Necroth day 3, we saw it a lot on Americas. I don't know if you saw it too much in APAC or in other regions, Clement.
Iron Bog's favorite composition, 4 games out of the Golden Spatula, and I think having this Syndra so early and having the pair here, it's going to be very easy to stack on. Once you get that 15 stacks, you have the Magic Shred, and that allows you to actually tempo into your stage 3.
And the biggest way that we actually see that Syndra be as powerful as it is once you actually get those stacks. Like, you have to get them. You need mana generation. You want to be able to make sure that you're casting enough, and that's how you can keep up with the tempo in the lobby.
And I'm really happy to report that actually all of our 8 players landed in different lanes. This is the most important thing of the meta. If you're contesting someone in reroll, it's going to look really bad for you. So in the top, we have Araya with the Hunter lanes coming in. We have the Mage lane coming in from Bio, and of course the Ahri lane coming in from Spencer. Everyone has found their own distinct way to play.
Yeah, Raya now is the only one with a possibility of win streak. There it is, so very interesting, as you said. Already with the Wukong, already with the holder that is this Twitch, trying to get that Jinx as early as possible. Pair of Wukongs, so El Mono appearing right now, and great possibilities for him to actually improve very early the board.
I thought I saw Stinky Abuser with a pair of Wukong also.
Yeah, Stinky Abuser does have the Jinx line. I will say Araya is more heading towards more of like a Kog'Maw line because he doesn't have any bows right here going onto his roster. He's really overloading on the blades, which actually has a negative return when you think about the Hunter line and the additional attack damage. So I think he's banking on something like a Vertical Hunter, or maybe going into the Arcane Blaster line, which I like to call Arbalest. You're gonna hear me use that. I know nobody likes it, but I'll be using it a little bit.
Arbalest?
Arbalest, yeah.
Sounds like a tree.
I was gonna say
a tree.
Oh, it's an extra reinforced crossbow. That's what it is.
Oh.
Really cool military history.
It still sounds like a
I think
tree
if you have
expert.
to explain it, I think it's not good, Clement.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I think
sorry. Arcane
only my
blasters,
opinion.
Arcane blasters.
Okay, so Ahri here.
Pretty good amount of copies on the Zoe, but you're
So-
really looking at trying to get those 3-star 1-cost units so you can amp up this Ahri's damage output.
A big thing that we just saw on the left side is that Kula actually open-forted against Spencer to break his lose streak right here. That gives us some context why Kula would move off that position. This is going to be pretty hurtful for the Econ coming in for Spencer.
He gets an Ahri for free here. And we've been talking about when to reroll for this comp. Normally you want a lot of 1-cost, so rolling at 5 and even now will be a great option for him. And, well, but he has already items for the Ahri, so rolling at 6 is also a possibility. It will be very interesting to see what he decides here.
He's rolling now.
Yeah.
He's going to hit multiple Ahris. Gonna hit the Zoes too.
So much XX gold too. He's very rich.
Let's roll about 50.
I think so too, right?
Yeah.
I like what Robin Songs is doing here. This is more standard line. You're not really playing around the Jax, Ashe. You're looking to play for the 2-cost and Akali and Kassadin. So he's not actually rolling at all at 4, going to 5. That's also the way TOC plays it. If you roll a little bit at 5, you don't really need to hard force yourself into a bad economic situation by rolling on 4.
Bio very close here. He rolled a lot. He's only 20 gold, now on 3-1. And he almost found the Seraphim, but he didn't. So I think he has to keep rolling and try to go for a win streak here. If not, the economy will hurt him so much.
Definitely 1 out on the replication. Actually gets 3 tiers for the comp. And now we have the second gold augment. Ooh. See if Araya actually gets the Hunter +1. That's the big thing. He's already winning in the lobby.
High voltage for Bio can be a good possibility there.
Do you take econ or damage here? Or do you feel like, well, it's very comp dependent, but...
Yeah.
I definitely think combat is what most of them will be going for because we had such a good econ start for the things. And there's actually a Varus for Araya already.
Wow.
What a big find.
That's a huge hit. Okay. Kula is actually going to be able to get the Seraphine, or Bio is going to get the Seraphine 3.
Ooh. Weak augment coming in from Kula. This is good on stage 2, but stage 3, you're really looking for something a little bit.
Yeah. So Bio now once again here in the comp going up against Robin, and it's interesting because he actually got the unit 3-star with the item, so it's good. But if we see the rest of the game, he's actually not very close to hitting. He's very far away from the rest, so it will be difficult for him to hit the rest of the 3-star. At least he's front right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bio's crushing it. At this point, knowing that you have the Seraphine 3 is really nice. You're a couple copies away from getting the Rumble 3 if you want it as well. It's just all about being able to make sure that that front line is as strong as possible.
The big worry I have when I see comps like this or boards like this in a reroll meta like we're in is that somebody could just have a stronger board and then suddenly you're in a real problem. And one of these contention players is, of course, Spencer, who is on that Ari line. You're seeing how close we are. Also picked up that Spell Slinger, so is going to get extra value out of that, but hasn't found the upgrades just yet. They could be coming quite simultaneously, though, if he's a little bit lucky with these shops, and then I'm not sure who's actually going to come out on top in the fight between the two.
He's still losing. And
well,
so
he hasn't hit yet.
Yeah, no, so yes, hitting is definitely an important key aspect of this, but what's really tough about this spot is that you're going to take a look at just how much health is in the rest of the lobby, and you have to be worried about making sure that you have enough.
Yeah, I think some players would actually choose to roll deeper here. I think Double would definitely try to roll deeper because Spencer has so much gold on his bench that's not generating interest. That's a big thing here. He's already spent 54 gold, the highest in the lobby, trying to get to this position. However, he's going to take a couple more losses, and what we've seen from this line is usually players do like to go 6 Bastion. You can stabilize on stage 4, but it's obviously not the most comfortable outcome for him.
Yeah, also 5 lose streak, lose one more is not the end of the world. And now when he wins, he wants to keep winning. So actually, if he rolls, he has to roll deep. So maybe that's the plan for him right now.
Yeah, but you have to worry about everybody else hitting. Like, you know, Bio already has a Seraphine 3. You're also going to be looking at Robin songs potentially coming online soon as well with a lot of these multi-strikers.
Juanmi really happy about this carousel here. Finds that Nami, nobody takes it, has a crit glove as well. So
definitely
nice little doorstep delivery coming on through.
Okay, some roll here.
Do you click the coin flip? Always, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's actually another player in this tournament, not in this lobby, Jedusor. He's known as the flipper because he always likes to click it. You got it.
Oh, the Ari and the Zoe.
Lacking a little frontline, but a lot of damage here for Spencer.
I kind of wonder if you actually find the 4th Bastion in level. You've got the Nunu on your bench, and I know you're holding on to the 2 copies of Poppy 2, but
Yeah,
you just gotta hope this Ari's enough.
I think he will look how this does, right? Sometimes it's hard to gauge where you're going to end up, and if he has a couple of good fights, maybe he can just wait to econ back up before he invests that money. But rolling straight into Juanmi, who just found that upgrade, obviously a little bit unfortunate here. And despite the massive upgrades in the background, it's just going to be too much beef in that front line from Juanmi to do anything here.
Something positive going on for him. He maintains the lose streak, so he's making good money.
Yeah, true.
It's a good choice here. He's holding on to the blue buff out. He knows he has to cap high with this HP level right here, so he didn't rush the Shoujins into this composition. I will say, looking at Juanmi's board, I'm a little bit worried for Juanmi as a Juanmi fan because he's getting contested quite hard on the Mordekaiser. There are multiple lines, especially coming in from the Vanguard Blaster lines, also looking for this. And this is the traditional weakness of the Vanguard Syndra line compared to the Shapeshifter version. It's much harder to get your front line to 3 stars.
Yeah, so he's contested, just in case you're wondering, by Og and Kella both on that Mordekaiser, like you're saying. Kella picking up that Vanguard crest, saying, 2 players on this line, I don't care, I'm going to be the 3rd one. Really a little bit of a out there position.
Is there any world where you actually see Juanmi change his comp a little bit if he is contested? I know he ended up taking the shields up augment, which you want to be able to play with the Vanguard, but
what a disgusting roll!
Thieves Club.
The golden talismans. But do you tech in some shapeshifters or something like that?
I think there exists a multiverse where he does it, but he's so committed. He already rolled a little for the Syndra, so actually trying to go to another place and changing the tempo, he's already too late. to try to
I
go
just
for
mean
that.
the front line.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how common
Okay.
it is if you just think that you're so contested on the Mordekaiser, you might want to think 2 Vanguard plus multi-shapeshifters.
With shields up, you got to go all the way.
Okay,
Sometimes-
all in.
Yeah, it's just the augments that lock you in. And this is why finding your own lane is so important in this meta. A lot of times, there are 2 types of players. The players that instantly click their augments and the players that actually wait and scout. Sometimes you have to go first and tell everyone what you're playing. Sometimes
Me
you need
first.
to check.
Mace, can you tell me a little more about Og? I found him in the breakfast and he was having fun. He was just laughing, enjoying life. I love it.
Dude, he's such a great guy. He's been around the EMEA competitive scene for quite some time. But the comparison I've been pulling up is, do you remember when Wet Jungler took that runner-up spot? This is kind of the storyline for Og now. He's been ramping up, he's been doing better, and this is his breakout set. He has a history performance on qualifier point globally. Nobody has been as dominant on qualifier points than Og has this set. And I think he's just here to have some fun and show that off. I think he's a great candidate to do just that, and he's actually my prediction to win this whole thing.
There's someone that's not having fun on our screen. That's going to be Robin Songs. Rolled below 10 gold. Has the most rolls in the game right now. 70 tries. Even with the Rising Stars, is not able to hit that Kassadin 3. This stage 4 is going to get really ugly. You need to get level 7 on stage 4 so you can tech in that Arcana.
Yeah, either Arcana or the 7 multi-strikers that give you the additional healing, the 3% healing of total HP. And both of them very important now, so he's 2 off still. He's not 1 off, he still needs 2 Kassadins more.
Oh, more choices here for our players as we are in that triple gold lobby. We're going to be seeing another Vanguard crest being offered up.
That's absolutely huge for Kolo. He's the lowest HP in the lobby, and he just hit the 6th blaster out with his Kamikaze Ezreal build.
For Stinky, that's a great pickup as well. Finds that Hunter Crest, we saw it briefly there, was already on that Jinx line, is going to get another out, similar to that Blaster one, where you can tag into 6 Hunter. Granted, if you can go there and find the levels to do just that.
It's probably the biggest power spike we have in the lobby, but he's so many copies off. Ooh, this is the biggest problem with the Ezreal line. It's very hard to stabilize without a 3-star Ezreal, but we can have a good damage check here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do with the Ezreal, right? You want to access the backline, maybe dash it out and kill, for example, this 1-star Varus. And normally you cannot do it with 4 blasters. It's not enough damage. Now with the 6, actually the burst damage would be so much, so good spot for him, but he will still need to get the Ezreal 3-star to ensure it.
I mean, that was a good cast from the Ezreal, though, into the back.
Yeah, also picks up a lot of gold with the gold collector as well. The execute coming in. There's this little combo between him and Hui, where Hui also targets the backline, lowest HP unit.
Yeah.
Beautiful to see in action. Very risky and exhilarating build to pull out.
Well, something that's not very exhilarating is looking at Juan's board and seeing no extra copies of Mordekaiser. There's 1 in this shop, but I think we've abandoned the idea to ever make that happen due to the 3-way contest. So now he's looking for other outs, maybe getting that Tahm Kench upgraded and trying to make that your fortitude for this front line. And of course, that Syndra 3 would really be nice right about now.
2 copies off. That's gotta hurt knowing that everybody else in the lobby is starting to hit.
Yeah, it will be tough for him now. He's very healthy in HP, but now is when he will start falling off. So
Robin
he
got
has
the
a chance
cast
to go
3.
more.
Finally, after spending so much gold. But I have to say, in terms of his combat augments, I don't think this is going to keep Robin Songs in the game. These are item collector is a fairly weak one. You really want keepers, or you really want press the attack. Those are the ones he'd be looking for. He's behind in tempo, still on level 6. Any win he can claw out right now is going to be very important because he's playing for placements now.
Oh, I mean, the Kassadin being able to walk onto the backline is super nice, and I think that's one of the strengths of multi-strikers when you have these big, heavy hitters that are sitting in the back like that. Nami, you just walk up and you shred through them, but he's got to keep doing that. And it's going to be very tough as the rounds start to get later.
Ooh.
Nora, interesting here for the mage players.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bio is currently at the very top, so there was this very, very slim chance that he was ever going to see that Nora.
I mean, Bio, now checking in with him, has the Soraka 3, he's got the Rumble 3. He's sitting pretty right now in this lobby.
I love this version of mages. This is my favorite one. You run only 3 mages and don't go for the vertical. That only gets you a little bit of damage, but much weaker frontline. This is the Vanguard mages. You can typically roll Blitzcrank with it as well. We're going to see a lot of it this weekend.
I think so too, and I think it's basically you. If you're one of these players that really enjoys a full golden board, that's the comp for you, because you can go for the Rumble 3, you can go for the Gallia 3, just anything you kind of naturally find in those shops, you pick up and go, and that just grows your front line stronger. You don't need to stress about leveling, where the rest of the lobby kind of speeds up. You're just waiting for your units to appear, and if you have a good start on that specifically, you're grand.
I'm going to throw you my predictions. Hupe-san, you tell me if I'm right or not. I think the two best players to win the lobby is probably Stinky Abuser and Kula because of those 6 vertical traits. You got 6 Hunter, 6 Blaster on the other side. Would you agree with that?
I can share your opinion for a while.
Okay.
I won't totally agree. I don't want to jinx anyone. I think the caster power is too much, Clement. If we both say that, that's jinxing someone. So no.
Oh,
no,
I'm gonna say Bio.
Bio.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Bio. I think the Vanguard version of Mages is very, very strong. And I'm holding out hope.
I want to see the Super Ezreal perform, the Ezreal Kamikaze. I never thought we were going to see it in the first game, and now he's trying to look for a 3-star, still lacking 2. When he got a 3-star, he's popping off. He's actually going to the back.
Huge charm. No, he misses. He had a charm with full 3 costs and doesn't find a single one.
But there it is.
He knew.
Still comes online.
He has to sell. He has to. It feels so bad to watch that roll down because Kula had to roll past a ton of copies of Hui. I know that Ezreal is more important in this comp, but you can't help but look at that and go, but what if I could have all of it?
Well, you can't. You have 6 gold to work with.
So
You can just see the sheer power of what were you calling it? Kamikaze?
The Ezreal Kamikaze. So good. He got like almost to a third of HP.
Yeah.
And then boom, fully healed, and that's what you want to see.
Never mind, Kula is winning the lobby. You're right.
I love how there was 0 reaction from him too. Like that, Ezreal just annihilates the entire backline. He's like, "Yep,
Another day in the office."
Intended.
This is a bit of a CN special because this is actually one of the strongest comps in JOC. They play a different meta. Kula comes from that circuit. He's bringing the tech over into the Tactician's Crown.
Checking in with Bio. So this board, I'm a little worried for just because of how many Vanguard players we have. It's great that we found the Rumble 3 for Bio, so that solidifies that front line a lot more. But you were saying you can roll for the Blitzcrank. Currently, we don't even have Blitzcrank 2. So
oh, you don't need it now.
Well, now it's
too
late, but it's just kind of speaking to how much we're lacking on that front line, right? Because there's so many other players in the Vanguards. I fear a bit that Bio might be falling off now that the other boards are coming online.
He did get a Mordekaiser from one of the orbs, so maybe that's something that you could actually slot in over something like the Blitzcrank, maybe hold those couple of copies for later, but that is a huge hit for Stinky.
So now your predictions looks a lot better.
Yeah.
Super Ezreal, now Stinky here with the Wujinx.
Well, just to remind everybody, Stinky was the player that didn't pre-submit a list for the draft and then wasn't there and then random rolled Juanme into this lobby and was very confident about it for some reason. Now we know why.
And poor Robin Songs is at the bottom of the HP, even though he was trying to do that.
He hit late. We saw the roll down, and he didn't get the gasoline early, so now he's off tempo, even though he has it now. He doesn't have the Ashe 3-star that normally is the one who helps you in the early game. He likes to go fully for the 2 cost, so it's not looking good.
That Wukong's just unkillable. Robin Songs just doesn't have enough damage to actually get through that double gargoyle.
So let's talk a little bit about what it means to kind of go 8 in that first game of the day, right? Because there is more games to go. We are going to be having our first cut-off after game 6 today, but of course it can kind of knot your mental.
When you get up to a certain age and you wake up, it takes a while to get going. And honestly, Robin Songs, he started his Golden Spatula day 3 with an 8 and a 6, and it was okay. He still won the entire thing.
No,
all right.
Good point.
I truly believe in the tempo of placement. If you get a first, you immediately go to the next game, and you have the game on your mind. If you go 8th, you're actually thinking about things. Maybe you lose that energy, Necro.
I'm sorry, I just got thrown off by Og having 2 suspicious trench coats. on 2 of his frontline units.
Don't worry about it. It's just a little bit of
No,
suspicion
don't worry
going
about it.
on.
That's
It's,
a little suspicious, Hope.
Some suspicious charms, perhaps.
Maybe some suspicious charms. But I did see 2. My eyes were not deceiving me.
We are going to be seeing either Avery taking a huge hit or Robin maybe getting eliminated first. They're going to take a look whether or not the multi-strikers can eke this one out. The Catadin still standing strong.
He's healing.
Is it going to work
Scaling.
out?
There's no anti-heal there.
Nice.
So now the challenge, can you catch Smolder?
Smolder is trying his best to get away.
Araya might actually... No, Kula actually goes out first.
Wow.
Very interesting. We didn't get to see the elimination fight there.
So we lose Ezra Kamikaze.
We
Wasn't expecting that one.
Og also out, unfortunately, both of these players here. And it kind of goes to show that you really shouldn't be playing on those same lines. Both of these players opting to look for that wave reroll.
Yep.
Although going into the Ezreal was a good idea, I think those comps just have too many units, and in the end, it's going to come back around.
Yeah, I mean, the way is usually not a tempo comp. It's actually you want to go for the full cap, and then you plan and gave out. For example, Woojins, you can play a tempo. You will not go first. You might go 5th. You might move 4th. But way contested is a tough one.
I think something that we were saying when we were talking about it for the Golden Spatula and EMEA, where it showed up a bunch, is that usually you don't want to go into a game and say, oh, I'm planning to play Wei. It's more something you find yourself in.
Wei picks you. You don't pick Wei.
That's
Wei picks
right.
you.
That is exactly how I wanted to phrase that. Thank you, Hope. So, yeah, unfortunately, we're going to be seeing Robin go out here as well. Those mages,
4th or 5th?
brutal.
That's the big question, because Araya also didn't find a good finish here.
Robin's had a little more HP than Araya did, so actually going to win out the tiebreaker.
This is huge for Robin. That was a spot where he was almost guaranteed 8th, but he manages to survive that. I'd be so happy with a 5th in this one.
Just look at the lower third we have for you here that shows you those compositions. This is the picture you're going to be seeing this entire weekend. A lot of 3-star golden units to round out these compositions.
We were a little worried about Spencer a little earlier on in this lobby too. Just taking a little bit more time to be able to find the Ahri, but looks like he's been able to get the comp online. You've got the RE3. You're able to find some huge upgrades for the Bastions as well, able to stabilize and actually tech in that 6th Bastion you need.
Yeah, it cost him a little to get the blue buff, but he waited. He knew he wanted like some ideal items here, Clement, and it performed for him.
Yeah, I think the rest of these 4 players, I'm still looking at Stinky Abuser to kind of take this home, but Bio is in such a commanding position with the HP that he could just win out with charms.
It is going to be difficult, I think, for people to deal with the Seraphine. One of the great strengths of Seraphine is the fact that she has this backline access, and you're going to have that Seraphine right across the way from this Karma.
Well, what you don't have it across from is that Syndra. So a great highlight of positioning here from Juanmia saying, I don't want to be caught in the crossfire of the Seraphine. I'm just going to place my Syndra in the middle backline. Does get targeted by the Nami there, but will allow the enemy Syndra to really scale up. And those kind of fights are the fights Silvio, unfortunately, has a really hard time to find an edge against.
Yeah, and taking away the win streak from Fabio here, and Juanmi now with this, it looks like could be the strongest in the lobby. Spencer's pretty strong. Stinky, we already saw him, so maybe the Woojins, I think, 19 HP, but very, very strong.
So he's still winning. That's the important part. I was kind of worried there for a second, but we do have 2 wins on Stinky's side here and the 600 online due to the crest. Now, what else could you do here to maybe stabilize this a bit? Of course, a 3rd Olaf item would be nice as we are going towards Drake.
I would definitely just look for combat charm. It's at the late game, this is what Magic and Mayhem is all about, rolling with the flow. And you don't really, there's no possibility for leveling right here. I think it's just about positioning. Can he dodge the Seraphine on the side for Sobio? Can he do those fast positionings and just get lucky on the charms?
It's incredible that Sobio is level 9. He's the only player in the lobby to be able to hit that. Everyone else is probably going to stay on level 8 for the rest of this game. That's pretty spectacular, honestly.
Yeah, also important the positioning here for Stinky. He's making sure to put everything on the back, and then even if he goes against the other placement, he's able to get the assistance, the first kill, so that the hunters get the additional damage from there. That's why he's pumping up the damage to the left. It will be very important because if someone knows that and put the full tank on the Jinx, maybe they can delay the damage, and that will be the counter to Stinky.
big important point that you were just saying there, Necra, with Sobio on 9, that was kind of needed for him, because otherwise you cannot go bigger on that Vanguard line. You really need that 9 to then tech in 5 mages over the 3. That's exactly what he did, but that also meant spending all of his gold. So now he's trying to get some of this economy back up, when we're actually seeing some interesting moves here as items have been popped off, and we might be seeing a little bit of a rearrangement.
Ooh, kind of hoping that the Anvil was going to give you something special, and that is going to be a Rabadon's Death Cap. That pops out of that one, so just a little bit of extra HP, AP, maybe the oomph you need to actually get past some of these front lines.
Big thing here is he definitely doesn't want the Magic Shred item on his main carry, so he's getting the Static Shiv off of his Seraphine, giving the full damage items over there. That was be what I assume, and also one way that Bio can cap is, if you notice his cake layers, he's actually getting cash outs already.
He actually puts the static back on the...
Yeah, I just looked at this really confused, because I also thought the move here was going to be moving off that static. But I will also say, Soraka will give you a lot of sustain, especially with also the Gunblade, so he kind of needs that.
What about the charms, though? You got Earthquake that was able to stun the board at the very beginning, and it gives so much time for the Seraphine that it's actually going to be able to get through the Wukong. It just has to get through the Olaf and the Bard.
It's charm diff, totally. The Earthquake make it a different day, as you say, Necra, and this is the important, as you say, Clement, rolling for charm. It's like the new term that we have right now. Maybe new players are achieved as a new term. If you're already playing TFT, you know this. This is exactly the way you win it. This is exactly the way you cap out the game.
Oh, it is going to take the armor charm here, so most likely... I wonder what...
True damage.
Oh, true damage?
Yeah, I think he took lightning and true damage. He rolled past the armor.
I'm so impressed with this board that I thought he was going to fall off pretty hard once he hit stage 5, stage 6, but able to get through with the Sugarcraft as well. Positioning game once more for Stinky Abuser. He's doing those fast swaps. Can he get the Kog'Maw as well?
Question is he on the correct side as he goes up against Spencer?
Full tank on the right, so they're focusing the Taric. It will be difficult for the hunters here to get the first assist. And there it is. Going for the... Yeah, it's down the first. So additional damage here. The Olaf helping so much. And the Wukong held out so much, taking out here Spencer. So great win here for Stinky Abuser. Wujinx once again.
Yeah, Wujinx is one of the highest win rate reroll comps we have. Very difficult to come online, but I think a couple of big things that we see in that positioning was that the Zilean was able to get a massive stun on and go through onto the Ahri, which is typically Ahri is a very bad matchup for Wujinx.
Should be the counter, but since Spencer already falls out, I think it should be a clear path and free win for Wujinx.
Well, we have Hwanmie on 13, Stinky on 4, and then Bio just sitting comfortably at the very top there. Necra, you called it out.
I was going to say, I think if there is going to be a difference maker, actually it's going to be Bio to be able to beat that board. We just saw how big of an impact one of those charms can be. So if Bio can do it again, then who knows what could happen.
Oh no, the Mordekaiser! This is what we've seen in a lot of games. If you put the Mordekaiser on the top left, he can walk directly towards the Jinx. And no, he's going to solo the Jinx out. Sticky Abuser.
One more?
Jinx
No!
Oh, one more
Jinx
hit.
won it in the end. And there's the suspicious Olaf. Oh,
So close.
Such a tough loss there for Hwanmie. Third place confirmed for him. And it could be the hero. Mordekaiser could have been the hero, wasn't in the end.
Stinky wasn't lying to us. He picked Hwanmie for a reason.
It's coming to fruition here. We were a little worried about Hwanmie's spot in this game, though, too. So the third place for him has to feel really good.
Yeah, there were almost 4 Vanguard front lines here, so I think third place, he's perfectly happy with that.
Yeah, you're going to be content with that, looking at how this game played out. Last 2 players standing, though, are not Stinky and Stinky, as you are seeing right now.
It could be, though.
Although my Mia heart would love that very much. We have Sobio and Stinky here, and it's really a little bit of a fighting Goliath kind of situation with how much HP and money Sobio still has.
Bio is double stacking his Nami and the Seraphine. Let's see if he hits. Actually doesn't get the correct side, but should blow up the right really fast. Let's see how long that right side can hold, especially with the Knight's Edge right there. If the Olaf is there to take away targets, there could be a chance, but doesn't look like it.
It's too much there from Bio. Takes it away, and Stinky, second place for him. So Bio, Necra was right all along, taking the win, first game of the night.
Wow. That was a good prediction. Honestly, I just think it shows the strength that Bio brought into this game. And also with the flexibility to be able to play the mages. I think that's one of my favorite things to watch about how people actually navigate that mage line is that you have the opportunity to run 3, 5 vertical mages if you really want to try to hit that high cap of 7. And Bio notices, I can reroll for the Seraphine Soraka, I'm uncontested, I have the Vanguard, and as you called it, Makes, you get to tech in even more mages by the time you hit that level 9.
Yeah, I think that was a big important part for Bio to actually be able to make that final level 9 and do that and cap out that way. But also, we're seeing something that I kind of hate seeing, and it happens every time at the Tacticians Crown, where different regions and different meta reads kind of meet each other, and players come in and they think, oh, like the Vanguard reroll is probably a comp that's going to be not played as much, and suddenly we have 4 people on that line. So really, that is to be avoided going forward by any means.
Yeah, sometimes it's really unavoidable, and I think a lot of the placements difference is going to come down to how you kind of scrap out placements when you're contested. You can either go for full combat or you can roll earlier. Those are kind of the two main ways you think about it, outlasting or trying to get lucky.
Yeah, for example, Robin, he played multi-striker. Once again, you said it in the beginning, Makes, that multi-striker was not going well for the Americas, but he got a good 5th because actually he got very late into the game. So that's what you're saying, Clement. Trying to scrap points is most important now than ever.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Robin, given everything we've seen, that was a really good placement, that 5th place. And sometimes you have to cut your losses. You have to accept that your spot maybe wasn't great enough for a 1st, but piloting this to 5th, great.
But positioning differences too as well that really did solidify different placements for our players that maybe were struggling a little bit. I think Robin Songs had some great combats where he was able to position the Cassidy in the proper way, so it could actually get to the back line and take out those big carries.
There's also like a game, right? Because you can be against the Seraphine, so you cannot be counter side, and then, but if you have from that side the Cassadin, then you have to pick your Venom. You cannot do both. So actually that mind game of trying to see where I'm going for and then trying to risk it a little is very interesting.
And I don't know how you guys feel, but I was really disappointed about the kamikaze Ezreal, as you called it, Flupe. I thought that should have placed higher.
I know. I think he was robbed a little bit as well.
Yeah,
but
the spot was perfect. He had the 6, he had good items. I think it's variance. I want to see it again.
Yeah, variance.
One time it doesn't count. I want to see it again. Second time is the charm.
We're big on stats.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Second time is the charm.
Didn't really have his secondary carry. I think he was missing a lot of the mage items because like Bio and also Spencer were taking all of the tiers away from the pool. That was the big thing that I think sunk in. I predicted him to be in the final lobby, but I have to say sorry to Bio. He really just showed up. I love that tempo play. It was so clean coming in from him. He's not rushing the vertical mages like a lot of other players would do.
And it was really great to see the emotion that Bio brought to the America's Golden Spatula. This is a player I think a lot of people didn't expect to make the final lobby and find himself here. He was so proud of himself. He was so emotional. We got a chance to see him realize that he made the final lobby of the America's Golden Spatula. And then in turn, that actually got him a chance to compete here at the Tacticians Crown. And I'm just so excited to see how much further Bio can take this.
I think generally is something that we always credit, specifically the Brazil region within the Americas for, is the passion that they have for this game. And to me, Bio encapsulates that perfectly. He's that guy where you look at him and you can just see that he's having fun and he's enjoying this and just extruding positive energy. It's so great.
Yeah, people normally remember also Lucas. They remember also Ego that we haven't right now. But people were not talking about Bio. This is again his breakthrough. People in Brazil know he's amazing. He's a great streamer also. And to have him here and on the first game get a first, so great for the region.
Really is. Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, you can hear Dobbs talking about him and Ego as they pertain to the competition we have here this weekend. And Brazil on top of the first game. Very exciting. So now what do we have in store for us? Because we get a chance to see all of these players come together one more time for the second game before they actually reshuffle. And then they get a chance to go up against some new competitors. So after you see this first game, kind of what are you thinking about well, if I'm in this lobby again, what do I do?
Well, first off, I am not playing Arcana Blasters. That was a perfect spot for Mariah. He was 100 HP stage 2, and he got a free Varus, and he still went 6th. So this is kind of a good showcase of why these 4-cost lines really aren't showing up that much. It's very hard to stabilize, even with the 2 stars on your board at this point, unless you get some crazy high rolls like what the Forge.
Yeah, it's very important what we say in the beginning. When you get a good spot, and you know exactly what you want to play, you need to tell the rest that's what you're playing. So sell the board, sell the bench, and keep the exact units, and then they will probably respect your spot.
Also, you have to keep in mind that after those 2 games, like you're mentioning, Necra, there's snake seeding. So it doesn't really matter where you place right now. It's just going to be slotting you into one of these lobbies according to the snake seeding. So they will all have roundabout equal power. And sometimes, you know, in the past, there's been text at tournaments where you lose the first round and you go in an easier lobby or something. That cannot happen here.
No, I mean, we've got 40 of the best tacticians from all over the world. And I think that makes this tournament even harder. When we talk about some of the highlight players at the top of the show, we have yet to be able to show everybody else now that also is unique and powerful in their own way.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Juanmi. We're seeing it now with the Super Syndra reroll. So great to see because, as you say, you were talking about Neckar. He wasn't in a good spot. We weren't even thinking, can he pivot or something? And then when he got the Syndra, he was already ramping up the benefits and the possibility of late game. And he got a great third place right now. Getting 6 points, so great performance once again from CN region.
You needed the mana generating item there. That was such an important part for Juanmi to even see the Syndra line and think that he could go down that route, is that he was stacking those casts very, very early with a 2-star Syndra.
He was, but then we're coming back to the conversation we had during the cast where for him, that Mordekaiser not coming online kind of was that thing that made him not go as high as you would usually expect that Syndra.
Absolutely. Syndra can cap super high because she's constantly stacking up, and in that line, you also have the Karma as your secondary carry, which is very strong into the late game. You typically have the Chrono Tech in with the extra HP. But we saw in the end game screen, it was Og and Kula on 7th and 8th, both playing that blasters, and even Araya was technically playing the blasters as well. So this is just going to happen to a lot of players. You just have to have very strong mental. I was asking a lot of players before the tournament, and getting contested is just a fact of life. You cannot avoid it sometimes. Augments lock you into lines, and you just have to rebound.
That's true, but sometimes we're seeing people already logged into lines and then another person locking that same line in, and those people we call bullies.
You might be right about that one. I don't know.
I would call it desperation most of the times. It's like, I want to go in this line, but I hit your line, so
I'm
sorry.
so sorry.
I mean, we know it's a reroll meta. The 3 placements now that we had both 3 of them with the reroll, and they're performing well. So normally in a fast 8 meta, maybe you can flex it more. But I think I can agree with you, Clement. You have to recognize your spot early, and if it's a reroll, better yet.
Yeah, I do want to add this. Robin Songs, that was a fraudulent 5th. There was no way that was a 5th
He was
place.
due that 5th for getting Juanmi randomly drafted into his lobby.
Okay.
It's karma.
I just want to say, Stinky, valued very lowly, being picked early on in that draft, coming on through, they're getting 2nd place, really proving that while Juanmi might have been a random roll, he's not scared at all to be in the lobby with Robin and Juanmi both.
I think that was really impressive too, because when looking at Stinky's run in the EMEA Golden Spatula, he was playing a lot of multi-strikers. Now, Robin Songs was playing the line, so couldn't necessarily go down the same path, but being able to see Stinky's versatility is something that we were hoping to see from him to be able to make it far in this Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, and he's also one of our youngest players here, a mere 18 years old, which is insane to already play on such a high-skill global ground. And I'm really looking forward to see what else he and also Kubikson can do, both of our Polish players at 18 years old.
It's amazing to see, once again, we already talked about this narrative of new players coming into TFT, or even not new, young players. So it's like a mix. It's like all new that we already saw, but also people that start playing, and if they are in the correct ecosystem, in the correct environment, you need to have a friend that knows TFT. You can really ramp up so fast and get the game into the maximum expression. So I want to see more of that.
Well, chat, don't worry. We're going to be your friend that knows about TFT. So after this event, surely you'll all be pros.
I need help.
I would not have promised that.
I need help, but these players do not. Let's go ahead and take a look at our next 8 players that are going to be taking the main stage here for game number 2. And this is also a very, very exciting lobby.
Yeah, so this is Lobby 1, and I already mentioned it in pre-show. In passing, we have yet another crazy draft pick in here. If you didn't hear it before, players were able to draft their own lobbies one after another. Ilya got picked rather early on, surprisingly late for where I think people should have valued him based on his performance in globals or in regionals, but he picked Tidal. So that really is a big, big pick.
And look at the placements. We can actually see their point totals right now from that first game.
Yeah, great placement. So you should be proud, Makes.
I'm already dancing.
So amazing. Milk also with a second place, so 7 points for him. Very, very huge. And Ironbog. The Dark
Are
Horse
you sure
is
it's
not
placements?
performing right now.
No, that's 8th. That's the total
That's
number
the
of points.
Oh,
Points.
it's placements, right? Placements, right? Yeah, you went first. No?
No.
No,
I'm sorry,
no,
man.
I don't
It's
think
points.
that. I'm sorry.
He was
I don't
our
think we
dark
deceived you
horse
that way.
coming into this, but you know, he might have ran into a reroll line in game 1. I do want to direct the attention to the 3 CN players here because they all qualified through the JOC. And I know at the start of the day, a lot of people will be asking, what is the JOC? Well, it's the exclusive mobile version of TFT in China. They have a different meta and a very different environment which they practice in. And that's the reason us APAC players, we know they don't play usual TFT. That's why we picked them all in the draft.
Oh, I see. Well, looks like the draft may have deceived you because that is going to be quite a few points on the board here for those CN players. Tidal is going to take a good chunk of those as from APAC, but I'm seeing like 60-second, Duyu, Hong actually holding their own in this lobby, huh?
Yeah, I want to touch the point you just said, Clement, 60-second. He started now with JOC, normally with other, but the good thing about Doju, for example, he's a veteran of JOC.
Yeah.
So this is a guy that has played JOC since the start, and having that expertise in only mobile and getting here once again, I think is pretty cool.
I just need to say it again, because Ilya is the only EMEA player in that lobby, and he took a first place. It's not just that EMEA is coming out on top, it's that it's the only player in this lobby that's from EMEA that's coming out on top, and he's my dark horse.
I think a lot of people rated EMEA very highly, though, as a region coming into this tournament. Maybe little hopium from sets past, but also there's a lot of statistics behind that where people were saying coming in with high first place rates, coming in with high AVPs, and the EMEA competition has consistently ramped up over the last couple of sets where you do look at those stats and you go, those have weight, those have a lot of weight.
Well, if it hadn't been for Dish Soap winning it all, EMEA would have actually won the average placement between the 2 regions. So
we're playing the if game now.
There is some history between EMEA and Americas.
You're only comparing with
yeah,
kids.
Yeah. Well, yeah, well, the region that won the Tacticians Crown last time, I don't know, it's been a while for you.
That's true, but we have Tidal in this lobby as well. And as the APAC representative, let me make my case. So
okay.
Please
I
do.
think what the APAC has been is we were the best AVP in the last Tacticians Crown and wasn't even close. We were even better than the CN region by over a 0.2.
How many players
delta.
were like 4 in the finals?
Asta, there was 2 KR players. I don't remember.
I think it was 4. I remember APAC. So
yeah,
like a lot.
So I think this is the thing about APAC. Generally, it is known as the strongest region, but the top end is a little bit sparse. That I typically do agree with as well. You know, Tidal is a very strong player, but he's not really he's kind of a format player. We don't really know until the last day how he's going to show up there. The APAC ranking that we have is, you're going to be pretty happy with this, but it's going to be APAC, EMEA, Americas, and CN. That is the general view from our side.
I think generally regions should have themselves first, right? So it makes sense for me for APAC to say, yeah, of course we rate ourselves the highest. And then for Americas to say we rate ourselves the highest, and so on and so forth. And I think every
do
region
rate
does
ourselves
that.
the highest.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I think that makes sense, because if you wouldn't rate yourself the highest, you would put in more prac, you would put in more time, you would try to get there, right? So that is something regions have been doing for a long time now.
But I actually do agree with Clement here. I think there is a very big case to be made for the top end of APAC, because they have consistently shown up to all of these Tacticians crowns and placed very well. Outside of title, maybe yes, we are lacking in some of the total AVP for the region, looking at just the top end, but they're coming in as massive threats. Poor Ironbug, we're going to chalk this one up to variance,
Yep,
right?
variance.
No.
Just variance.
What do you mean? That's a great result. It will determine the rest of the tournament day. Go on like this.
Also, I like the lobby in terms of veterancy. We have Milk from America's high veteran, and we have Bobster. He's like the new breed of TFT now for Americas. He only started playing in Monster Attack, and he's having fun. He's always smiling also. He's like an Elia from America, if you will. Makes
Elia retired in set 8. We don't even know what this guy's doing
and
here,
then Bobster appeared, so it's perfect. It's the same.
Oh, we got Golden Prelude as we get into the second game. So very exciting. Maybe get another whole golden game.
Yeah, generally this is the augment type that gives you the most raw combat power type of augments, and also hero augments are going to show up here. And we have a pause already. We can talk more about Milk, because I think he's the most dangerous person in this lobby that we haven't touched on. A long-term player known as an optimizer, like we talked about at the top of the show. And this split, his stats are absolutely terrifying. The most terrifying stat for me is the only 3% rate for going 8th. That's 1 in 30 games.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Like, we were watching Milk's performance, and he was one of those players that also had the highest points accumulation for days 1 and 2 of the America's Golden Spatula. But outside of that, we've always seen Milk as a big threat. Maybe been a little bit quiet over the past couple of
Milk
sets.
has never been quiet.
Well,
He's a yapper.
that's
He's
true.
a yapper.
Okay, quiet in his placements. Maybe not necessarily quiet in terms of what comes out of his mouth. But regardless, I think Milk, you have to look at him and realize he is trying so hard this set. And when Milk tries, that's when he's scary, and that's when he can put up numbers like that.
Absolutely. I always feel like Milk is kind of the specter lurking in everyone's mind, and he's about to show it up for America's right here. A thing he yaps the most about is EMEA, so I know Makes knows about it a lot.
That's true, yeah. I mean, I would really love to see him back it up this weekend, so I'm looking forward to that.
Me too. We're going to be taking a short break as we get this technical sorted out, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown.
a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. We are still underway with day one of our competition, where we have 40 competitors battling it out. I am back here with Makes, Clement, and Hupe-san, getting ready for that second game. How you guys doing?
Great. I think looking forward to that game. We already got a glimpse of how that first game in this lobby played out. Just boasting on about it, you know, let me have
on top,
I would really like to have like the 3-star counter, because we have so many reroll lines right now, and having that spot in the early game is so important. And I think Milk in this lobby, he's my favorite. I don't know for you, Clement. Can we do like some predictions here? I think for this lobby,
oh,
Milk,
Iron Bog's gonna bounce back.
Okay,
no problem. Yeah.
Any prediction with what? Maybe?
With what? He plays the most Syndra line out of anyone. So if you're playing the Syndra line, the things you're looking for is early Syndra, early tier items, and of course if you hit the Eternal Growth, that is the best way to continue. You have your front line with the Shapeshifters, and also back line with the secondary carry that you can roll alongside with her in the Cassiopeia.
There are a couple of rerollers, though, that are in this lobby. And Milk is another one of those players that I do look at and frequently tries to play a reroll line, and he's really good at it.
Yeah, he can optimize any reroll line, and he doesn't only know when to roll, he knows the options, the possibilities. That you have like the base reroll line, and then there's way to cap out. And he knows exactly when to go for that, and he plays like reroll tempo, if you will, in the late game.
Well, a region within EMEA that is known for rerolling so much that they even have a tier list that's called the Deer list, because it's for rerolling only, is our DACH region, the German-speaking region. These players love reroll, and they will find anything and everything to reroll, even in patches where that might not be the best thing.
Well, isn't there a German team called the High Rollers?
That's right, and Aaliyah is in that team. Kevin Parker's team rings a bell, I think, from the Vegas Open for many players. So he founded that team, German-speaking players, and I mean, Aaliyah made it.
Is there anything special about his rerolls? What's on the D list? Deer list.
Deer. It's
sorry.
a
Not the D
list
list.
for
the Deer
reroll.
list.
So
it's not the D list. I thought it was press D, like D list. Like for you press D, you roll.
It's spelled like tier list, but with a D.
Okay.
But it stands for the rerolling.
Okay, cool.
And also a little bit Germany. But well, we don't need to get into that. So there's just about anything on there. Basically everything you can reroll, and then it's rated on how good of a reroll it is. So that is how the listing exists. And right now, I must imagine it's very populated.
I think in reroll, there's a lot of like faith. You need to have faith when you roll, and that's why for example, we see Double that he rolls deep. We see people like Black Shin from Latam that he's more like, if I roll, I need to hit right now, so he actually waits a lot and maybe lose strength. So I think that's the possibility of reroll. I think there's a lot of people that reroll in different ways, but the most important thing is faith. You need to know that you will have luck.
Believe in the Mordant blessing.
That's really funny, because there are some rules to the Deer
Oh,
list.
okay.
So, for example,
We're going back to the Deer
you
list?
cannot scout, you cannot pivot.
Nice.
No scout, no pivot.
That's
It's
good.
not allowed.
Commitment.
You write in chat what you're playing, and you're just playing that, and then you just hit. That. Oh, and you have to say good reroll, of course. I forgot about that. Yeah. Can't forget that. You write that in chat, you hit every time.
So you go like GR? No, GR?
No, you write good reroll. Yeah, like the German word gut, which means good.
I do want to, expand upon the depth of rerolling, because now the D sounds like it stands for degenerate right now. You guys are just like, have faith, keep on pressing it. But no, the art of rerolling is very, very deep. There's a couple big things. I think the number one has to be tempo, because a lot of reroll lines, even if you hit your max board, you can still just fall off and die to charms if you don't get that stage 3 locked in. And you have to know when you have to spike in each of those stages for different of those lines. For example, the multi-striker line, you really need to get on line stage 3. There is no multi-striker line where you can just give away that one. But for Bastard and Ari, you can actually have a weak stage 3 and a very strong stage 4 still.
It also depends a bit on what lobby you're in. So it requires you to gauge correctly what the board strength of every single player in that lobby is. And that is something I think particularly newer players can have a problem with.
Yeah, and knowing that board strength is what allows you to know, okay, I will do full lose streak, and then in this moment, in 3-5, I already have a plan. I know that I want to roll there, and then I need to win. That's my out. So that's why you roll deep, you actually go and plan to achieve. Someone who does that perfectly, for example, is 60 Seconds. I love to see him on stream, and he knows exactly when he controls. You see him so relaxed, and then he goes like this. And because in the next round, he's going to roll. And then he rolls like 60 going around. He gets so amazing, and then you have like the 10th win streak and wins the game. So that's what I want to see there.
Okay, so we've seen a couple of the reroll lines. Let's kind of fill those out a little bit more, because in that first game, we got a chance to see the Cinder reroll. We saw the Blaster reroll to some type of success.
Yeah.
We saw
Wu
the
Jinx.
Mage reroll and the Wu Jinx. What are we missing outside of that that we could potentially see in the competition?
We saw Multi-Striker, but it was 5th. So
Yeah.
maybe it can be better. I think Multi-Striker is in a good spot. It was played better in EMEA with good spots, but in America, it was decent. It was below 4.5 average, so I think it's still a great comp.
I think something that we didn't see at all in this game, at least, I'm sure it was played somewhere potentially, is the line of the Honeymancers. So that is a line that there's a lot of disagreement on, but you can reroll different units here, either going for Ziggs Blitzcrank or going into the Kog'Maw line. So I'm really curious on that's going to play out here at the Tactician's Crown.
I love Ziggs reroll. I would love to see some more Honeymancy, especially if you're playing on the live patch right now. Those bees are so big. They are so big. They're all shaking up the whole board. But while we do get our lobby ready to go and work through that technical pause, let's take a look at our standings, because we do have 40 players. We can kind of see how everything is shaking out. I see Make's looking at Clement right now.
Well, I have questions.
We have good news and bad news. Good news, no CN on the final slide right here, but a lot of APAC players.
And all of EMEA too.
Yeah. Well,
there's the CN players.
There's a couple
Okay.
CN players right there. Poor Kula. We did actually see how that game ended up going for him. Bobster also going to be taking a 7th, unfortunately. But let's keep the ball rolling a little bit, because here's where we get to some of those higher placing players.
Previous
Dish
champion.
Open Robin. Kind of taking that same placement there. Of course, these guys are very well connected, so I imagine there's a lot
CN
of prep.
players are always together. It's like 20, 21, 22, and in the other side also again.
Holding hands.
Yeah, holding.
Regional pride, let's go.
Well, getting closer to our top players. So here are some of those great results.
Title
Ego.
YBY.
Yeah, Ego and Sobio taking 1st and 2nd. That's pretty good.
That's pretty awesome.
Looks like America's on top so far. No, never mind. Sorry. Ziyue, Ningli, 1-2, holding hands. There we go.
Achen also in that top 5.
Wow.
Holy cow. Wow, I don't know. Maybe this is it. We were saying the stars were aligning, seeing a couple of the same conditions as we saw for Hwanmie to be able to take the win in his Tactician's Crown, but maybe it's time for another CN player to win.
I do want to hype up Ziyue a little bit. His highest placement was 2nd place, I believe, in Remix Rumble. And the CN community basically, they all think that Ziyue is their best tournament player. He's very high tempo, likes to go high cost most of the time. I'm sorry. But they think that his steady sort of playstyle, not a lot of first, but a lot of top 4s, is the way to go. However, if you want to pick a champion, they might have different favorites.
He went 8th, but he played an amazing Real Kamikaze game. Maybe it wasn't the best patch for it, but I think he could have scrapped a lot more precision. So that for top 4 placement, I think that was what he was looking for.
Top 4s are going to be really important, because when we think back to the format that our players are going to be playing through, they've got 6 games today, and then we're going to cut just 8 players. So then 32 will move forward to play on day 2, and then we're going to keep cutting the competition from there. So being able to just have top 4s, top 3s, right now is huge to just make sure you make it to that 2nd stage.
Yeah, I mean, the low rollers will be one eliminated today. As you say, 6 games, only 4. You have 40 players, so that's a very small, very small percentage. So try to avoid that 8th, try not to go. So the people that actually feel that they didn't have the good day, they wake up and maybe a little sleepy or something like that, that's the one they want to avoid. Once again, here's the lobby. Lobby 1, game 2, and we're starting to see some cameras, so I like this.
They're all waking up.
Yeah,
Hang's waking up.
All right, we have the wrong player on Duoyu. That I'm pretty sure that's Ningli there, so I think we'll change that sometimes later. And then 62nd there, because I was like, I remember Ningli was second place overall in the overall standings. That's
yeah.
cool.
Oh, we're going into game. Look at this, into our portal as players choose what they want to go for.
Oh, I like it. There's a mix here.
We've got some new portal selection with the remake of this lobby.
Ascending augments. Everyone really likes that one.
I love how they all huddle on, and then a couple of them went back. Is it going to be ascending augments? The answer is yes.
I really like this one just for branching out. I feel like there are so many high roll options you can have with it just for the extra emblem play, and it's also a very flexible line.
Branching out's a great silver augment to take. I think we also see a couple of players that try to go a little bit riskier. Sometimes I see players take AFK, just make sure that they're going to be able to get economy to be able to move into the later parts of the game.
I think specifically in the recent meta, we've been seeing a lot more open forting. And so that fits into that AFK kind of game plan where you just say like, okay, I'm going to sell board. And if somebody else is also going to sell board, then that is very unfortunate, but it doesn't happen as often.
Yeah. It could happen once again. We saw Milk going for the multi-striker line already with the ball, and now 60-second Clement. We see some
when you see
shenanigans
Seraphine,
here.
you always pick Seraphine. It's one of the strongest opening lines. And
Do you like Glove? Do you like Glove to start with any comp now? It's a little difficult now.
Yeah, not really. I like what they did with the Jewel.
They're doing a lot of guard breaker. You remember, Necker, like in America?
I did see
even
that.
in mages, like guard breaker for tempo in the early game can be an option.
Yeah, mages, it felt like you really like to have the guard breaker because there are a lot of vanguards, there's a lot of tank units that are going to be building up those shields, so guard breaker is certainly one of those ways you make sure that you have enough damage to keep a win streak in the early game.
Title just keeping his Syndra line open. You're going to see a lot of players hold on to Syndra even though their board doesn't really go into that direction just yet.
Could always get a lucky augment out of it, right? We'll see what comes around here for our players. We know it's ascending, so we're going to be starting out with silver augments for our lobby 1 here as we are in game 2. And AFK, Necra, you mentioned it being offered there at the very top there.
I like precise planning also. When you just think about some of the silver augments that give you the economy, I think precise planning is great because you know that you're almost always going to be able to hit the benchmark to actually get the gold from the win or loss.
Pandora's for Milk, so he can be able to go
That's
any
also
line that he
big.
wants. He's holding the mages, he's holding also the multi-striker, so double option there for him.
Title here going for precise planning just to get some early econ. And talking about spicy augments, because this is ascending, if we see an open fort player, we could be going for a golden quest, which is our high stakes augment.
That would be fun to see. We saw a couple of those games in some of the golden spatulas that we had, but it's really hard to play because you're waiting a long time to actually be able to hit that gold benchmark.
I personally struggle with the math aspect of it, but that might just be a me diff.
That's a skill diff for me also.
We already have our Ari player there for Duoyu, so already slamming there the Yu Gauntlet, getting additional units there, going for the reroll as we used to see it, and holding the Vanguard. So this Vanguard version could also be used in this case.
Yeah, I really like his start. You know, he's going to lose a bit of HP as Stim packs for the extra chance at tears, which is the most important one in that line. And oh, this is interesting. So we see a lot of Pandora lines. Let's see if he picks up the Syndra. This is a great line for something like the Cassiopeia line I was talking about.
It can also be a multi-striker. We see multi-striker Ginso, even the Ginso could be on the Ash if you have a 3, but it can also be Ginso Casadin. We saw it a few times and it was pretty good.
Runins is also available. You can make Runins Hurricane for the Ash. This is a build that we see for a multi-striker reroll.
I think it's good, but if he does it, he has to get the Ash 3-star. So maybe if he wants to keep options open, so if he gets the Ash, he can do it. If not, they maybe tempo.
Milk played a lot of multi-striker reroll, though, for the America's Golden Spatula, so it is a line that he's very familiar with.
Going up against 60-second here, slamming here the Archangels. So, and he's very close. He has a lot of Seraphine, so we already have our Mage player.
Yep, mage spot already taken here. And I just wanted to ask, how highly does America rank Ashe? Because we don't really like playing Ashe. We think it's a fairly weak unit.
I think it's pretty high.
Okay.
I feel like I get a lot of when I get support playing TFT, I feel like oftentimes people are saying like, Ashe is a strong unit to at least be able to like hold items. If you can 3-star her, she's very good to be able to win streak through stage 2 and 3. But then you need to start thinking about other ways to actually cap out the multi-striker board outside of that.
So one lean that I see a lot where players are kind of more inclined to go towards the Ashe is the category 5 augment. If you get that, then suddenly the Ashe, because of that Runan's Hurricane being buffed up, becomes so much more of a pick that you can look at. I think here in this scenario where we don't have it maybe yet, then we'll hold off on slamming it just now.
Seeing Elia here, so this is the line we already talked about. So the Shojin slam here for the Syndra, probably going for the reroll. Remember, we have some possibilities. Shapeshifter, it could also be Vanguards. Normally the Vanguard version is the best, and we saw a top 3 from Hwang Mi in the last game, exactly with this line.
Yeah, he picked the Iron Assets just to get the early tier here, and he could be rewarded. There's also a Syndra with Bow. Bow and tier usually the 2 most picked items here. Duo Yu is going to get the tier.
Ooh, nice.
There goes Elia. He has it. Oh, there it is. He has the bow, he has the Syndra. Do you slam here static or you wait? Static will be good in the late game and maybe a little tempo now.
I
Makes
think
sense.
you do if you are worried about having a mana generating item. And I think just having the shred is always nice because you know that you're going to need it later.
You can always use the remover on the Syndra to get the static off.
Yeah.
We see that a lot.
Checking in with Elia. He did win the previous lobby. We're going to be trying to find out what was going on there for you guys. But right now, it looks like he's very much interested in bringing that Syndra into play. And I'm personally not surprised. In the spatula, you know, Clement, you were calling him the Fairy King because he was playing a lot of those fairy lines. But we asked him about it, and basically his statement was that he just found himself in good spots for Fairy. He doesn't actually rate it as highly, or he didn't want to play it as much. It was just that the game was really signaling him a lot of, hey, you can play Fairy here.
Fairy definitely is the go-to line if you're in a lose streak situation. You're going to get first pick on Carousel and be able to build out those Tukwinsu's Rage Blades. And in scrims, I heard it was the best comp overall.
And in screen for now, yeah, because when we started, like in Golden Spatula, it wasn't prioritized. It was good if you got that spot, but people like tried to go for it or usually play it. Actually, it was not performing well. For example, in America, it was second in pick rate, but the average placement was not very good.
Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do, though, with the tempo of the lobbies. If you're going to be playing up against a lot of re-rollers, then you might not actually be able to survive to get level 8, level 9, where you can really actually cap out with 2-star Callista, with 2-star Rakan, and Melio. Melio's so important, and you can't really hit him easily.
Well, checking in with Tidal here just for a little bit longer. You were saying, Clement, he's a player that just likes to play for what the tournament format.
Yes.
And I am really curious on whether or not he can actually do that to this high of a percentage that we've been seeing in the stats. So I'm very curious on whether or not Tidal will start ramping up some wins going forward in the later games.
I think he has to, because in this format, it's 8 players advancing to the final day out of 40. Our usual AVP was something like 3.6. It's going to be much higher requirement now.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're seeing with Tidal this line that we haven't seen in the first game, and he's exactly with the condition for it. He has a win streak, he's going for the Frost Hunter Vanguard line, and then he can go for the full Shapeshifter, fast 9, fast 10, trying to go for the Briar, trying to go for the Smolder. So very interesting. In the last game, we saw it, but we saw it with Varus, maybe the old version. This is the good version and what you want to see for a fast 9.
Just a quick call out there. Our overlay showing all players 100 HP. That is unfortunately not possible. So we're going to try and get that fixed ASAP, but just letting you know that we are aware.
I was just going to make a comment about the Frost spot. Because we are playing in an ascending augment lobby, you could get a couple Frost emblems if you were able to get the Frost gold as well as the
only get
Frost
one.
Exotic. Well, I'm just saying.
But you could bet on the Wandering Trainer, which would be very spicy indeed.
I would love to see it. And one of those players, I click it every time. Who was the player that said they do? Was it Araya?
Yeah, it was Araya.
Yep. Araya.
Yeah.
He picks the portal with the high variance. He picks the Wandering Trainer whenever he gets it.
Respectable.
He didn't have a chance. In the previous game, he didn't have a chance to do it.
We have Title at the top of the lobby and Duoyu at the bottom here with full streaks. So let's see if they continue this one. This is kind of how you reroll these days. You don't go super deep into 32. That's not the magic number. We do 40 now because you also need to buy charms. See that across multiple regions.
Yeah, Milk already slamming items here. He's very committed here to that Ash slamming the last Whisper. So he's going for full physical damage here. Let's see if it's enough against Doju. Doju's pretty young. He looks good in the picture.
Yeah, I could tell the person that we were showing was not Doyu.
Yeah.
It was not Doyu. Yeah. Does have to go into the win streak now. So this is the kind of deciding point if he wants to just, kind of commit more to rerolls to preserve his streak or go on.
Well, we are going to be getting our augments here, and of course we know it's golden augments, but are there any high variants? Do we get a wandering trainer? Do we get something like the hero augments coming on through that for that Wu Jinx could be interesting? But what can we find?
The golden
for our
quest
players?
was not taken. Okay, I feel good for Americas. Bobster just
Trait tracker being offered, top left corner.
See, I was thinking trait tracker. You guys gotta give me more credit on the emblems here. You could get trait tracker.
Yeah, trait tracker is huge here, and Ironbog actually is a big trait tracker player. I'm not sure if he actually selected it, since we are a little bit away from the screen.
Title got a hunter emblem.
And we already saw the Wu Jinx outperforming everyone with this comp, and this is the win condition. Normally, it's a comp that you can top for, but if you have the emblem, you can go for the 6 Hunter, and we already saw the big strength he has. He already has the Wukong 2 very early into the game. Great spot here for Title.
You took Team Builder, so you're going to have a couple of those lesser champion duplicators to make sure that you can get the Ahri and the Zoe and all the Bastions online.
Well, a lot of times when you're playing 6 Hunter, you don't actually have to gamble on the Jinx. You can play vertical with shapeshifters, and that actually fits your board a little bit better. Hunter emblem onto someone like the Briar is going to be your cap. Right now, Title doesn't have any bows, so this is going to be the decision point. Can he get a bow, and can he play the Jinx, or does he have to pivot into more of a high-cost line?
Have you seen? We saw a game in the Americas, Jinx without Ginso. He got a good top 4, but you feel the difference. Like she's not pumping up, she's not ramping up in the game, but she does significant damage.
Going to be going into a carousel after this fight. Checking back in with Elia here. Now, obviously it is 3-3, but you would at least like to have a Syndra too.
And he did roll a bit of a gold for it, judging by his econ.
I feel like that's why maybe Capricious Forage ends up being a good take here. It's just instant value from your augment, helps to stop some of the bleeding if that's been happening. But yeah, you gotta get those Syndras, it's so important.
Where are we looking at? Hang also with the Ezreal Kamikaze maybe? He has the double crit item there. Lacking the healing, maybe something else?
I'm just saying that's the JOC special. I'm not sure how well it works in TFT though.
We're gonna have a good sample size after this, that's for sure.
Okay.
Well, we're going to be taking stock of the lobby here as we are in that carousel. Title still on 100 HP win streak. Definitely has to be called out. But some of the other players are starting to lose HP, of course. And Hang, Doyu, some of these players that have been on the losing end of things.
Yeah, big find here that the bow is taken away from Title. Ironbog also gets a component for his trade tracker, usually played with the Arcana line. So at least we're denying Title a little bit more leverage. He's kind of running away right now.
Well, that's what you have to do.
Absolutely. I cannot fault them.
Okay, getting
Nice
close
upgrade.
to the border, that's very good. But once again, as you say, it's still with the Syndra one.
Hopping over.
You can do a little bit of rolling here. Does only have one more copy of the Zoe to go, but you're still so many copies away from the Ahri. I really like being able to hold Econ and just try to roll above that 50
I mean,
gold.
he could use one because he's very far from the rest. He's very close to Zoe, so he can use one of the lesser duplicates to ensure at least the Zoe, but the Zoe doesn't have items. So it's like a tough spot here. You want to get 3-star, the one with items.
I think right now we're not that desperate just yet to do that. You know you have some more rolling to do, so you're kind of banking on finding that last Zoe naturally. I do agree it would be a power upgrade if she had an item, but I think for now this is definitely the right decision. You're just sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to get Econ, maybe wait until Wolves, and hope that by the time I get there, that last Zoe has appeared in the shop.
You can be happy, makes Syndra 2 for Elia. It
Very
costs him
good.
like 40 gold, but he has it. He
That's a
has
lot
it.
of gold. That's a
You
very
started
expensive
no
It can be
time.
worse. It can be 40 gold and Syndrome 1.
Sometimes you need to invest money to get a stronger board. That's how this game works.
I think a couple boards we need to take a look at this point is title. Can he get that 10 streak in? A big thing is, does he find the Olaf? If he finds the Olaf 6 Hunter, it's very easy.
Also, he has the items for Olaf, so
Yes.
actually he really needs it.
I just want to point out that Duyu is also okay with losing because he had Stim Pack. He did just get those 4 components by hitting that HP threshold, so we should be able to see a good spike come through. He just has to roll after Wolves.
I think Title's completely fine. Just looking at his board, it's like, should be okay.
Oh no, Title's great. Title's in a great spot. I was talking about Duyu.
Thumbs up says nothing to look at here. We're going to be seeing whether or not maybe that Olaf does come true, what the move is going to be for Title. If he says, okay, I'll stick around on 7 a little while longer, I do want to get that upgrade on
Did I jinx
something
it?
like the Jinx.
Maybe.
But yeah, looks like you did, Clement. Good job. That's your first one.
Clement,
That's
prediction.
the second
Once
one,
again.
actually. You said Kurlo was going to win the first game.
Oh,
said
no,
so.
did you? Get
I also
out.
said
You're
Stinky
Jinx.
Abuser was close, okay?
Wow.
So what's the position for Han here once again with the Ezreal Kamikaze?
Well, he's contesting frontline.
Don't
once
say
again.
first. Say.
What?
say
3-7 Smolder?
That is insane.
ooh.
Sure.
Okay.
A little bit of dragon.
I can accept the previous loss thing.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine.
Wait,
We're
Hunter
on course.
Smolder's pretty goated. I know it's not the Briar, which is the cap you're looking for, but Smolder's pretty good.
Yeah, the line actually does play around 2-5 cost. It's actually kind of similar to Dragon Shapeshifter, so he can just play high cost and he doesn't have to hit a bow. And I think the big difference here with Hong Hong is he actually has a secondary carry compared to Kolo here. The way
great
items are
items.
good.
Yeah. Normally even better than the Morello, gaining additional speed there to cycle the possibilities.
Oh, Milk found a Callista and that final Ash for the Ash 3.
So it's interesting to me that we are kind of playing on this Ash Jax line. It's not something we've been seeing a whole lot, but of course you can go into that if you just find all of those copies naturally and then you're hoping on getting the Cassidon later on. And as I'm speaking, both of these upgrades are being
You
made.
haven't seen it make because he's not played in EMEA.
I-
We've seen
I've
it so much
seen
in
it
America,
every now and then.
but it's true with very bad results. So this is not the line that normally you
no.
want to go, but the games gives you lemon, you go multi-striker Ash reroll.
I thought it was lemonade, but I just want to say he's hit, but the tempo is completely wrong. It's way too late right here. He's going to have to rely on a lot of people not having built their anti-heal items.
Wow, I think he was a pretty good bet. Maybe not looking at the Syndra board. But Elia's not doing hot.
So let me paint the picture here.
He's
We're going to be
healthy.
going into Prismatic Augment next, and it's very important that you keep your wits about you in an ascending
Toolbox,
Augment
toolbox?
lobby.
Golden egg.
What
kidding.
can we? No, please don't. What can we get from these augments? What's going to be our last kind of power up? I'm seeing a Call to Chaos in the top left corner. That could be interesting. One of those high variance augments that do give us quite some fun every now and then.
That with Trade Tracker would be hilarious, but we haven't seen
Iron
Box board.
Bog.
+1 for title.
He got the rerolls. No, Ironbach picked Call to Chaos and got infinite
Yeah, he got
rerolls
rerolls.
off of it.
Oh, that's exactly what he needed, because I think he was going for the Wu Jinx line.
Yeah. Big hit there for Duel. You actually got the Lilia 3. We're going to see the Soraka 3 get picked up for 62nd. Ironbog is rolling and actually does find 2-star Wukong and Jinx, probably on the bench right there, hoping to be able to find those final copies.
He still has 17 rolls, but cannot get away with all of it. This is why I disagree with Robin's songs. APM does matter more than you would imagine.
It's not just Robin's songs. don't bully him.
No, I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying Robin.
It's
It
interesting
does
that you
matter,
go
though.
for Robin, but you don't go for Bolton. Every time.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I was
We
like,
don't
hey,
need
wait a
to
minute,
go
there's
there.
another good example.
We don't even need to mention it.
5
Nice.
blue streak for Doyu. Tough pot here, only 29 HP. And 60 seconds start losing now again. So a little parity now in health for everyone.
Let's see, are we going to send all of them? I think the answer is going to be yes
One
here.
off.
How far can he get? Gets another Wukong.
I like the idea because normally you have full defense on Wukong, but because you don't have to ramp up, you don't have to scale, so the Wukong can be only someone else that helps you with the damage. So very different archetype here for the Wu Jinx.
Yeah, the items are not really correct, I would say. Unfortunately, he's not getting the perfect tank items. He has to preserve HP this round.
That was a nice hit, though. You got the Kog'Maw 3.
Oh, title, no. That's the monster I was talking about. The Hunter Briar. The 4 shapeshifter line, this is the max cap. He didn't hit any bows. Someone was already on Ujing, so he goes for the high-level version of the Hunter vertical.
Oh, that's disgusting.
How did he hit Briar 2 on... Oh, he had a duplicator. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
He's title.
Yeah, he's title.
He's just built different. No, yeah, you get the duplicator there from the prismatic.
So this changes the calculus for a lot of players here because you have to preserve HP. You're not beating title here. Every time you run into him, it's going to be over 13. How do you get your best board right now?
And that's a good question. We're going to get a little bit of a look at everybody here as the lower third does come in. And I don't think there's anything in this lobby that could stop title.
Yeah, everybody, for the most part, has hit what they want at this point. Ironbog is still missing a copy of Jinx to be able to get that Jinx 3, but Doyu has finally hit the 3 stars for Lilia, Poppy, and Zoe to be able to help out with that RE3. Aaliyah has Cassiopeia 3?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cassiopeia plus
Syndra,
the
yeah.
Encantor line, yeah. Reroll.
That works out.
Vanguard,
I'm not too
Cassiopeia.
worried about Aaliyah. I am worried about Hang Hang and Bobster because I'm seeing a repeat from game 1. We're once again holding hands on that way line, and I don't think that's a great spot to be in. But
It's not.
what's also not a great spot is not hitting your Syndra.
Bobster here also very low in HP and very far from hitting. So once again, the way line, not getting a 3-star, that's not the way you should. This is not where you want
That
to
is
be.
not the way.
That is not the way.
Oh, and he runs into the toughest board right here. A lot of times players will have to try and separate their carries, as Bobster has done here. So the Briar isn't onto your back line at the start of the fight. That's
Oh,
gonna be
she'll get
something.
there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Oh my
She's gonna
god.
make her way. One after another, they will fall.
She's not dropping below half HP. That is honestly wild. That's why this Briar is so strong.
And this will be the Briar buffet because he can feed head so much. He's very high in life, 58 HP. So every turn, this can be the best Briar ever, ramping so much and being stronger. Maybe not. She doesn't have like ramping items for HP. She also has the Sterak. Or even she doesn't have the blood thirst, so maybe not that important to feed her, Clement, you think?
Oh, we still have the remover.
Okay.
The idea in APAC is the magic number you want to feed her to is 17. So once stage 5 hits, there's no chance that you get knocked out in one round. In a spot like this that's so dominating, you feed her 100%.
You have a little bit of Omnivamp from the Hand of Justice, but you can still move the items around, especially when we look at getting anvils dropped. We're going to get a full item on stage 5, so it gets stronger. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think so. It changes a lot of the calculus. I think you have to preserve HP. You have to roll now. We see a lot of low gold players. I think because they don't want to run into title, they know it's inevitable at this point. It's about who can find the next spike and just hang on, not get eliminated.
Yes, exactly. And for Han Han, that's getting to Ezreal, trying to go for that power spike. Ezreal Kamikaze once again coming from the CM server. I love to see it, second time seeing it. I really wanted to perform. I don't want it to go 8th again.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to be great, but can you actually do it is the question for this Ezreal. First, it needs to come online. Something that has come online, though, is Ilias Syndra. However, we're kind of looking measly on those items there.
We can do a stat check on how many stacks the Syndra has acquired. Usually on stage 5, the high end you're looking at is 100 stacks. If everything goes perfectly, and we can kind of judge from there.
Also, we can move now the red buff. Normally now in late game, Syndra is AoE, so red buff will be amazing on her. Maybe we'll see that change now.
Well, our lovely observers letting us know that Syndra right now is sitting on 60 stacks.
Ooh.
So things have not gone particularly well.
Well, it took so long to find the Syndra 3. And on top of that, she's only been one item for most of this game. All those items did get moved over to the Cassiopeia because that was the 3-star that Elia hit first. But we've seen this a couple of times. That's why Syndra can be so hit or misses if you don't have enough stacks.
There it is.
Finally.
I mean,
Let's hope
you
he's
don't
not
have
running
a
into
whole
the
lot
Briar.
HP to work with here. Rolls into Aaliyah, arguably one of the weaker targets.
Can he get the right target? It does get the Syndra, but not that much HP.
Yeah, going against 3-star with the extra Kamikaze, that's not the tech. Let's see if it's enough. Either way.
Oh,
Good healing.
the Archangels.
Bonk, bonk. That's Mordekaiser.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. When you're playing the Ezreal, there's also a element of luck because you really want the Hodge to roll for extra damage. You're looking for the one shot.
Bobster back against the wall, 7 HP on the very bottom of the leaderboard. One of the two players that are
Title lost?
on a way line.
Title lost?
Title lost
on
the
board
62nd.
Is capable of losing?
Charmed if?
Charmed dish,
Possibly.
probably.
No, could be, could be.
A little bit of a tremor situation. Yeah. See that?
Lobster and Hong Hong 7 and 8th in HP right now. Who gets to salvage things?
Wait 3 for Buster, so there's a chance going off against the Wu Jinx. 3-star Wukong, 3-star Jinx there.
Yeah. Iron Bog hit the Jinx finally.
Oh, the Ezreal, he jumped forward.
No! Ezra is down, so Han is down.
Dude, I want to love the Ezreal, but it's just so disappointing. And we're going to see a side-by-side elimination here. Hang and Bobster both not making it any further in this game too here.
So it's an 8th and a 7th for the Real Kamikaze. There's a multiverse when they both go, I don't know, first or second, and then they try to adapt and they see people from America or other places
I'm
trying
sorry.
to go. Now,
No,
that's not
Hooper.
our world. I know.
It's the
It's sad.
Sugarcraft feeling to me. It's fraudulent.
I gotta say, I feel like
Variants. This is variants.
Variants.
This is just variants.
the producers are recycling the storyline. Both of the blasters go out 7th and 8th. Milk gets away with the multi-striker line on 5th, celebrates for America.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Oh,
The
Max-
script writes itself.
On this chopping block, though, we do have Elia was finally able to carry some of these items over now that he has found a remover, but is it good enough? Goes up against Milk, and he needs this Syndra to hold her weight, because God knows this front line might not make it very long.
7 multi-striker, but he's accessing the backline, so the Ashe falls down very early into the fight, and this will make the difference. So Elia will take the win against Milk, 20 HP, only 1 life left for him.
And that's exactly the player he needed to beat to close the gap.
What is that roll on that Capricious Forge? Everfrost plus Unending Despair, that's basically the best roll you can get.
We take those.
We do. Taking a look at the lobby HP right now. Iron Bog now in 2nd place, and 62nd, we haven't talked about him, but he's actually quietly been able to beat Title and maybe win out like Bio did. This is the same script.
It's the Mage Vanguard diff. I think about maybe even the Tom Kench coming into play here. Imagine if that's 2-star, you're going to get so many stuns on the board, all those melee carries all of a sudden, maybe not so potent if you're able to stun them up a bunch.
I'm really astonished how many of these boards rely on Vanguards, and then somehow it's the Mage Vanguards that make it out on top. Like, what's going on there?
The
What's
Mage
the
diff.
secret tech? They just like the mages the most?
Seraphine! Seraphine has such good backline access. I feel like when you're looking at
Incredible.
blasters, you're looking at the other mages, you're looking at Ari and the Syndra reroll. Seraphine's just like, hello.
That's the
Bye-bye.
matchup I wanted to talk about. Mages is the high hand compared to Hui Bard lines, because Hui can't move, and you also can't access that line like they can.
Well, 2 more players that might be eliminated in this round here. Left-hand side, we're seeing Elia go up against Tidal, and that was a board that we thought would never lose ever again. It did, though, and Tidal is now also very low. Not gonna be beaten by Elia, though.
Yeah, also 1 life full Title. Mills falls off, so we have it there, and Elia is the one who falls down. So this is a good life once again for Title, so now we have confirmed our top 4.
Elia clawing that 5th place here, despite both of them being on 6 HP, just a minus HP mattering this much. Oh, I think we take this 5th place here.
I really want to check how much HP on this Briar there is. He's been feeding him non-stop, and honestly, most of this damage that Title has taken has been self-inflicted. He's still feeding at this point. He's going below the threshold.
Briar has a friend. That's a Yumi attached to this Briar.
Well, I sure hope she would have a friend, because she's massive, sitting at 1,620 HP right now.
Wow.
The additional.
1,000 additional HP. Wow,
That's
okay.
a lot.
That's truly a lot. Let's see. See, that's the counter for her. Doing any crowd control is enough. Going up against Kyo, the Galio. She wants to access the backline, so let's see if it's enough. She doesn't. It doesn't even matter.
No, I mean this is one of the biggest counters to Mage is some type of melee that can get into the back. So we're looking at Briar, we're looking maybe at Gwen or Fiora that can really get back there and nuke out those mages.
I will say a Briar like this one is probably the biggest counter to anything.
Did he pick Briar again?
He fed her again. So at this point, it doesn't really matter because you're on 4 HP anyway. So
Yeah,
so what's the difference between 4 and 7? You might as well feed her. I think we will see another one after that.
Yeah.
And he'll sit proudly at 1 HP.
This is important for Pick'em.
I was gonna say, do it for the pickup.
Oh, you're right.
Title's the
He feeds
pickup
one more
winner.
time, 1 HP.
I
and
said
takes the
0
win.
to 2.
You got it.
That was my
You put
window.
one? You put 1
yeah,
HP?
I did.
Okay,
I did. Do it for me, the prediction queen.
Okay, there's a feeding. Show us the feed, Kyle.
One more.
I'm sure he'll do it.
Come on.
There's nothing
Title,
to
you
lose but
want
not
to.
do it.
He's
He'll
rolling
we'll
first.
get there.
Yeah,
Order of
he'll do it
actions
in
is
the end.
important.
He'll do it in the end.
Looking for the Nasus 2 as his only available upgrade here.
There
And
we
he
go.
finds
Olaf
it. There you go.
Olaf too would have been so big. That's what you were maybe looking for to try and add just a little bit of extra oomph to that board. Was not going to be able to find just that, but Nasus is going to be a great option. And in comes the feat.
1 HP in a dream, Title. Do it for the fans.
He has more than a dream. I'll just put it that way.
He's got the victory already. We're just the inevitability of it.
A big thing here, though, Duju has picked up Tremor, so that might actually throw a wrench into Title's plans as his board just gets constantly stunned here. One of arguably the strongest charms.
But
yeah.
we do have the Briar that has the
Ascendancy is
Bloodthirster
there?
this time.
Oh, the Ari took her down.
No way.
Title's going out.
He got Tremor diff.
Wow. Yeah, we just said it. The crowd control was the counter to the Ari, to the Briar, and so much power for the Ari. Single target takes down the Briar, takes down Title.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I think he should have saved some HP for that. At least not let his Briar be targeted first by the Ari. It was 2 hits, and then Edge of Night was already off.
You're never safe, is what I'm learning from this.
I honestly feel that was a pretty big misplay
Yeah.
on his side.
Well, you were saying that the threshold that they wait for is 17 HP. They
Yeah.
don't feed past that so that you do actually have an extra life. That's
Well,
charm diff.
We do have another update. She did went down with 4,886 HP.
So the monster can be taken down, and that's the proof. That's the power of Ari. That's why it's so prevalent to the meta. Any big tank, any big carry can be taken down. She's just so powerful.
I love that you're calling it the power of Ari when it clearly was the CC Rupe, but I'll let you have that dream.
Well, I mean, Ari's doing it again, isn't she?
The stacking and the ascension, both of those late game power is just too much. Is there a way to go directly into the backline is going to be the question. 60 seconds does have that Seraphine, so he does have a chance to just snipe out the Ari with correct positioning.
You do have to worry about the other players that are left in the lobby. But I kind of wonder if you just set up the Seraphine regardless, because of the way that we actually do see this positioning from Ironbog, having the Kog'Maw and the Jinx in the center of the board, you are already going to be playing around the fact that that Seraphine is cornered.
Oh, he moves in the end.
Wow.
So, and he's in opposite position. So he baited the center and then places well, going into the Seraphine in the exact same spot. So great position.
It is a ghost, though, that 60 Second is playing.
On the left-hand side, it's not a ghost, it's Duyu coming on through. And that might be the end of the line for Ironbog as they face off here. It's going to come down to the wire. Can this Jinx clutch it out against the Ari that you were just raving on about, Rupe? She does it again.
Does it again. Is also the Giant Slayer. So many 3-star. The Giant Slayer gets so much value here, and she totally destroyed the rest of the comp. Now we have the final 2, 60 seconds, and Duoyu, so CN, once again, they're trying to recover the Garden of Greatness, Clement.
I'm so happy. Like, I really need to see
Is this the
CN
second
win.
dynasty?
Yeah, it's coming. It's
I
coming.
think
It's
so.
coming. It's not too early. Like, the CN fans are not going to be happy with just, 3 CN players in top 8. You're the best region. That, to them, is just a normal Tuesday. They need the win.
I would just like to point out that there are 11 CN players that are in the Tactician's Crown.
Yep.
There could be 8 players that make it to the final lobby.
Oh, that'd be kind of sad, to be honest.
I would be sad. I just mathematically possible.
it's also mathematically possible to have 8 APAC players in there.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just
8
pointing
Americas,
it out.
and 8 EMEA.
Yeah,
It could
yeah.
happen.
Oh, really good use of the dummies right here. Gonna act as targets for the Seraphine, but Seraphine actually auto-targets the Zoe first. And the Tahm Kench gets the knock. Those are huge things in the fight.
Good ulti from the Seraph going to the backline, but he isn't able to ramp up anything. Good. Oh, and he cleans it up. Now he's on the Poppy. Poppy has good item.
She
He hasn't
the
activated the
heal
trench
from
coat.
the
Suspicious
banana.
Poppy. Wait. Is that suspicious Poppy? Maybe this is enough.
Oh,
no,
the
no,
Seraphine
no,
casts her
she's got it,
huge
she's got it.
She's going for the Poppy. She's going for the Poppy.
No way!
Okay.
That was so close.
She feels like one of my AD carries in League of Legends. Like, no self-preservation.
I hit the turret. I hit the turret. Yeah, it's an important enemy. I don't care.
I'm going for plates.
Okay, we have a tower here for 60 seconds, so very strong. Giving additional damage and also a little tankiness.
Oh, the tower is a big deal. If that fight was that close last time, the tower is one of those combat charms I feel like is a big difference maker. Could sway it in the direction of this Seraphine.
No charms on Dory here. He hit a Reforger, so it's not going to work.
Oh boy. Maybe positioning can be the difference maker. There's no dummies this time around for this Seraphine to get stuck on. Instead, you have to deal with this tower.
Ooh, some good first hits onto the enemy Ahri there by the Seraphine, but now it seems like she changed her mind. The Ahri free casting in the backline, and Duyu
Soraka
is
healed
getting
once?
access
No.
to both of these carries. It's all on whether or not Xerath can take these guys out.
Oh,
and
and
it's
the
not gonna
suspicious
happen.
Poppy! Once again, and now both of them one life, so this will be the final fight. Very close, and now will be the chance for Doju to actually get a charm.
Congrats to your pick'ems, by the way, everybody. If you got a winner on 0 to 2 HP.
It's gonna happen. Not with title. We thought different, but it is going to happen in this lobby right here.
I think 60 Second does need to place his Blitzcrank right in front of his Soraka. What he was trying to be cute about sniping it out, but what happened was the Poppy went over the weak side of his front line, and Ahri went directly onto the back line.
Yes.
So he does need to align those. The best case scenario is he does get the align and the snipe, but that's going to be very difficult. We'll see if he can get it on both ends.
He's a little bit more gold to work with, though, too. We could try to roll for this TK2. That could be a big deal to make sure that you're going to get the extra stuns. And if you are so lucky, maybe you're able to get the Xerath, but it's about those combat charms. After you've been able to find something that you really like, you can roll.
Also interested double scaling, but no, he decides to reforge, and he gets the worst item probably in his comp.
Deathblade
Deathblade
Zoe.
Zoe.
Now, that's the tech right there. If Duo you wins with that, that's what we're going to be seeing on the
Guardbreaker,
servers.
amazing here for 60 seconds.
Question is the positioning correct? And that's all it's going to come down to.
I think he's aligned right now, so it should be much harder for the Poppy to just walk into the backline. They're not going to get the backline snipe, and I do favor 60 Second a little bit here.
There's a big stun onto the Seraphine, though, so she hasn't been able to do as much damage as you'd like, but the Ahri's so low!
Poppy still
Second
hasn't
popped.
popped up the suspicious. Poppy still strong, there it is.
That's
Seraph
it.
alive, no damage now for Doju.
One more shot!
And the Ahri gets it.
The Ahri beats the Ahri! Congratulations to 60 Second.
Confirmed, 2-star Ahri better than 3-star Ahri. That's what that game just told me. Bias.
I don't know about that one. I love the high-level analysis, but maybe we need to workshop that.
No, that was a great game, though. We got a chance to end up seeing again what the power of the Ahri and the Seraphine can both have in these lobbies. This is 2 times in a row now that we have seen that these comps can go all the way.
I'm just staring away into the far side because I feel like Title was robbed, but he was
Again.
kind of robbed by his
Yeah.
own hubris. I didn't think he needed to feed that hard into it. He also didn't find the Olaf 2, which was a little bit suspect for that board, but honestly, that was in the back.
I think that the HP threshold was a little wrong for him. He was feeding few, but then he lost. And he shouldn't have lost maybe in the mid game. And then he's, okay, I'm already like 9 life, so I will keep feeding. He did, I think it was a good play for him and actually getting the 4th place.
I don't know if the 4th place is good enough for what I saw from that board. I really would have thought higher, but something that seems to solidify, and we were speaking about this during the game, is this Ezreal. Once again, taking a bottom placement, just doesn't seem to be good enough, can just jump into quite unfortunate spots. And then with these items that we saw here, so even a little bit worse than the version from game 1, just not even able to snipe any of the golden units out.
Absolutely. You need so much frontline with this composition as well, and Vanguard is shaping up to be the one that's going to be the hardest to hit. Looking at the rest of the players, I have to say Iron Bog this is the best like overperformance considering the items he hit. He didn't have a Guinsoo's on his Jinx, he didn't have a Gargoyle Stoneplate on his Wukong, and he was contested on the Hunter line. Still got a third. Very impressive.
I mean, did end up hitting the Jinx 3 and the Wukong 3, but it took a little bit of good fortune coming through from the call to
All right.
yeah,
when APAC does it, it's skill,
Yep,
but
yep,
when
yep.
EMEA does it,
it's a high roll.
Sure.
The Call to Chaos did come in a little bit clutch there in order to give out those free rerolls and a lot to work with.
Yeah, and you have to be able to accept that variance, because he could have got something that wasn't good enough for him and he was prepared for it. He got the perfect spot. I really want to highlight also Duoju. He played amazing and he got the third prismatic and he got the ascension. So he normally is not what you go for in a mage variant, but because he has the suspicious Poppy, the Poppy was doing so much and was gaining so many times, so the ascension was actually popping off and then he could win against anyone.
Very
Suspicious
sus. Very
trench
sus.
coat is my favorite item in the entire meta right now. But we do have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and for that we are going to send it over to Crowan and Gangly. Welcome to the broadcast. Great to hear from you both.
Thank you very much. We are here to break down some of the amazing action we see here during the Tacticians Crown, specifically a moment in Game 1 with Stinky Abuser playing the Hunter line. And we're going to be talking a little bit about some Olaf and Jinx positioning
That's
here.
right. That's right. Yeah, let me kick it off here, right?
Yeah.
So typically when you're playing this Hunter line, one of the most traditional positionings you see is you got your Cogma powering your Jinx, and the idea is you want to get that first Hunter proc ASAP. To do that, you want to blow through the weak side of your opponent. And because of that, you normally see Olaf in this hex right here. You put all your power on one side, and that because of that, you're able to kill that first unit, and that's how you kind of steamroll the fight. However, that's not what we saw from Stinky Abuser.
Yeah, Stinky actually places Olaf in the back row here, and specifically because of this positioning that we see scouted out here, it's going to, before the fight starts, Olaf is going to be targeting this Lilia. But what happens actually is the Nunu is going to walk forward into here, and so the Olaf will retarget and jump to get a little bit of extra damage. It's still on the same side of the Jinx, actually, so you get that early Hunter proc, you get that damage ramping in the fight.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the fact that Olaf getting that jump, once he has the retargeting, he jumps to a unit and he gets that empowered auto attack, right? He gets the additional damage. The comp played on both sides here, Jinx and Ahri. Both are playing for the same win condition. Whose front line will crumble first? And this is a perfect example of the smallest of edges, just a little bit of damage in the beginning of the fight is oftentimes going to be the difference maker. You can see it here. That Wukong was 1 HP, but the Olaf makes it through. Spencer falls, Stinky Abuser, I think really heads up play.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows the difference between good players and great players being able to make those little micro adjustments, and that's the difference of a fight.
Wow, thank you so much for breaking that down. We got a chance to see a lot of Hunter compositions in the last couple of games, and I feel like that positioning is going to come into play a lot as we get a chance to see more vertical Hunters with the emblem and also the Wukong Jinx reroll. Going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Stinky Abuser eliminating Huan Mi in Game 1 after picking him was a great meme potential. Great meme potential.
Getting beaten by Aaliyah in that first game. You just had to be there.
Oh, my man Black Sheep there in the bottom hurts for me. I did also the dreadlocks here for him, like the trenches. It's not working out, so bad news there.
2 Americas in the bottom. And Ironbot making a big leak as well as Panda. Jistop also there. Now into the top half.
Ningli took a 7th after being at the top of the standings with a first in that first game.
Yeah, also Ego and Midfit started strong with a second and then getting an 8th. Very, very tough for them.
Ooh, Maul the Darkest.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see Darkest, after that rough start, find a first place. Those kind of comebacks are going to be so important for this entire tournament weekend. But of course, let's take a look at our lobby leaders or tournament leaders thus far in action on the very top there with a first and a second.
This has to be the greatest comeback if Achin can actually make it into the finals. He was two-time TOC, but didn't have a good showing the first time he was here in set 3. If an old guard player can come back, that would be amazing for the rejuvenation of hope in CN.
That would be awesome. My eyes are getting drawn to Gear PYM actually being in that second
Big
position
surprise.
right now.
We actually didn't expect that. We were talking about it. He got a good spot. Obviously, it's a good set for him, but this is truly a surprise, Clement.
I think he was the only player that didn't make it into the top 8 still to show up here.
Sure.
So it was a bit of, he's known as playing some very weird lines, and I wonder if he showed his Warwick yet.
Ooh, Warwick reroll. Maybe not another thing that we had maybe on our bingo card, but more to come as this is just 2 games in the first day of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. We're going to reseed those lobbies and get back to you with games 3 and 4 after this break.
Give him the Warwick.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. And we did do a little switcheroo on the lobbies, but also on the casters. So I'm so happy to present my fellow co-casters. It's so good to see you guys. And Patches Panda, Crone, and Gangly are here with me. Both of you already had that segment there. Panda, how did you like the first 2 games?
They were great. I think the global stage is everything for me in TFT. The regional rivalry is fantastic. The stakes the players have been working so hard to get here and now proving they deserve to be here. The surprises, the dark horse stories. It's just my favorite moment of the set, obviously. And I can't wait for game 3.
You talk about the regional rivalries. I mean, we got the regional rivalry.
Here we go, Gangly. We're 1 minute in.
EMEA, baby. Game number 3. We're coming hot out the gate. It'll be, and I think this lobby is actually a pretty good, it'll be a fun one for us to watch. I mean, listen, we got the couch set up. Things are a little bit more laid back this time around.
Yeah, it's more
this is a good time to just kind of be hanging out with the homies and flaming them while NA takes over, baby.
It took you 0 seconds. I thought we were going to build up into this.
Oh, no. If there's anything you should know about me, it's that I lack tact.
I will say, it'll be laid back until Neela shows up. And then I think Gangly will get to that next level.
We'll send Gangly out if they show up.
For the uninitiated, I've been trying to peddle tech to every single top player that's here in Alicante to see if anyone will follow my dark tech, my lines. But no, it's so far not successful.
Yeah, there's a lot better reroll lines that are out there for these players that aren't Nyla, actually. So, yeah, a lot of them we've seen already, fantastic compositions, but there's still more to go, right? Especially it's just 2 games into day 1. We got so much more action to go.
Yeah, we do. We're getting that next lobby ready. There was a little bit of a reseed, just as a reminder to everybody. We are doing snake seeding, so there's not like the high performer and the low performer lobby. It should be an equal distribution all throughout. But we already saw a couple of surprises there from the first results, notably Aaliyah taking a first place in game 1. I just have to say it again and again. But we also have our next lobby ready here, and it's going to be this one. Juanmie, Bio, Darkest, Mold, Suchi, Dish Soap, Robin Songs, and GoBooster in there. What a great arrangement of our players and regions.
Yeah, I think Juanmie actually is honestly a little bit of a surprise, right? Obviously, Juanmie is a big legend of TFT, right? Won all the way back in set 5, but this set performance so far hasn't been fantastic, but coming out with really good 2 game placements here so far.
Well, portal choices are up. Champion, Conference, Loot Subscription, or Ascending Augments. We were just treated to Ascending Augments, but there is going to be maybe potentially more variance happening as choices are being made.
I want to highlight what we got into this game. The inertia that 2 players have, Darkest and Mold, started off with a 7th. There is a cutoff after this day 1. There is that element of I can't just go 8th 3 times in a row because I'm in big trouble. And they both started off with a 7th, then came in with a big win last game. I wonder if that inertia will continue in this game 3.
On the flip side, I mean, Robin Songs, right? This is a player who, you look at his story in TFT. Up to this point in time, Robin is kind of, despite everything that he does in the game, is kind of the forever underdog, right? He wins regional finals in set 5. Everyone says Milk is the favorite. He wins regionals in set 12. Everyone says Milk is the favorite. It truly is the set 5.5 revival, and Robin Songs not having like the expected results in the first 2 games. You know, he's back again with a chance to change that inertia.
Yeah, but speaking of Robin, right? Robin's really good at getting to the final day of things, so definitely expect to see him kind of come back from this 6 points so far.
We saw earlier the multi-striker not really working out for Robin there. It's a comp that, especially in the Americas, has not really been working out generally. But we in EMEA, Panda, we saw a bunch of it. And what do you think was kind of the missing factor for Robin? Because he wasn't really contested.
One big difference I noticed in the regional finals for both of our regions comparing is that there was a lot more Jax Ashe reroll compared to just the Kassadin reroll.
In the Americas.
Yeah. In the EMEA, Stink Abuser was the kind of one-trick pony or one-trick Kassadin in this case.
Nice.
And it was all about Kassadin, the very high tempo, stage 3 especially, where you're able to save so much HP. Sometimes we saw quite regularly, really, the 8 to 10 win streak throughout stage 2 and 3. And with that HP lead coming to stage 4 with 90 HP, you have a very high chance of having consistent top 4 results.
All right, Darkest. Off with a pretty general start. I mean, honestly, nothing too crazy here. It's like
a lot of options.
It's the silver augment with an open bench. You got a million different options to choose from. Like nothing too crazy exciting here.
Well, branching out could make things crazy exciting. We'll see if it's an option, of course. A lot of randomness, but right now there are so many great hits that it kind of ceases to be random as long as you have a good understanding of a wide selection of lines. Also, Pandora's Bench could be an interesting one, especially depending on what players we have in the lobby. Some players definitely like that variant a little bit more than others.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, Pandora's Bench and branching out are the two most common that I would personally expect to be taken this weekend. I didn't quite see anything. The others that are quite strong, though, are things like this, where you get this, what's this called? This is not helpful on the way. Stationary support. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Support me, please.
Right.
The augments where after a period of time, you're able to get a boost in combat. And actually, it follows the shape of this patch quite well, right? Where you kind of sacrifice some of stage 2, and then in stage 3, you try and slingshot, and you start to try and get that streak going.
Yeah, that's interesting here, because there's a big tempo start here for Darkest. They had 3 upgraded units, right, at 2-1. And with the units, right, the Hunters would think, okay, yeah, maybe we're going to a Jinx Wukong kind of line, but slamming that Ionic Spark in the early game, it's just huge tempo, and we can pivot to a plethora of AP lines from there.
And right away, Darkest moving off of their strategy for the start of this tournament up until now. Played 2 games of Hunters, now Ionic Spark Slam, not so much leaning into that Jinx anymore. Someone like Stink in a different lobby also played 2 games of Hunters. So EMEA in general seem to have started off with a very strong penchant for this Jinx reroll. We'll see how that evolves across this day 1.
Well, on Mie, we've seen players play the Syndra line already. Find Vintage this time around is actually one of those lines where it can be valuable. You know, a lot of people play it with something like the multi-strikers, but you can see it already. I mean, this guy's angling in a line that we saw him play multiple times in TOC and has already played today.
So a big trend I've been seeing with stuff like the Syndra line is that the Vanguard units are so highly contested that it's very hard to get it off the ground in terms of front line. And I think that's going to be a big problem for most of these players that are opting to go into something like the Syndra, whether it is more on the Eldritch side or the Encounter side of things.
I do think this will be multis, though. I think it's the clearest line with Find Vintage.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen it before, Duelist, you know, they changed the name, but it's the same exact prop, basically.
It's that,
the melee reroll that really
melee.
benefits from the team-wide buff in terms of having that one hyper melee carry really carry the fights. In that case, Syndra, I think, with Find Vintage, you're too slow to start with someone that has to scale into the late game.
Exactly. That slow start is exactly why I agree with you. I think it's going to be that multi-direction. Not being able to stack Syndra early, right? Not having a mana item like a Shojin, blue buff, something like that. Even Nashers, right? Great to stack in the early game, but not having any of that, not going to be on the table.
Robin Song's very clearly trying to tell the lobby right now, I will be the player playing the Hunter line. I will say there was a handful of players in this lobby up to this point in time who were kind of keeping their options open. I think Darkest comes to mind. Hadn't quite locked into a specific line, while Darkest was playing the AP line. What Robin is trying to do right now is bully any contesters out, right? While they still have time to run, Robin is saying, I'm going level 5. I'm hard forcing a win streak, although I will say this fight in particular up against the Kassadin 2 is the one that he needs the level 5 just to win. It actually looks like he will barely be able to win this unless Ezreal gets the perfect ultimate.
Leveling and losing. Tragedy.
Gangly, we are 3 fights in, and you're already caster cursing your players. I'm down.
Incredible. No, we're here to watch that, but you were kind of talking about Darkest briefly, and Darkest is a player I'm really excited to watch because they always find creative avenues to lines even when they are a little bit contested. So if there's any player in this lobby I wouldn't worry about on a contested line, it has to be Darkest.
Okay.
There might be a contest between Dish Soap and Hwanmie. Dish Soap is holding on to multi-units. We'll see if that's just temporary. Hasn't really, committed to rerolling just yet. No real other contest. It seems like Gobo seems free on the Ahri with a Latent Forge potentially into a big artifact for that Ahri to really benefit from.
Mauled does have the Kassadin to do with Hand of Justice. Hand of Justice Slam doesn't really lend itself to playing any sort of backline stuff, though, right? So you're not actually looking into playing something like the Vanguard Blasters. Do you actually think it's a 3-way contest?
No, I'm laughing because of the Nyla possibility. It's been 3 days of prepping, and we've heard about Nyla from Gangly quite often.
I cannot hear Nyla anymore. It's been incredible how many times this name has been uttered. Her icons have been shown. Gangly has been badgering players to run it, even during her dinner. Like, I'm going to need to stop.
Is this not actually the moment, though? 2-way contested multi-strikers, Hand of Justice slammed on stage 2.
I mean, it could be if you still want to go 6. That's probably going to be that cap of that comp. Just up here playing very high tempo, right? With this opener. Still is pretty open. We're talking about maybe Dish Soap would be in that kind of 3-way contest, but Dish Soap is one of the best players in the Americas, if not the world, to be able to recognize, hey, what other lines can I pivot into for my specific spot? Dish Soap's comp knowledge is by far just some of the best in the world.
We heard it from Clement, the man with a plan.
That's right.
To show up ever-increasing number of nicknames.
Mauld is a player that I think it's worth highlighting for a moment, right? Mauld got into the Golden Spatula by, as a surprise for many people, and then was not able to prep going into that final event. Had the miracle run of his life to make it into the Tactician's Crown. Now standing here, Game 3, bouncing back after Game 1, and one of 2 players in contention for this 5 streak out at Stage 2.
I think Miracle Run is not quite selling it for a very much underdog Dark Horse player in APAC. 4 wins across their regional finals. Insane performance, 2 of them with blasters. I'm very curious to see what he knows about this comp that other players don't in terms of the results he's been able to manage.
I've been really excited about Bio. So as they are going head-to-head, Bio in that very first game taking a first place on the back of that Mage's Vanguard comp that we've been seeing a bunch about. I really love that, and I'm so eager to see what else he can cook up. It's a player that, notably for me, kind of, I said this earlier, but encapsulates the passion of like Brazil TFT.
Yep.
And it's so good to see. It's just, you look at the camera, you look at like the play style, and you cannot help but feel joyous.
I have one note for Bio in my prep doc, and it says, the most electric man in the world's field.
I'm a little bit worried for Bio, though, in this game. Bio, I think, really excels from playing from ahead, playing from high tempo. So seeing in a spot where not a full loss streak here, actually, is maybe even the worst of both cases, right? He's pretty rich, has 50 gold, but still, I think it's going to be a testament to how Bio perform on the global stage, being able to play from more unfamiliar positions.
Hitting pretty hard here to the Mages. Only played 1 game of Mages in regional finals, so I imagine he has the reps. I think Reroll and Mages have been a big part of the set. Even the Veigar edition, now obviously
He
one
took a
cost.
first already today with it. I think that's fair enough.
Okay, he already guaranteed that he knows the spots, he knows the roll downs. Big roll down coming in here now. A lot of gold to work with, over 60. We'll see if he can manage to maybe get a little bit fortunate and hit one of those 3 stars on 30 gold or so.
Yeah, already 5 Seraphians.
Also interesting to pay attention. We saw, at least in the Americas, many people flexing between the vertical mage versus the 4 Vanguard. We actually saw the Vanguard version struggle to perform. And now, leading into this event, it actually feels like maybe it's a bit more favored by a lot of the participants.
But we did notice in other regions, the Vanguard variant of the mages did kind of thrive. So how is it in EMEA, actually, for the Vanguard mages?
I think it was pretty split. I do think overall it's about not playing something that's contested in terms of if Vanguard as a front line is not contested by any other rerolls and all these Vanguard units are free, why go into, if you're contested on mages, try and find an alternate path to still have that stability in the front line. It's all about stalling. Similar to Syndra, all you need is time for your backline mages to do their thing.
The problem we actually saw with it was that toward that stage 5, you fall off, you just don't have the damage, right? Whereas with the vertical mages, you have the additional AP, you have additional threats. With this, unless you find that Nora 2, it really feels like you have a hard time killing things like a Briar in the late game.
And the real difference is, are you playing mages to top 4? Are you playing mages to spike early, have a stable stage 3 and 4, and then fall off? Or are you playing mages from a learning to spell angle? Certain augments that are conditional, but really elevate that comp into a second or first plate status.
Spin to win being offered there, top left corner. And is going to be picked up as well, despite the spot not really being on that line before.
Mauld has, it looks like, committed to this Kassadin. You can see those itemization from Mauld being 3 very, very strong items for Kassadin. And at this point, the 2 other players that were leaning that way are going to be significantly behind.
Nashers, though, not an item that's typically on that castle.
It is good, though. Trust me.
I'm a believer.
It is so good. You got to watch this cast in this fight. Seriously, watch.
I'm watching. I'm looking.
So
especially stage 3, it's very good.
This is what's going to happen.
Streaking 100
Oh,
HP.
this,
It has to be
this
good.
is so juicy, too, with the 1-star front line. Casting a boom, 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 right off the bat. The second that shield comes up, you get the additional attack speed, you get the multi-striker procs. So much damage. It really is powerful.
It's about to die to a Jinx 1, though.
Nah, look at it. Still going.
We're killing, surely.
It's
Mamma
down.
Jace cleared. Jace cleared.
I think the boom, boom, boom was a little bit too high tempo there. It's still going to win the fight.
Win is
but
gonna come
fine.
through.
Yeah. Exactly as you drew out. It's perfect.
I will
No
say
notes.
this is a perfect example of what multis is trying to achieve anytime it's played. It is not a comp where you're trying to find the BIS for your reroll unit and spike somewhere in stage 4 once you get your 3-star. It's all about bullying every single comp, especially 1-star backline and frontline end of stage 3. That is the bullying period ideally, and very often you see a 9 to 10 win streak. Stage 4 you try and respike with the 7 multis with Kalista, etc. But it's all about preserving HP early, and Mald is doing exactly that.
Mald is doing exactly that, but I already called it out when we saw it happen. Spin to win being picked up by Hwangmi, and that's bad news for Robin, who was on that Wu Jinx before. Can he find an out? Maybe try and go for a different carry on the lines of Olaf. Could be an option if he's just so fortunate, but could be trouble.
Yeah, remember, this is Fine Vintage too, so this is like creative TFT at its core, and I think that's something that really Hwangmi really excels in, this kind of line. But, I mean, where do we think this is going to go, right? Fine Vintage, Wukong, not really things we see together.
If someone's going to bring creativity to the board, it's going to be Hwangmi.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
that's part of his essence. Obviously, they haven't been able to prove that in a big way on the world stage for a long time, but this is definitely their chance to do so. And the opposite end of that spectrum in terms of the playstyle, heavy forecast favored is Tucci, and he's someone that he's played so many forecasts. He plays for this open forwarding type of style where you lose streak a lot, get to 30-40 HP, roll down on stage 4, and then try and stabilize.
Well, Tsuchi right now is item carrying a Jinx as well. Notably, she has a Chojin, so that was maybe not the unit that we were really going for, as you can see it in our lower third there as well. But I'm really curious on what we're going to be doing on the side of Tsuchi.
It feels like Kalista to me. I didn't see exactly what item was picked up, but you have the Shojin there. You're on Lost Streak. You're playing Econ heavy. Yep. Not exactly sure. That feels like the most traditional setup in my eyes.
Yeah, 100%. The Shojin's gonna be great for Melio too, and so we picked that up. Maybe high roll a little bit on level 8 there.
Roll down.
You know?
I do think with the setup of units right now, he could be open to playing Smolder, but doesn't really have enough.
Wait, it's Mars. That's Mars. Whoa! 3 already. 3-5. Hold on, where'd that come from?
How did this happen? Right under our noses.
I thought we were playing Ari. I mean, the items were perfect for Ari, but suddenly a Wit's End comes online. This is the OD bar
Yes,
we saw
on level 6 as well. Like, what?
That is so cool. Oh man, so this is something that I love seeing from Gobo, because he just saw kind of the option into the Wit's End, say, okay, I roll down, I find all of these Bart units. Yeah, okay, Ari is strong, but look at what this guy can do. And he is going to be so strong from here on out. I really, really love this. And also stops kind of the bleeding on the HP there.
Yeah, did Gobo play this in the EMEA Gold Spatula? Is this some known tech here?
I'll let you know, my read on Gobo in his meta read for finals was just AP in general. He really has perfected all the rerolls. He played 4 games of Rise Flex and did really, really well with it. He knows all the different Rise variations and how to really have those win-out moments. I think in day 3, he played 3 Rise Flex games in a row on a final day to then become, of course, EMEA champion. So any AP, I trust Gobo to play it well.
Okay.
We are seeing now Tucci. Actually, this does kind of look like a soft flex between the two lines that we mentioned earlier, right? And I think ultimately it's going to come down to what happens on that 4-1 roll down. He's positioning himself right now to have a strong economy coming into stage 4, and I think he's actually going to be really sharp, because the thing about both of those lines is you have to play on a razor's edge, and once you try to hit that stabilization point, you have very little room for error on actually being able to stabilize. You cannot afford to go win-loss on stage 4, so Tucci cannot afford to be split between two lines.
That's absolutely right. We do have a little bit longer until we get there, and the player that was able to stabilize on the back of hitting that unit that he needed is Sobio, that we saw on the opposite side there, has found that Seraphine 3, so a big upgrade in terms of damage coming to the board. Yeah. That's what that Seraphine will do in the early stages of the game. We're still in stage 3.
It calls back to what David was saying before, right? Like, when you're trying to play these reroll lines, you want to be able to play them from ahead, bully players on stage 3, and then have enough HP in order to secure that top 4, even when you don't have that late game damage.
Robin now on 6 Wukong. I love how Hwangmi this game is the enemy of the state. First was contesting Dish Soap, but then said, you know what, I'm going to contest Robin instead on that spin to win. Now Robin, who already had a rough start to the day in terms of playing rerolls and being contested, is going to have a hard time hitting this Wukong.
Okay, big roll down. This is time for Tucci. Taking a lot of time to actually sell those units, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, whole
But,
board's
all right,
held
at this
up.
point, it's a full commit. We get rid of the shapeshifters. He said, let's keep it simple, clear bench, clear mind. The Briar showed
Wait,
them
watch
anyway.
him get smoldered too on the roll down now.
That'd be
Oh,
crazy.
Morgana's a nice hit as well.
Legendaries.
Ah,
Yeah.
second Rakan.
No Callista yet. Is a little bit
Melio.
tight. He does find Emilio.
Okay,
You're
at
really
this-
mixing the main carry, and you have two Razors as well.
Where's Callista?
Morgana. No Callista. Who's going to carry the items? We have 4 Fairy online.
Zillion,
Zillion.
it's time, baby.
The roll down.
Time fly.
Honestly, in the current for fun patch, Zillion's pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
But,
Wait, Zillion's been good in every patch in TFT.
no, he's really good now.
Like
but-
some
I defend
reroll
he's been
actor?
really good the entire set. He's the clutch master.
He is.
he is. That is true.
Oh, I don't
Counters
think
Milo.
I don't think Melio's going to be the clutch master here, though. Unfortunately.
Wait, he's getting items, Crow, and you spoke too
Yeah,
soon. He's
so
ready.
many items. Wait, actually, maybe I spoke too soon.
TikTok.
Nope, it was close though.
Well, we are going to be getting our last augments now, and that could put everybody upside down one more time. The
Ooh.
prismatics predicted will come around here, and that is going to be a deciding factor, specifically for those players who are still looking for those caps, for those outs.
Especially
Really
+1.
scared for Tucci. I think this is the downside of this playstyle.
Yeah.
He played in the CN and the TOC finals. I think only one game of reroll. The rest all flexible 4-cost, 5-cost game plans. In the lobby tempo we have on this global stage, suddenly if you miss on your roll down, it might be over.
Okay, Tucci took invested there, and it's rolling down, hits Camille too,
Wow.
but we still...
There's not a
There, we
single
found it, we found it, we found it. Okay, we're good now. But listen, look at the spot we're in now, right? Now all of a sudden we have Camille 2, we
And
have
Rakan 1.
No, but here, the truth is about this comp, usually just being able to 2-star the Rakan or the Callista is plenty stable for stage 4. The biggest issue is that we had to take invested and then roll down to 0 in order to get there. So I think, listen, Tucci's not in a great spot. I don't think I'm ready to say it's doomed yet, though.
Well, you're saying you're stable if you have Rakan or Callista too. My problem is we don't even have that.
We've got time. 30 HP worth of time.
We have a little bit of time, not too much. The big thing was the Camille 2, but she doesn't really have any items though, unfortunately. It is good enough for now, but this will start falling off here soon.
Thanks, Milio.
And usually the game plan for this kind of playstyle is that 1st or 8th at this point. I think now you're recalibrating your expectations for the lobby. Now it's all about trying to go for that 5th or that 6th. Because you're down to Prismatic, you're down to Invested, you don't have the 2-stars we mentioned, and every other player is trying to spike with maybe combat strength augments from that Prismatic selection.
Sometimes 5th feels good.
How are we feeling about Juanmi and his spot is my question, because we still haven't found that Wukong 3 on the back of Spin to Win. You would really like to have that. And then the rest of the board is just an arrangement of a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I feel terrible about the spot actually. If I was Juanmi, I thought Juanmi was cooking.
I was
which
trying to phrase this nicely.
I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you asked actually,
hate
because
this.
I do not like this at all. It is a lot of creative TFT. I think maybe if he had hit the Wukong 3 a little bit earlier, we could have had some potential to level up, find some good legendary units put on this board, but it's not close to any other 3-star. Wukong only has 2 items. It's a Hodge Titans. On a 9 loss streak, about to be a 10, I think, for very good reasons. It's going to be very hard to salvage anything out of this game. It's probably an 8th.
Also, Robin had 7 Wukong, so I'm trying to remember bag sizes off the top of my head. If there are 14 Wukongs out of the pool, are there actually enough?
I think Robin is really waiting, probably. He has still 30 gold to work with to wait for the elimination if it comes through for Juanmi. He's on 1 life now. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially with the HP that Robin has. You have a massive buffer. Let your contester go out and then roll.
Well, just a quick note, guys, in case, I feel like we haven't mentioned it for a while. 8 win streak for Sobio also finds perfect prismatic there for his mages. So looking in a great spot.
Sobio has been a superstar today, and this is surprising. As someone who's watched the Americas over the last 2 sets, Sobio is someone who has fallen into the shadow of so many Brazilian greats that we've seen for all sets past, right? Ego Illusions, who's here, VCLF, ASO Lucas, and quietly over the last 2 sets has built himself a very strong position. He's been final day in 5 of his last 6 cups, and Sobio now really trying to break out into the limelight.
And there it is for Robin, really thinking about the larger picture, thinking about that stage 5, waiting to roll despite having 35 gold, and a 3 loss streak, waiting for Juanmi to get eliminated. If that'll happen in this next round, that could be the case. Then roll for the Wukong and try and go for the Jinx 3 as well on that same roll down.
Ooh, yeah.
Nothing to work with here for Juanmi. Rolls into Tucci, who still doesn't have the Rakan or the Callista too, but I'm afraid that's still gonna be enough to deal with. the non-existent Wukong board, really. It's only the monkey and then a supporting crew that won't be able to do anything. Camille's going to find that backline, and unfortunately for Hwanmye, that will be elimination station.
That's right. And Robin, essentially now a main character here, one of the players who's able to try and slingshot. And it's interesting when David was talking about recalibrating. If you're the Callista player, that's kind of where Robin is right now, right? He actually also has to recalibrate. He can't afford to win rounds in stage 4, and now has to play the Hunter line in more of a win-out angle, which is uncommon for the line.
There's a Callista 2, big upgrade. 3 win streak for now, so maybe there's still a chance for that calibration to be a top 3, maybe a top 2. This is a very strong come to set up, and obviously you have the upside of finding a Camille 2 very early on.
Yeah, the Camille 2 really is what carried the bridging point between the mid game into the late game here for Tucci. Right, sitting on a pair of Rakans as well. As soon as that Rakan is upgraded, we can save up gold to be able to, maybe push 9, but probably just roll for some good combat charms every rounds. And I think the relative power level of this lobby, that Fairy comp can do a lot of work.
It absolutely can. The only issue that I'm seeing is that there is a boogeyman in this lobby, and I mentioned it already. Silvio is just having a grand old time against a lot of these boards. And a player that has been on the losing end is Dishsoap, and will get another loss here, 4 losses down, as he is trying to carry that Gwen 1, hasn't found that upgrade just yet.
And Dishsoap, known usually as that 4-cost merchant. This is not really a patch where 4-cost excels in its default state. Under certain conditions, obviously certain 4-costs like Gwen, like Karma can really pop off. Under a default game plan, not so much the kick, which is why I think Dishsoap is suffering here. 4 loss streak in stage 4.
Why is that Bart on the bench?
I'm squinting at my screen. What's going on here, guys?
Maybe someone hasn't noticed it, the game plan, so Gobo's trying to keep it.
I see.
Min-maxing, optimizing everything.
No, but really, why is it there?
I don't know. They'll always do some remover action, then remover the bow, put it on the Melio instead. I mean, of course, you have another remover.
But why did the bar need to go to the bench for that? It's just a safety measure. You don't accidentally click the bar.
I guess.
I don't know. What? Are we rolling? Are we actually making something here?
Yeah, he's going back in. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a little break for Bard. He was in so early, right? The Bard 3, need to give him a little rest before going back in.
I understand.
Recharging, I think.
It's important, yeah. You need to make sure that your star players have enough energy.
Exactly.
And that Bard sure is the star of that board, but another star has arisen.
Wow.
As Robin Song's finally able to get that Wukong and the Jinx online.
Yeah, so well done by Robin, I think. Exactly saying, hey, I can wait this much HP because I played early game so well. Had like 4 losses in a row, but still 54 HP, relatively healthy, hit everything, still has gold to go 8 in the future. Well done by Robin here.
Just watch this Briar. That's going to the backline. I'd like to see deal with this Sunfire, Morello, Zillion in the backline. So much power there. And actually, the Golem coming into the backline might do a little bit, but the front line's going to hold up. The Zillion again with a really clutch stun to actually win Robin the fight over Dishsoap.
Wow, I just,
Good unit.
I have one complaint. I get really mad every time I see Thieves' Gloves roll into Sunfire and Morello's. It's just something
one day,
just
Crowan, one day.
very much about it.
That Zillion needed to survive.
Can we?
Can we please just not? It feels so bad every time.
And I do want to say, I think this game 3, unfortunately in some ways, is showcasing why creativity might not be working out as we would like in this current meta. Yeah. Hwanmye, obviously going 8th, couldn't make it work with the frontline Wukong with spin to win. Gobo with the Bard 3 not doing so hot here as well. Dishsoap suffering.
I will say, for Hwanmye, I don't think it was so much to creativity that broke that comp there. I think it was
the contest,
the boldness of it. Going into spin to win when you know another player already has like 6 copies of Wukong and is locked into the Jinx comp.
Yeah.
That is a bully moment. You can win those, but it didn't work out for Hwanmye. I don't think it was a creativity problem.
I feel like we should maybe not represent it as like boldness as much as like desperation, because I have a feeling that Hwanmye was presented options at 3-2 where he maybe leaned into the creativity to say like, how can I bail myself
Big fight
out?
there between Gobo and the Callista. Gobo does win, buys himself at least one more round. On 13 HP means that is really just 1 life as we are in stage 5.
Yeah, Dishsoap dropping 1 HP as well. 6 loss streak. It's just this Preserver Flex just not really doing it right around those 4 costs. It's just really not the meta where you can play that from behind.
This is a point for both players where they needed to find a stabilization in game 3 with their standings. 6 points for Gobo, EMEA champion. Dishsoap, one of the favorites coming into this, only on 8 points.
Yeah.
They need to find a way to at least go for a top 4 here.
Okay, really interesting remover there. Actually, chooses to put third item on Briar and instead go with the the Trickster's glass on the Karma. So 2 Karmas in the back line now, and really wants to be able to see if that Briar is able to get into the back line and with the third item have enough damage to clear that out.
Does get CC, though will eventually make it to that backline, but not in the fashion that we planned. Will work out for Dish Soap. On the left-hand side, Gobo fighting for survival against Sobio's Mage Board. And I fear this one might just be a chunk too big.
There's some upside with the matchup. You have so much healing that the Seraphine doesn't really do anything. She's just tickling the Bard re-heals. It's all about the Zanya's proc, though. I think, yeah, the Bard is it's just a good matchup. It's a rare one, but the healing, especially with both Wit's End and Gunblade, allows for you just to re-heal every single burst damage from the mages.
But with both of the bottom players that are still in holding on, that means the field is moving closer. So we could see a bunch of eliminations coming in a couple of seconds. First Carousel, though, that Milio could be interesting for a Fairy player. Will be picked up by Darkest.
And Mald showcasing, I think, at this point, yet again, snapshotting his HP, the multi-striker, and what it does for you as a reroll comp. Was so stable stage 3, has lost a few fights, yes, but is still sitting at the very top of the standings. At the very least, it should be a top 4 guaranteed simply off of the HP buffer.
And the Nashers is off of the cast at this point. It is onto the Ash, but it did its job in stage 3, though, so I am convinced at this point, for the time, it was very, very strong.
Dishsoap trying to find anything to push him over the edge there. Doesn't even have enough to get a combat charm. On the other side, though, Tucci also standing on 1 life. He's able to get 3 Thieves' Gloves. So with the Milio, who does give items to your team, once you don't have those item slots, what he does instead is give the additional damage amplification, right? So having fewer item slots on this team actually ramps up that Milio damage amp even faster in the fight.
That's a great point. We're going to be seeing whether or not it is enough on the right-hand side. Tucci also trying to survive here as players are lower and lower. But Sobio is waiting for Dish Soap, and there is a Gwen that's been knocked back all the way. That was your main carry for Dish Soap. Can she still come back? It doesn't look too good. That's going to be an unfortunate loss coming on through for Dish.
Darkest as well. Takes a bit of a hit despite having the Rise on the right side for the Kalista. Just too strong of a comp. It looks like the setup here from Tucci.
Yeah, Dish Soap only going to be at 10 points after this game, so definitely concerning, right? 3 more games to go. If Dish goes out in the bottom 8 of the Tactician's Crown, a big surprise for everyone.
A lot of positioning troubles and puzzles here for Darkest to solve across this stage 5, stage 6, where there is so much punishment for clumping. There is so much punishment in terms of, AoE, CC, but also just AoE damage. Trying to maybe not get the full value from the randoms in this case. We'll see.
Still missing some of those upgrades as well. You're not on the Milio 2, you don't have the Diana 2. 2 upgrades that would help, especially because they are those legendary units that round this comp out.
And Rise wrong
we
side.
are going to be trying to take down the enemy board, and it's once again Sobio that's waiting there. Milio trying to clear out these items, but the Rise is a long way to get to that.
Eric tanking for so long, though. That could be enough. No Rise pass, though, and that changes the outcome entirely. Darkest knows it. Very unfortunate. Is it a good enough loss?
Yeah, still
I think
alive.
it is. Darkest is still up.
alive.
Wow, yeah, really tough fight for Darkest there. He was wrong side so that the Rise didn't target the Seraphine, but the Taric ult was blocking the Seraphine from getting to the Rise. So ultimately, it came down to, does this double Archangel's Rise get a final proc off? If the Rise casts there, he wins the fight. And sometimes it's a game of a half-second difference.
Yeah, it's so hard for this comp even to get into the top 4 usually, right? 6 Scholar is where this comp sees a lot of success, so just being stuck on the 4, right? You have all the upgraded units, you have some really great items, honestly. The scaling of double Archangels and the Rise is going to be good. Taric has a bunch of good items, but still, right? Darkest 2 loss streak for them right now.
I just quickly want to mention that Gobo has found a 4 win streak since we last checked in with him. How is the Bard doing? The Bard just seems to be thriving up there on 13 HP. Still has a little bit of gold, but of course the entire field is rolling right now to try and make it into those top 4. Besides Sobio, he's sitting at the top very comfortably. But here is the Bard, and we're actually seeing a little bit of change in approach as the Ahri is now helping out.
I'm actually so surprised this is on a 4-win streak. I thought there's no way that Bard can solo carry. Sure, there's a little bit of damage coming out of this Ahri now with 2 items. The Mordekaiser, right, only 2-star. The Tom Kench, only 1.5 items, right? Where else is the success coming from?
Unfortunate matchmaking. EMEA versus EMEA, and elimination is guaranteed here between Darkest and Gobo. We'll see if Bard or Rise will come out on top.
Well, the charms more often than not play a little bit of a part here. Both of these players did pick one up,
Nice.
but it looks like that bard
Mike
is
Clear.
very long.
The 1v1.
Get it? Yes, he does.
Wow.
Unfortunate, EMEA had to get out here, but Tsuchi also getting eliminated, and it might come down to the wire.
Okay, yeah, 5th place for Darkus. Honestly, I think both Gobo and Darkus were probably very happy to see each other. It's the two players that were both low life totals and relatively to the lobby easier wins. And the only other person I could think of we didn't see exactly how it ended up was Mauld, who actually might have even gotten a TG from that last charm. So overall, I think you're actually pretty happy. Even though Darkus went out 5th there, that was his best chance to top 4.
Just a quick note on Subio here. You are seeing that it's not as stable anymore, but the big point for Subio is going to be to go level 9 to then try and fit in those 5 mages, and that's what we're going to see him try to do. But of course, needs to get there, needs to find those mages, and also needs to find that level. So for now, it's kind of just hanging tight, and that's great news for players like Gobo who are just trying to claw their way up there.
Great matchup once again. The healing from both the Ahri and the Bard could counter a lot of that burst damage from those mages. That is the case for now. It seems like Mordekaiser hanging on for so long. The Zhonya's is already procced. Big win for Gobo. Really surprising me personally with a comp that we don't see much of at all, especially Bard without the Hui duo carry. I think it's one of the first times I've seen this the entire set, really.
I have to wonder if a part of it is actually off the back of the Spellblades, where you have the Archangels plus Spellblades plus the blue buff on the Bard. It's 3.
Where you have enough damage just from that Bard as a main
And
character.
then you get the additional damage amp from the Bard from ulting on a certain unit. It's a very creative play where it's all of these additional components that you normally don't see add together, but they're greater than the sum of their parts.
And they're Bard. I'm down, dude. I saw a Bart 3. That's all I ever wanted from this Tactician's Crown. I didn't think we'd get there.
On level 6 even as well is crazy fast. Mauld, unfortunately, only has 6 multi-strikers. There's no Ashe on this board.
Great positioning as well, keeping the Bard and the Ahri as far away from the big, scary Kassadin. Yeah. We'll see if it'll be enough. We'll see if there's enough burst damage to take down the Kassadin despite the Hand of Justice. It seems like it is going to be the case that Mordekaiser hanging on for so long. And Gobo continuing to impress, continuing to eliminate. Mauld has done his job, though.
Yep, that's right.
Dude, I love how slow the Bard animation is. It feels like a wall that's running towards you that's inevitable to dodge, but somehow you know he's coming and it's Bard. But we're getting a carousel with a lot of emblems here.
Ooh, not
necessarily
people are going
what
to use.
players are looking for.
Fairy player already fell earlier with Tucci. I did just want to say I am a Bard believer now, though, and I'm down.
The top 3, I think, really exemplifies the reroll meta right now, right? The top 3 rerolls. We're going to see Jinx, we're going to see Mages, and we're going to see Bard.
No, I'm down. I'm so okay for players to look at this and say, I guess Bard is a unit we should be rerolling and come back with it tomorrow.
This is the day 1 bait. EMEA GoPro is really showcasing.
I think it's actually worth to call out that our top 4, I'm going to ignore the Bard for a second. Our top 4 is full of the reroll variations that didn't actually hit the conditions in which you can traditionally top 1, right? So maybe the closest is actually this mage board where you have the Spellcaster's Toolbox, but Robin not having the Hunter +1, Mauld not finding the Multicaster +1, or a Camille on 8. But because everybody narrowly missed their opportunity for a top 1, we're now in a position where they all can.
Well, they also all can get eliminated because that's how close this lobby is. And that is going to be the end of the line for that Bard. It was a great run. Personally speaking, I didn't think this comp would ever make a top 3 in any of these universes, but it did. And I think Gobo did well with it. But it's going to come down to the Hunters and the Mages here.
I believed for a moment that Gobo could win this, but unfortunately, Bard not on the top of the reroll train. But I think talking about the conditions of the first place, right? BO is very close. BO got to go to level 9, so regardless of just like if we can get to that like 5 or 7 mages, right? There's still going to be really great items on that Seraphine, on that Soraka, and just a bunch of units in the front line providing time is what might put BO on the top, but positioning does matter a lot here. Oh, it's good positioning for BO.
BO kind of cheering himself on there as we go into what will be the final fight between Robin and him. Seraphine is in a great position to try and hit that Jinx as soon as possible. Will she do so? No, she actually goes to the other side, but it's enough. And Bio takes yet another first place. And look at just this man has infinite aura. He's so infectious in terms of energy. It's great.
I said it, the most electrifying man in TFT. We're seeing it at work right now.
12 points, another win, 20 points after 3 games. An incredible start for Bio. I wonder what Ego did in his lobby, because they both had a really hot start. Ego then went 8th in game 2. If Ego had a comeback there, I imagine Brazil fans incredibly happy to see this performance from their players in these first 3 games.
Yeah, and Bio was one of the least talked about Brazilian players, right? Coming into even the America's Golden Spatula, coming now to the Tactician's Crown, but really putting up some great success. And this is second Tactician's Crown, right? He was here before, got into the top half, and is making a statement to not only go top half, but maybe even top 8.
I think there are 2 primary ways you can gain respect in TFT. The first is having consistent results over a period of time. And the second is by grabbing the opportunity that's in front of you and forcing all eyes upon you. That feels like that's what's happening with Sobio right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know I feel like I'm just raving on about it, but I want to commend Gobo for getting that Bart off the ground and running. Now, if you had told me that a Bart would make top 4, I would have laughed at you. if just a Bart reroll on his own, but it just goes to show how wide some of these player approaches are. And Gobo was saying that YBY1 out of APAC is his favorite player in the world, and it's just so cool to see a similar kind of approach to the game, to try and play to those outs, to try and play to those caps from Gobo here on his own.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about wide approaches, right? We saw both ends of the spectrum there. Juan Mia try to go wide in terms of options with that spin to win, but with a fine vintage, not something you see every day. Didn't work out though. But Gobo with that bar prioritization made it into top 3. That is job well done there.
And I will say, I think some of the losers in this lobby, it comes down to not really having the econ to execute on your game plans of going for those forecasts. Darkest with the Rise, obviously we saw Tucci with the Callista. Tucci's roll down was pretty sad on 4-1, rolling to 0, not finding a single copy of Callista, still being uncompaired despite the Camille 2. But all in all, this is the problem with trying to go for those forecast game plans. If you miss, you don't have that net to catch you, whereas with rerolls, it's a much more gradual system. You have a chance to really identify, like Robin, when do I stop rolling? When can I roll later on, for example?
We saw that, I think, even in the stats of the Americas. One of the things I remember Crowan and I talked a lot about is how the forecasts, they have a lower top 4 rate, higher win rate, but also, like you mentioned, David, higher 8th place rate. If you are opting into these forecast lines and you miss, there's no safety net. There's no other way to bail you out. And the most important thing to know is that you don't have the tempo that players like Mauled built up over stage 3 by bullying the lobby, win streaking through stage 3, and then allowing themselves to kind of free fall through the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I do also want to call out, Robin played this game really, really well, actually, because we saw him level up to level 5 on 2-3, trying to play that tempo, actually lost the next round, but still able to wait until the Wukong's out of the pool, hit Wukong 3, hit Jinx 3, make it to a 2nd place. Like, that's still really, really impressive.
And Bio, a huge accumulation of points, but I think Robin and Gobo, 2 regional champions, not a great start in the first 2 games. Now they have a 2nd and 3rd, really coming back into the swing of things, getting their momentum, getting their confidence for the rest of the day, especially when there is so much at stake with those bottom 8 being eliminated.
I think also Mauled, right? Coming into this kind of middle of field right now, sitting on 10 points before. Playing multi-strikers, yeah, a comp we've been seeing quite a lot of, but still without getting that extra in there, being able to make it into those top 3, being able to kind of surf on a win streak for very long, where normally that would have been broken, was really, really good to see, and I'm happy to kind of get that result there as well.
Yeah, from the Americas, that's about what we expect to see out of Caston and compositions, right? Multi-striker, it's you have a pretty good early game, you have really good mid game, and then you go out kind of in that 4th kind of place area, but that's, expected.
I mean, it's one of those comps that you either need to have the proper setup at the very start, or you have to kind of pray for a high roll, right? Because Mauled put himself in a position where he traded the tempo of the early game for the hope of finding a Camille on stage 5, and he didn't. And because of that, he capped himself at top 4. But that's the goal. That's what you want. You lean into this comp, you opt into it, knowing that that's how you have to play the line if you don't have the perfect setup.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at our standings and see how everything shook out after game number 3. Of course, starting at the bottom, just a quick reminder, this is the halfway checkpoint at the end of game 6. The bottom 8 players are going to be eliminated, and a couple of these names here are huge surprises.
Big favorites, Volta and Disto, both on that bottom page for now.
Even on this other page here, players like Ego Illusions, one of the favorites, the elite from North America, both Disto and him in the bottom 9 of that standings. I think very, very surprising. This is the part of the standings where people are starting to take a little bit of a breath, right? Because you've got 3 more games to go, but you've built yourself a lead over that bottom 8 who will be eliminated at the bottom of the day.
And the point totals in the middle is still very, very close. That 15 to 11 point mark, there's so many players still there, so there's still so much to play for in the next 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. SCSC, one of my dark horse picks coming into this, right? Sitting on the top half of here, but look at these top 8.
YBY1, I mean, kind of the king without a crown, right? Yeah. Probably one of the elite that we are considering a favorite in this event, yet has never won a set championship before.
Well, there is a king with multiple crowns in this top 8 too that I'm very happy to see. In double 61, getting those 2 first placements in those first 3 games definitely is going to be something we're very happy about.
Milk and Spencer, also in the top 8. I think for Milk, it's not a surprise when he fully locks in. I think everyone could be scared of him, especially in a meta like this one where there is so much chances to optimize rerolls and find edges. And for now, it's working out.
I'm actually curious from like the EMEA purview, is it surprising to you two to see someone like Spencer in top 8?
Not totally. I think he's someone that's performed really well. He played 15 games of reroll in NA regionals. This is a reroll meta. He has the reps. He had a great performance, obviously making it this far. So as far as I think meta reads, America's is on, I think missing a little bit with Syndra and Multis, but other than that, the reroll reads have been very, very good, on AP lines especially.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Spencer's one of these players that I feel like as a North American specifically, we kind of feel this aura about him where it's like similar to the legend of Milk when he tries is the thing that people always say, Milk, oh yeah, if that guy tried, he'd be the best player in the world. Spencer's kind of similar. Once upon a time, this guy was like the new kid on the block, the fastest hands in TFT, the man with the roll downs, whatever, but he never really reached his full potential. We got to see that a little bit from Pokygom coming up through the global championship last set, and now it's Spencer's turn to take his shot. It's cool to see him in the top 8.
You just had to find a way to bring Pocky up. I respect it, Gangly. I respect it. No, you're totally go ahead. But
he was working on that one all day.
That's right.
Every single time Gangly is on a game, he's like, okay, but how can I make this about Pocky? No, I'm joking, of course. I think Spencer is a little bit of a surprise in terms of the bigger picture, right? There are some names in here, and we already called them out a little bit, like YBY1, Double 61, Disto, Robin, like the greats of TFT. And I don't think Spencer would be considered one of these, so in that regard, he is probably a new face to many, so why don't you introduce him just a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Spencer, I think when you think of players in TFT, there are kind of two, the dichotomy of TFT players are there the players that are homework-based, game plan-based, blah, 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 and then you have the raw talent. They were born to play TFT. That's kind of how I think of Milk. Every time this guy touches the game, he's just good at it. It clicks. And that's really what Spencer was. When he came into the scene in set 4, he was, I said it before, the new kid on the block. He revolutionized the game in a very short period of time. Set 5 comes along. He was the only player to contest Robin with this record-setting AVP that we had ever seen in competitive TFT, makes it into the set 5 championship, and falls day 1. Doesn't make it out of play-ins. And then we never really see him reach that potential, and he ebbs and flows with his, the amount of time he spends into the scene. And it wasn't until last set when we saw him really come back, make a try, and he falls short at the Golden Spatula. This time around, has a similar story, but he goes to that final day. We have the set 5.5 reunion, Milk, Robin, and Spencer going 1, 2, 3, and Spencer gets another shot at redemption, his spot at the Global Championship, and is now in top 8. I mean, it's a beautiful story.
Absolutely. Raw talent, I think, sums up Spencer in that kind of regard. I think it's really a surprise to see him all the way at the top from all the Americas representatives.
Well, we got our next lobby here for game number 4. We're going to be looking at Achen, who we were just talking about, currently leading our leaderboard. And then we have Dankney, 62nd, Maris, SCSC, Kubixen, as well as Hunching and Black Sheep in this lobby here. And we're going to be taking a look at how they've been doing thus far.
And already 3 games in, these players have very different game plans and requirements for their success in this tournament. Black Sheep especially, we don't want to be saying this so early into a tournament, but because of the format changes, because of the top 8 or the 8th player elimination at the end of the day, it means that Black Sheep has to already be playing a very risky 1st or 8th playstyle, understanding what is a win condition, how can I look for one, how can I guarantee I go first, because he's already starting to become so far behind in points, he needs to really catch up.
Well, something that can give you just that variance is trainer golems, everybody. So that's what we just entered, a lobby that is going to be mostly determined by what players got on their rolls and what other players got. So how many of these lines are actually
Cantor as well.
Yep. You all see Encanter Shapeshifter, I see a Warrior plus.
No, I literally didn't even notice that was there. I'm not gonna lie, I saw the other 2. Hunter here for Dank Memes.
With Frost as well.
Yeah, with Frost. That could be some kind of vertical Frost angle. We have seen that come out in the Golden Spatulas in multiple regions. Not that much, but the potential for it is there, and I think this is exactly that line where you can see it.
The most impressive part of trainer golems are the players who have these less obvious lines, because I think but to many people it feels like I lost the game at 1-1, right? But at the top level, these players have to be able to perform. They have to be able to come up with the creative lines. And we saw it last game where under certain restrictions, you can see creativity sort of breed. This is another one of those situations where when you are forced under the microscope, given these strange resources outside of your control, sometimes we see some lines that we never would see otherwise.
Strong augment switch just saw pop up. There was a 2 tanky option for SCSC. Witchy Wallop as well on the bottom there for Black Sheep. Curious if that is a pickup.
Yeah.
I imagine it does synergize with his trainer golem. Could be what he needed to really come back into this tournament.
Something that's always an option when you have gold augments as well as trainer golems is there a wandering trainer? Are we going to see the double trouble by any of these players to maybe open up or even lock in lines? Doesn't seem like any of these have come on through just yet.
Also, talking about the condition that Black Sheep needs to advance in this tournament still, right, Witchy Wallop has a really, really good first place rate, so very, very big pickup there.
SCSC is
going deja vu. Galio reroll with the Mage +1. I love it. It's a hero augment we don't see as often. We did see it a few times in different regional finals, so it's definitely still in the meta under the right conditions.
I love this spot actually. Being able to play the Deja Vu line when you have the Mage +1 makes your level 5, level 6 board way easier to play.
Have we realized Kubixon's trainer golem? Because if someone asked me, considering my experience on a certain reroll line, what my #1 trainer golem would be out of all possible combinations, it would be the one Kubixon has. He's smiling, he's laughing. You can understand why the moment this loads up, because there is no better synergy for this multi-striker line.
Wait, that's crazy. Usually you see like 2 good pairings, but not all 3 there like this. That is a high roll and a half.
Man, if he did not have that rod, this would be the biggest Mila angle I've ever seen. I'm just saying. I'll leave it there. I'm done, I promise.
Are you sure?
I'm actually,
Do you need to take like a break? It's okay.
I got it out of my system.
Okay.
No, we're good.
No, he lied to all of our faces here, saying he's done. It's going to come back up before end of day, I promise.
So I've just kind of been taking stock of the lobby to see what's going on. We've been getting a couple of Arcanas onto the trainer golems, which is usually something you're not too mad about since that's easy to flag in. Then we do have at least 2 warrior options. I don't think we're going to go for that, but a couple of players are currently trying to get a loss streak going despite a trainer golem being on their field, so we'll see how that goes.
And Black Sheep ideally does want to lose a few rounds here, considering he's playing for that 1-cost reroll, going to have a heavy roll down on 3-1, but also he needs to try and find a BF sword in this carousel to get the BT online. I wonder what the stage 3 augment will be. There are certain combinations with Witchy Wallop Poppy that really enable her to become an unkillable demon when it comes to finding something like a Prowler's Claw, for example. I won't spoil what exactly it entails because I think it's better to see visually. But let's, fingers crossed, we see some kind of artifact option on 3-2.
I want to call out Han Qing's trainer golem on the other side there. And this is the making of a very high cap board. Scholar, Arcana, and the Vanguard to get you there. It's the perfect bridge golem that you can get where you have a super high cap where you can play around 6 Scholar and something like the Zareth, for instance. And then if you get the, because you have the Arcana emblem, you get additional damage amp because you have the additional emblems already.
Yeah, and China as a region is already really practiced on playing for those very high caps, right? Just with the format, already having that experience with a checkmate. So they're going to know how to convert these situations so much better on average than the other regions.
Well, with that carousel coming in, we're seeing everything that's going on in the lobby, and it is confirming that 60second and Achen both were trying to open fort for as long as possible. Both of them do have 3 losses thus far. And we also have 2 hero augments in Witchy Wallops and Deja Vu. Rest of the players trying to go for something that brings them a little bit more board strength, and we'll see what comes out of all of our trainer golems.
I actually like this from Black Sheep, not going for BF sword instead of tier, trying to look at the Ari items and saying, hey, I don't want to have extra BF swords usually. I'll get one eventually from one of the TV rounds. I'm losing now anyway. I might as well just wait until Krugs to try and find my components.
Dank Memes, I think one of those players actually, other people have to cook a little bit. They got to think pretty hard to see exactly where they're going. Dank Memes feels like he's kind of on the rails already. It feels good to load in that way.
Yeah, Maris with this vertical Witchcraft looking line, right? Maybe just for the early game, you don't have to fully commit to Witchcraft, but it can be one of the comps, especially if you can get that 8 Witchcraft online, can still win lobbies very effectively.
And it will be a little bit under that 9 Fairy, that 10 Portal, obviously as a vertical, but still one of those verticals that when it's online, only very high cap boards can beat it.
Well, there's 2 players with that Witchcraft emblem, and they're going head-to-head right now in Black Sheep and Maris. And with that Witchy Wallops, that would be really great if you were able to maybe tag in some extra Witchcraft, since you're running that Poppy as a commitment anyway. So we'll see who can maybe get yet another emblem to make that dream get online. Achen and 60second still both on the lost streak. We'll see if they meet.
Yeah, it looks like at this point, Achen not, committing to no longer play for the open fort. I don't know if they played each other already, and so they're, both satisfied with their 4 loss will continue. I think Achen knows he'll probably lose to everybody else. The other thing is, there's always the opportunity for the fast sell at the very end if Achen hasn't actually played 60second yet.
As for Hansheng, the only player on the win streak, mentoring his units, boosting their morale, trying to get that 5 win going into Krugs. Will be Maris versus just a poor, lonely golem all by itself. 60second guaranteeing the 5 loss.
So something that you saw 60second do there that I just really want to call out for players that are maybe interested in learning how to open fort is the extra gold he had above 50 he already used to buy some of those units out, because Krugs are coming and Krugs can beat you up. So really a heads up play here, of course, more for the beginners that are watching, but it is a good call out to kind of mention that trying to get a board online for that doesn't look most fraudulent can be a good idea.
Yeah, seeing some pro players even lose to Krugs in their day,
yeah.
So definitely something that everyone should listen to.
One of the players that I think has to pray that he gets the right components here is going to be Chen. You're on a loss streak. You're playing into a scaling Syndra that needs to find the right components, like the Nashor, like the Shojin early on, to scale into that very powerful version of the unit in the late game. We'll see if that's going to be the case. A glove right now could build into JG. A Syndra from the Orb is great, but you really do want to start finding at least 1 tier here.
We'll have to check back with Achen in a little bit.
There's a BT Poppy for Black Sheep. The master plan working to perfection.
Question here is how far do you roll down? There's a couple different schools of thought.
You're close enough to Poppy here. I think you want to hit.
Some people like to go down to 40, down to that 32 magic number. There's some players, though, that if they want to just try and snap their streak right now and start winning, would could potentially even just full send it. Depends really how close you get and how close you are to the rest of your 1 cost as well.
I think if Black Sheep maybe hit 1 more Poppy during that roll down, would continue to go further, but actually it's going further regardless. Could still sell back up to 30 here. And will do just that. But yeah, around that kind of 30 magic number, I see most people trend towards. It's still going to be okay to win some rounds, perhaps in stage 3, even with just Poppy 2.
I feel like the 30 has kind of been, I don't want to say neglected, but has been less popularized. A lot of players holding on to like 40 or even sometimes 50 for some of these lower cost rerolls, saying, okay, I'm just going to need to hit it more efficiently because of how important the late game caps are. And sometimes you cannot get here. Here, of course, with the hero augments, I think the story is a little bit of a different one, saying you're really playing to the south as we are getting prismatics here. And we are seeing some of these being instantaneously
top
uppicked.
right. What the Forge, definitely one of the ones that can have a high cap here.
No prismatic for Black Sheep just yet. Maybe to try and go for that Hail Mary Prowler Skull on the Poppy. Still a few rolls to go through here. I do want to mention for SCSC, a player that we just saw winning there with the Galio reroll.
Hey,
No rage bait yet for Galio.
You were talking about Kubixen's trainer golem, isn't it? Do you know what he just found? He just found a multi-striker crown.
Could we see the mythical 9 multi-striker?
We might just do that.
That's
My dream would be a multi-striker Smolder.
Interesting.
We'll see if that'll be the case. It's just a beautiful sight.
Man can dream.
Radiant Rage
on the
Blade
opposite
here.
side, if you want to take a look.
Radiant Rage Blade from SCSC on that Galio.
And I was just mentioning it's a big fix because my worry was you can sometimes not find a single rage bait on Galio. Your game is over. There is no way to save that when you're committing to this Deja Vu. He had also a lot of HP to work with, would not be first pick on this next carousel, would not have priority to find that build that he needed, but now he's fixed that problem.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a super strong board at this point, though. Having the Galio is really nice, but we see it here. If there are other players in the lobby who are trying to stabilize on 3-2, and especially any players that have front-loaded damage, right, who are able to do a lot of to get through the vanguards early enough, then the Galio doesn't have enough time to ramp. Multi-strikers, for that reason, are very strong into Galio because of how much front-loaded damage they have at the start of the fight.
Ooh, Oddchen here, getting Spellcaster's Toolbox, getting the Mana Zane for the Syndra is exactly what Oddchen needed to get these Syndra stacks online and scale into this late game. 6 Shapeshifters too, so that Syndra's going to have so much time being built already, as Black Sheep did hit Poppy 3 as well over here.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy that we hit it with 30 gold still to work with. There was a kind of deep grab into the pockets, but at least it's online now. Question is, can it hold true? Can it carry you enough? Only has 2, not 3 items just yet, and you can just see how much damage that Poppy is taking, and I'm not even sure if it can hold this fight. Doesn't look like it, and that is bad news for Black Sheep.
Something that's worth mentioning, traditionally with one-cost reroll comps, you're not trying to play for a win-out, and that's typically amplified when you have prismatic augments coming through, because everybody else's cap can get much, much higher. Ahri is a comp that we've seen as a win-out angle, but to me, at least, the state of the game right now, it feels like that's not an option for Black Sheep.
The tier, only a single one has been taken. No blue buff for Black Sheep as well. He was second pick. Unfortunate, considering you are trying to now build towards those Ahri items. For SCSC, you do find a bow here, despite being third pick. Really big for the Deja Vu player.
Also, good to note that Achen picking up that tier does give him a Sojin as well. So even without getting the second half of the Spellcaster's Toolbox, he's going to be able to make a third item on the Syndra, and then even late game remove the Ginsus, for instance, put it on something like the Cassiopeia, and play around a 3-item Syndra for the rest of his game. Great setup.
Definitely. I'm curious what Maris is cooking up there. The board didn't look very strong. We saw those comps. There's Tiniest Titan regaining some of that HP, but didn't have a lot of direction, it looked like.
This is a really scary setup from Kubiksen. Great for the Polish player, obviously, but looking at players who are open for loose streaking, you expect to stabilize in stage 4. When you add in these Exodia players who are hitting spikes that are much above the average in that stage 4, you can suddenly spike yourself, become very strong, but still have those losses that could put you down to 1 life late stage 4.
I think that's a really great point, and he is starting to run into some of these players, like we're seeing at the very bottom there, 62nd with that What the Forge has suddenly gotten a lot of access to power. Does not run into him just yet, but could be on the menu in future games. And even this fight looks like it's going to be very close and turn out to probably be a loss for Kubiksen here.
Wow, I just want to say Hanxing has Ahri2, Zoe 2, Poppy 2, the whole board upgraded level 7 and nearly lost that streak. You'd see Hanxing when level 7 to try and defend that streak. And that, I think that's a great example of how sometimes TFT is a game of inches. Hanxing being able to use the additional economy he's built up to this point in time, go for the fast level 7, probably rolled for a charm as well to defend the streak. Heads up play by Hanxing.
Yeah, this is kind of, the game's almost playing itself here for Hanxing a little bit, even getting the a Radiant, or excuse me, the
Randuins.
The Randuins, yeah, for this positioning. Is already kind of positioning like that for the entirety of the early game, and now with the Randuins going to be just giving so much of that front line more power with all of them being upgraded.
And I think it contrasts perfectly with Darkest this game that we saw in the game 3. That Rise board where you're desperately rolling for the Rise upgrade, you don't really have that cap potential. This is the complete opposite. This comp, when it gets online, it will be incredibly hard to beat because this leads into one of the hardest or one of the highest caps in the game right now. Level 7, 50 gold, 10 win streak.
I mean, this is a good spot.
Almost a guaranteed top 2 at this point.
You could even go fast 9 in this situation, right? There's very few situations you can fast 9, but this might actually be one of them.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, this is what the Forge, this is exactly what you expect when you see what the Forge is like. There's something crazy here. Olaf 2 kind of came out of nowhere. Sure, there has been some rolling down on level 8 already that's happened, but...
This could find stability, though. We're seeing a Diana, we're seeing a Briar, we're seeing the chance for high roll potential with the artifact combination with these early 5 costs, the chance for 7 Frost as well.
Yeah.
So the Olaf wasn't there from the start. That was recently found. That's why you're seeing that win streak there. And I expect it to continue onward, but you were talking about Maris earlier on, and we're going to get a look at this board right now.
Yeah, I was curious what direction this would go, and it is Witchcraft, right? And Rise does fit well into Witchcraft, but usually with the emblem on him as well, Briar is a
Most
big
of the upgrades, there it is.
Rise 2, wow.
Want to move out the Jace here,
roll.
swap over the B2 to Fiora, and all in all, with the Fiora 2 upgrade especially, could see a stable board here for stage 4.
Yeah, not rolling any further there, says Rise 2 is probably good enough. Already have him rel on the Rise though, so can't quite slam many good items, doesn't want to do red buffs. Gonna reforge the bow actually, and it is a sword. Let's see. Oh, it's actually Asterix gonna be on that Fiora now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm actually a little surprised we're playing the
Natural gets slammed.
TG Gwen over the Briar here. I'm not sure. I don't think it makes a difference in this fight. I imagine, though, that having that Briar over the Gwen is going to be a little bit more value, add a little more CC. But yeah, I think it really does come down to mainly when we can get this Fiora 2. The Fiora 2 is going to be carrying a lot of those fights.
I think right now there was a lot to do in very little amount of time, so maybe some stuff falling out the back end here, but we are going to be going into our third augments, and it will be gold coming on through last. What's in those orbs?
I want to call out, the thing I love about this turn is the insta-pick. Oftentimes, players in TFT kind of go back and forth, oh, is this good enough? Oh, is this a little bit better? What Mara says is, I need the resource that is most important in my game right now is time. I would rather insta-pick an augment that I think is good enough and give me a little bit more time to build the best board I can this turn.
And in some ways, I think the matchmaking was good there because you face the Exodia player, he's out of your pool, you can now break your loss streak, go into a win streak after you hit these upgrades, and maybe now start thinking, hey, I'm playing for a top 4, I have my upgrades now, I can maybe win the rest of this stage 4 and stabilize.
So, yeah, that is all nice and great and dandy, but there is a player in this lobby that on the back of these augments here has yet found another upgrade that just seems too good to be true. Kubixen, on the opposite side of this board, has found yet another Arcana Crest.
Oh my god.
The damage jam going to be absolutely insane. The internal synergy with the portal, of course, with the Wandering Trainers. And we're seeing now STSC and his Galio not really being able to fight off against these multi-strikers.
So I think what we forgot to tell Kubi is that he shouldn't use all of his luck in one game. This is looking to me like from here on out, we might be
big roll down. You have to maybe
bad luck.
give up on the Ashe or the Jax. I think it'll be on the Jax there.
All right.
Can roll a little bit deeper, 2 off Kassadin, 2 off Hecarim, which is not really a unit you can usually go for. The Hecarim 3 angle is the high roll multi-strikers that you can only find maybe 1 out of 20 games, but maybe he's just going for absolutely every high roll he has at his disposal here.
Yeah, and usually that does cap out when Hecarim is going to have items. There's not really potential for that just because other 2 items already on the Ashe, and they provide great utility, but Hecarim not really going to do as much even if he is 3-starred.
Yeah, I almost wonder if I don't want to say the Hecarim is a bait because there's a lot of caps to be had there, but I do kind of feel like this comp is going to be able to come online fully when you can get the vertical Arcana on, right? And so having the additional econ to find your 3 stars now arguably could be more valuable.
Is Kubi playing for a top 4 though, or is Kubi playing for a win, where you have a setup with a Sarkana emblem, with maybe the chance for 9 multis? You are trying to not look at the immediate tempo, but instead, I'm going to spike on stage 6 as I get carousel items and fill out these items onto the Hecarim, for example.
I think an important point here is also that he's still rolling for that Kassadin regardless. So if there's just enough natural Hecarims coming on through,
oh, there's one of the carousel more.
And you're going to be taking them, and that's exactly what he does. I also think in stage 4 there's still some extra time to get some items. While you may not be getting them right now, that Hecarim in like 10 more rounds could probably be itemized quite well.
Yeah, by the end of the game, and I'm definitely going to make it to the end of the game, right? Is very healthy in HP currently, so we will eventually see that Hecarim pop off.
Unfortunately for our Latam TFT fans, this is not looking good for Black Sheep. 22 HP, 4 loss streak, hasn't been able to stabilize off of the spike on that Poppy 3. I believe it slammed a Shojin rather on an Ahri instead of a blue buff, so really has not been fortunate. Despite finding that tier very early on from stage 2, trying to build towards the big picture of that blue buff, has not been able to find it.
Yeah, push levels here as well, right? Going that 6 Bastion, but not having really any backline threats as well to supplement this Poppy damage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is RE1 on the backline. Emilio is a really nice hit. Being able to hit 6 Bastion is great. And look at the wrap now, right, on the Poppy. This is kind of your only real chance. The hope for the other side here, if you are Maris, is that the Fiora Gwen kills everything apart from the Poppy and that they can heal back up. But no, enough damage comes through. I mean,
I love it.
Good fight for Black Sheep.
Hammer time, baby.
Is this a time where we start mentioning the fact that there's a 14 win streak coming through right now? Could become the mythical 15 win streak, unless, of course, I just cast Recursion and ruined it.
Everyone check your pick'ems. Anyone have a 100 streak for pick'ems? I certainly did. I already
Well, we had her first game on 1 HP 1. Wouldn't it be nice to have her game on 100 HP 1, as well?
If you pick that option, it would be very nice. Unfortunately, not the case for me, and I think for 95% of people.
An analyst diff, I would say.
Thousands of fans cheering at home for Hanxing right now who have picked the 100 HP win option.
Well, we'll see if he can do it, because he's up against the multi-strikers. Kassadin has been found, Ashe has been found, and Kubixen has found just round about every augment or emblem you would have wanted in this multi-striker comp. The Rice is not fully online for Hanxing just yet, and the wrap is going to come in onto Terry instead of
the hero of the people.
But it will work out, and Hanxing has been dethroned for now.
Kubixen, the people's champ, saved so many pick'ems in one round. I think it's worth it actually to give Hanxing some credit. This is a player who came in through the JOC, and to be honest, I think oftentimes the JOC players are overlooked. But Hanxing is a player who has been a career JOC player, qualifying to the top 8 for 4 straight JOC regional finals. Incredibly impressive. If there's one player that is a JOC focused player that you can't count out, it's Hanxing. I think it's great to be able to see someone like him on top.
Definitely. Didn't go for that fast on either. Is saying, no, I just want to stabilize level 8, right? Rolled until hitting the units like that Targ to find a Rise pair as well. But now we got to look towards the bottom of the standings, right? Black Sheep, of course, trying to stave off another 8th, but Maris as well actually went towards this interesting flex here. This 4 Scholar, 4 Warrior, 4 Witchcraft. Not synergies we see altogether like that specifically.
And it's interesting because both of the players that are currently on, well, somewhat of a chopping block are the players that found a Witchcraft emblem on their trainer golems here. Not really working in their favor, because usually when you want to run Witchcraft, you want 2 of those emblems. So really kind of a weird situation to be in. You want to make use of all of those emblems, and then you end up with something like you're calling out, Crowan, here with the 4 Scholar, 4 Warrior, 4 Witchcraft.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple carries there. There's the Gwen 2, Fiora 2, Rise 2 all itemized. The problem is they're 4-cost units, though, and we don't really like those in this meta.
And you have to kind of recalibrate your expectations of what a strong board is in stage 4, in this kind of portal especially. Rolling under 10 here from his spot after already hitting most of his upgrades screams to me the situation it's a really hard situation to be in when he has a little HP or he knows he can't go 9. He can't greet it.
Black Sheep went out here, lost the Deja Vu Galio, and I think chances at Black Sheep making it into a day 2 are looking very, very grim now with that 8th.
We saw players like Wajan Iverson in the America's Golden Spatula go 7th 4 times on day 1 and then go 1-1 to make it out. So I you know, there's still a world where Black Sheep goes 1-1. You got 2 more games after this to bring it back. And hey, listen, if there's ever a time to do it, this is it.
True, less harsh cut even, right? The ratio of players right from 40 to 32 is going to be a little bit more forgiving. There's still maybe a way.
Let's remember 60 seconds board on 4-1 and the comeback he's been able to achieve with this What the Forge, with the setup on the very early 5 toss, like the Diana, 2 Dianas now actually on the board, the Olaf there as well, splitting with a suspicious trench coat. All in all, this could become one of these boards that What the Forge enables as possibly a win con, possibly overperforming, and that's a huge elimination on Maris as well. 2 players now down.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy here, right? How you can cap out a board with the Forge, there's so many options. A lot of the time, at least in the Americas, we saw a lot of Gwen, a lot of Fiora with that trench coat, right, with the Zanyas, but Olaf is another great carrier, especially paired with the Prowler's Claw as well. As soon as he is able to split into 3, just dashes everywhere, so much damage there to take out all the rest of the units.
Checking in with Dank Memes was kind of next in line here. Very early on, locked themselves into Hunters. I think that was the logical choice back on this Trainer Golem, but not able to find the front line that's needed to make this Jinx happen. Also didn't find that Olaf tool or items for it, so is currently item carrying that Kog'Maw. It's all a little bit weird and unfortunate in terms of what has come together here, so I'm not surprised to see Dank Memes losing, but of course it is quite unfortunate as you are rolling into some of these boards that are just so much stronger now.
Look at this Jinx, not going to get any takedowns at the start of this fight, really slowing it down. Not just that, but to add insult to injury, the Mordekaiser comes in. Suddenly, it's flipped over. The 1v1, Galio does win it in the end. The Deja Vu coming up clutch for STSC, and Dank Memes taken out.
Honestly, I think this entire game almost felt like bailout mode for Dank Memes. You can see he started with the slam in, despite having the Hunter. That says to me, he's actually angling more toward that Frost Emblem instead, or the trying to play a level 8 Hunter game instead. Not being able to find the 3-star Wukong as well, never finding Olaf 2. Listen, 6th place, sometimes you're just playing for placements. That's what this game was.
Honestly, I'm so surprised that we have 2 players that respectively have streaked for very, very long in this lobby, while Kubixen is also playing this game. That's kind of strange to me, I will say.
Yeah, matchmaking, very fortunate for some players, very unfortunate for others.
Also important to note, Kubixen, I saw, was able to get the Xerath on his board as well, so going even further up that Arcana tree means that Kubixen is going to have so much damage amp on this board.
Donna had justice as well for the Hecarim, so now slowly building towards that tertiary carry with the Hecarim tree.
Option. Very close to some big upgrades here.
I'm between 60 seconds board, who's running the What the Forge, and Kubixen's. Where would you kind of draw the power line? What does 60 second need to take down the multi-strikers?
Well, I think actually, in my mind, the pieces are kind of already there. He has this Prowler's Claw Olaf, which is really good at killing the weak units on your board, but then on top of the Prowlers, he has the Zanyas. And what's better at taking out multi-strikers than...
There's Syndra there. Does this buy enough time for the Zanya's Cascade to slow chip away?
But we're actually seeing right there, that is the argument for someone who, like the 60 second, who has the Zanyas on the Olaf, right? We saw there, when the Zanyas procs, your multi-strikers don't have any room to ramp up, aren't able to get that additional damage out. I think 60 second actually is a reasonable matchup into something like Kubixen.
Yeah, especially with the Kasten as well. Kasten's going to walk away, right? When the Zanyas actually proc, so it just buys so much more time, and Olaf's going to be doing so much damage during it.
R2 or 1 copy off of that Briar 2 upgrade, which could be coming in onto the Diana instead.
Yeah.
Do you ever put these Olaf items on Briar 2, or you think the 7 Frost is too valuable? It feels actually like a pretty tricky spot.
7 Frost probably too valuable.
You got your answer.
Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's actually a very
like,
easy
worry,
spot,
buddy,
apparently.
I got you.
Thank you.
Just want to explain the 6 second did it for me. Thank you very much. takes the burden off me.
Yeah, and the field is closing in as 2 more players not necessarily fighting for survival just yet. I think they can both still tank 1 more hit, but it is going to come down to the wire, and this is the area where charms come back into play. It's going to matter what you get, it's going to matter how you get out of it, and there is an elimination on the line, unfortunately taken out there. I think it's Achen.
Oh, it turns out Syndra is out despite a great setup with that Shapeshifter plus Incanter Trainer Golem.
Yeah, it was a little bit late setting up though, because Achin was open forting in stage 2, so picked up a Syndra a little bit late, did come back with some, you know, great play, great augments, right, to try to stack those Syndras up, but yeah, 5th place, unfortunately.
Yeah, I will say it's quite dangerous sometimes when you are open forting and then suddenly see that prismatic augment on 3-2. That's exactly what happens. Sometimes the other people, someone hits Exodia and you don't have the HP to leverage like some other players might.
And STSC has to be grateful and thankful to be in this top 4, considering what the other boards look like. The Galio worked out in the end. Maybe the biggest surprise when we saw that board at stage 3. Did find the big grab back to guarantee the great items onto that Galio in the end.
Not just a grab back, but also that Masterwork upgrade that Crone was calling out earlier to really make sure that that Galio was able to get some extra
What are these AP items? Hello? We need some Hecarim items, please. Kubik's just like, wait, is this where my high rolls finally end on stage 6?
Hey, I think 9 multi-striker is high roll enough, right? It's so very rarely seen it reach this peak. Talking about win conditions of comps, right? 9 multi-striker is a way to make it there.
We'll see how it shakes out and who's going to meet.
Versus Kubikson.
And that is a fight we were talking about for just some time. Let's take a look here from the side of 60 Seconds.
Take a look at the Olafs. Really what's important to see what happens once they break apart. Are they able to take out the Kassadin? But no, look at the damage. The healing on the Kassadin ramps up so fast, and then you have the Ashe. If you can't kill the Ashe, the Kassadin will get you instead. There's too many threats on this board.
Kassadin did a whole lap around all the Olafs and still found time to kill them all afterwards. But I think, yeah, maybe before the 9 multi-striker it would have been a little bit closer, but after the 9, it's like the compositions just do not match up entirely.
Han Xing taking out STSC will be a 4th place for APAC. I think we take those. You're happy with this right now, as eliminations will be later in the day. But Han Xing still has a lot of health to work with, is on level 9 as well, and could even go further and beyond for all we know.
The stall with a charm here as well, trying to hide information. Han Xing trying to get, again, I think looking at the win condition, going to save it actually. I think he's strong enough. Looking at the win condition, in stage 4, we saw both Kubi and Han Xing say, hey, I'm playing for the win here. I'm setting up my game plan to not spike early to try and actually play for the highest possible cap. Looking at that stage 6, stage 7 maybe even.
Question here is, can Han Xing take this fight over the Olaf? I mean, Han Xing's got room to grow and has HP to sacrifice as well, so he actually wants to play this game a little bit more slowly, and I think he recognizes how high Kubikson's cap is. The only way that Han Xing can take this game is to find, a crazy high cap of his own.
Uses the HP as a buffer to try and make it to 10.
Yeah, so how can I go higher? I see your cap is so high, but I want to get one step further.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for. We're going to get one more carousel, but somebody that might not make it there is 60 Seconds, sitting on single digits HP, and both of these other players looking very strong will probably roll into Kubikson once again.
Was that the Conjure support item charm? That's what that was, right? That's why he got a support item on 6-3. I mean, if you're Kubikson, there is nothing better you'd like to see.
Yep.
This is a comp that you can afford to stay on level 8 and still win out by getting powerful charms.
What's the Zillion here? If he can do anything, but he's now focusing on the right side of the unit to Kassadin, completely untouched, not stunned, going to be able to clean up here. We're seeing a bit of a pause on the fight, but I think it should be enough for Kassadin is basically one-shotting these Olafs.
And that's it. 60 Seconds is in 3rd place, and it's going to be between Han Xing and Kubikson, who can actually take it back. A couple of emblems in this carousel. Not going to go for it. Both of these players picking up items instead. And this is where Han Xing will try to make something happen with the excess gold.
He picks up some anti-heal. I mean, I didn't realize he didn't have anti-heal in that last fight. That's definitely going to help in this matchup.
No third item for the
Level to 10
Hecarim.
has come in. Is it good enough?
This is a big game for Kubikson. 11 points after these first 3 games in this tournament. Needed to find a way to really boost himself up in the standings. A player who we saw finish 15th in last set's global championship. Wants to better that result. Wants to ideally make that top 8 as one of the young rising stars in EMEA right now.
This is a fight to do. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this one drag out a little bit as Han Xing uses that HP as a buffer. Actually, no, I didn't realize he did go level 10. Is
the
0
top 10
gold now.
Buying time, but not really hitting the key units there.
We can see the Kassadin in the front line does fall, though. You got a lot more threats on this board, but There is a lot of damage. The Rise is stunned, though. The CC is going to make a huge difference in that fight.
Level 10 was nearly enough to kind of bridge that power gap, but not quite here. One more round to go, but Hanxing still could hang on. But this game is especially impressive from Hanxing because they're kind of known in China as a really good reroll player, and that's why they're kind of favored. But even being able to play a fast 10 composition, right, a 6 Scholar kind of board, and had to go into it because the Trainer Golems is so, so impressive.
Triple PG here.
It's really, really rare we see level 10 at all. And the fact that we see it and it's still losing is mind-boggling. I just want to say, last second there, make sure to sell that. Milio says, I want that charm in either way. Need to make sure I have every possible power I could get access to. We are going to be seeing yet one more fight between the two of them. I don't think the story's written just yet.
Kubik's hand to his forehead, understanding it doesn't have slots for the TGs. 2 TGs on the bench, unfortunately. Is it still enough to win here? Can he really smurf this hard? With the 9 multis.
Oh.
Not quite enough, but still has time for at least one more round, maybe with a better charm.
He's like, what was I thinking?
He checked all 3 TGs. He's like, okay, okay. He places one. He's like, wait a minute.
Oh, 8 win streak comes to an end for Kubikson, but a little bit of moment of reprieve here going into stage 7.
Key things to watch for Hanxing are going to be what the Ornn artifacts are that the Tom controls, and then on top of that, what charm they can actually get. Also important to note, doesn't actually have a 3rd item on the Taric, but instead is typically getting that from the Milio. So actually, I imagine he'll probably be prioritizing a Xerath item this round. You know, there's a couple different ways to go about it.
More importantly, the 3rd item for Hecarim, finally.
Wow.
Hey, we've gotten here.
Hey, you were right. You were right.
I did say my pick'ems was 7-1 would be the
He
longest
got an
game.
artifact, Danville.
Oh my gosh. What are you going? I mean, is it Talisman?
Wait, what are these AP artifacts again?
No, we got Zhonya's. We got
Zhonya's and a remover for the cast.
Oh,
I like
my
it.
So
goodness.
good. Get that Nashers out of there. It's done its job, but no
Right,
longer.
Okay, this
Hanxing's
feels...
still choosing.
Yeah.
Goes for the BT.
Yeah, on the Morgana, just a little bit of survivability there. Not bad, but not as good as some of the picks up here for Kubikson.
Well, a battle of greatness seems to come to an end between the two of them, Kubikson and Hanxing. They've been fighting it out for the longest time, but this will probably be the ending factor.
Wait a second.
And the multi-strikers are just getting absolutely
Wait a second.
annihilated.
Wait a second.
Kassadin can't do it.
Here we go. Last gas comes through.
That's going to be it.
It's a Nasher stiff. Nasher is greater than Zhonya's. Confirmed on live TV.
I'm not sure that's the analysis we're looking for.
What is the analysis we're looking for in this game? Because I'm really surprised by that last fight.
I just want to say I think the game plan from both players, they executed to perfection, very early on understanding. I am high rolling. The setup that I've gotten off of my Trainer Golem, off of my Augments, I'm high rolling. I want to try and go for a top 2, for a win, obviously, in this case. Both achieved the top 2. In the end, Hanxing, I think, was a little bit ahead in terms of reaching that 10, not buying charms, at every stage understanding where he had to push and where he had to kind of lean back a little bit.
I want to call out that one of the changes that Hanxing did make in that last round was moving the Milio items. He instead of going 3 items on Milio, he went 2 items Milio, 2 items Xerath. And so what that did allow is that it ramped up the fight. We talked before about how strong multi-strikers do in an elongated fight.
Yeah.
But what happens when you have more damage up front? We saw it there. The Xerath is able to get online, is able to take out some of those backline units, and all of a sudden, without the support of the Ashe, without the support of the Callista, it's so much easier for the Scholar board to win the fight.
Yeah, and the question that was posed was, how do we reach a higher cap than Kubikson? How do we reach a higher cap than that 9 multi-striker? And it was, all right, not buy charms, right? Greed out the gold, find your win condition of pushing to 10 and getting all of that power online. And Hanxing, I think, played a perfect late game there to finally get that win.
And the positioning, I think, was great. I think we saw it there. Every one of those last few fights. There was no even possibility for Kassadin to somehow have a miraculous wrap and get onto the big carries early on. Every single fight was front to back, which is exactly what that comp wanted to do. And there was no angle for Kubikson to outposition his opponent.
I think we still should be giving Kubikson his flowers in this moment, because that was an expertly played game, right? Yes, he did high roll, but the things that we saw him have agency over, for instance, we talked about the Nasher Slam on stage 3, recognizing, hey, I have tempo in this game, I should be pushing it, put my foot on the pedal right now and put pressure on the lobby. And then we saw him later on utilizing the gold instead of trying to go 9 to give himself a higher cap on 8 by high rolling charms. And yes, he did hit some charms that made him very powerful, but that was the angle. He saved his gold so that if he happened upon those charms, he could increase his cap, ultimately sometimes you high roll and you go second and it feels bad. I think Kubikson, no, I think he should genuinely be proud of the way he piloted that game, because if he keeps playing like that, he's going to see results just like this for the rest of the tournament.
Should feel proud of it, but getting a hand-picked trainer golem like that low, like that's the best trainer golem I think we're going to see.
There had to be a but. There had to be an if at the end of it from our America's cast
Gangley's
here.
talking up EMEA a little bit too much here. You know, we got to keep the rivalry going. That's what we started the cast off.
You're
with.
right. You're right.
All right. I will say, of course, a big determining factor in this game were the trainer golems, to kind of bring it back a little bit, really determining which of these lines were open, which of these lines we could go for each individual player. And for some of them, they just were not very fortunate, calling back to kind of those witchcraft emblems that aren't doing too well as a +1, where you'd rather have that +2. And then some of the other ones, like a certain Kubikson, doing a little bit better, of course. So really players kind of identifying that, saying, okay, I have this out here, like you said, Pana, I know I'm high rolling here a little bit with this trainer golem, but I am going to bring it all the way.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Dank Memes as golem actually specifically as well. Had that Frost Hunter we were talking about in the early game, maybe could go that vertical Frost kind of line. Of course, that ended up being contested by 62nd, but I don't think that Dank Memes knew that at the time. He just saw a +1 Hunter, said, I'm going to go the Wukong Jinx. I'm not really going to consider other good lines there, but only got a 6 with it, right? I think maybe if that Frost was prioritized a bit more, it could have seen even being contested, right? Either forcing 62nd off of it, or maybe even still getting into that top 4.
My read on that, I think, was largely off that 2-1 augment choice. I don't remember exactly what his other options were, but the Slammin feels almost counterintuitive toward the Jinx line, where usually we're seeing Jinx being played from ahead, right? And you're playing from tempo. You can get to that 3-5 level 7 if you're ahead, or you can greed till 4-1. Once that prismatic augment comes on 3-2, it warps the power levels of the lobby so much, and Dank Memes doesn't have the proper setup to play Wu Jinx in an optimal way, and I think for that reason, he was playing from a 6 the second that prismatic augment came up.
Yeah, look at the screen here, right? This is the positioning that Panda was talking about. That's exactly why Hanqing was able to find the win over Kubikson, just making sure to protect all of those scholars in the backline. As you mentioned, provide 0 way for Kasten to wrap into the backline. If you want to learn how to position a composition that you want, melee carries to not get in your backline, this is exactly how to do it.
Feels a little old school, doesn't it?
It really does. We haven't seen this much positioning. It goes back to set 2, set 3, maybe comps. You're just like, all right, I'm gonna put everything in the corner, protect my backliner. This is how we do it.
I just love that it's like the expert positioning, brilliant, and it's
Fertile formation.
Stack everything in the
but sometimes
corner.
that's what the answer is.
It really is, right?
TFT sometimes is intuitive, thankfully.
And sometimes quite silly also. Both can be true, and I'm glad it was here. 2 really, really great comps that we saw from our players here in that last game, Game 4. Now, a quick reminder on format, there will be 2 more games before any bad consequences happen. The first 8 players are getting eliminated at end of day, so there's still some chances, you were saying, Gangley, for players like Black Sheep, who unfortunately ended up at the bottom end of the leaderboard thus far, to maybe turn it around with a little bit of a miracle run.
I think back to when Milala won the global championship back in set 10. I remember speaking to him saying, like, hey, what happened? What did you do that actually allowed you to get this edge? Because Milala was not really a superstar before set 10. And I'll never forget his answer. It was essentially, I didn't play worse than I normally do. And oftentimes in TFT, the answer to succeed in tournament is not finding the dark tech that gives you an edge. Oftentimes it's when the pressure is on, you don't stray from your game plan. You stick to your guns and you do what you practiced. And most of the time, if you play to the level that you practiced, it will take you extremely far in TFT. That's why in these moments like Black Sheep has, or anyone at the bottom of the standings, yes, you're in a bad spot, but when you are playing for a specific placement, it's very hard to actually get that. You have to just play the way you practice, let the cards fall, and if you play well, and you can see it here. We saw with Hanqing and Kubikson.
That being said, the difficulty levers do increase in a big way when you come into the global stage. Some regions and some tournaments could seem a lot easier in terms of the meta reads your opponents have, in terms of the execution when we're at the end of a set, especially in terms of the tempo of a lobby when you're playing for that maybe slower tempo poppy that wasn't quite able to pop off. When you have players like Kubikson, you have players like Hanqing who know exactly how to squeeze out the maximum value from their every decision they made that game, and it becomes very hard to come back to the game.
I think we also talk about nerves too, right? If this is some player's first time at the Tactician's Crown, you really kind of get in your head sometimes about, maybe how do exactly I play like I normally do. It's really difficult to do.
It absolutely is. But taking a look at our standings, we already
man.
made a little bit of a call back to those players at the bottom. They're going to need to turn it around. They're going to need those really high placements to avoid elimination in the next 2 games. And I will say there are some surprises to me just continuously all throughout those standings.
Yeah, I mean, Dishhope being in that bottom 8 is, I think he's the main character of our next lobby, right? He's going to be a player that we have to be able to focus on. And on the top end, though, I think every region kind of has either some things that are giving them a sigh of relief or maybe even a surprise. I think Darkest being here from EMEA is shocking many players.
Wow, Bio again with another first to make a #1 spot. No other Americas or EMEA representatives in this top 8, but Bio carrying right now.
Everyone suddenly becoming Brazilian fans coming to the last 2 games, the one hope for the West.
That's right. CN and APAC both performing exceptionally well, though. Actually, I know there were a lot of players who, coming into this event, felt like CN was maybe not sending the strongest representatives. There was other people that could blah blah blah. I think I don't want. I can't tell you. I can't say too long. I can't spend too much time on air saying negative things about CN because they've got too much pedigree. I think that seeing those results at the top 8 is quite impressive, and goes back to what we saw last night with APAC being the best performing AVP across the tournament.
Well, we are going to be going to a quick break, and then we will be back with those 2 last games of today before Elimination Station. Stay tuned here at the Teamfight Tactics Tacticians Crown. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the midst of day number 1 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown, and I am excited to be back. Before we get into the last 2 games of the day, we had some surprises taking a look at those standings, and one thing that I would like to highlight is that 7 out of the 11 players from APAC are sitting in that top 16.
I mean, maybe it shouldn't be surprising. Last set, APAC dominated the field in overall AVP. And actually, I will say, last set it was surprising. If it's surprising again this time, it's on us, right? Because APAC has proven themselves with a variety of different global elites, YBY, Title, both of which who are finding themselves in the top 8 right now. And Clement talked on the top of the show that maybe APAC doesn't have the depth at the top. Now I'm kind of wondering, is that even true?
I think he was lying to us. I think he was gaslighting us.
If they make another run like they did last set, I think we actually have to determine that, maybe APAC is not being given nearly enough credit.
Yeah, I think it's kind of shaping up to be exactly that. Clement did remind us, like, hey guys, APAC, very strong region. We see some very heavy hitters, YBY. I think at this point we can say, definitely confirmed, a player to be in contention to not only get top 8, but to win the entire Tactician's Crown, right? Not only just a fantastic, ladder player, ladder warrior, right? Rank 1 global, has good tournament results, making it here. Title, obviously, right? So good. 5th Tactician's Crown for Title, coming back amongst these titans, right? The big top 4, and one to come out here, day number 1, right? First 4 games, be in that top 8, a huge contender also to make it into that top 8, and make it back, maybe even the first one for a 2-time title winner.
I do believe also APAC had the most players making their debut on the global stage. Nerves, pressure, what is that? I don't know. If I'm a player from APAC, it seems like they're performing at a very, very high level. Even players like Maul, even in their region, they're underdogs, and they had this surprise, fantastic performance in regional finals, seem to be very comfortable on the global stage playing against the very best players in the world.
The thing that really stood out to me about the APAC players when you looked at the numbers is that most regions have multiple players who stand out from the crowd. In the Americas, we had players like Milk and Dish Soap with these 3.6, 3.5 AVP. In EMEA, you had people like Og and Volta. APAC, they didn't have too many of those. Instead, they had most of their players that qualified to the global championship at this 3.8 AVP, 3.9 AVP. I kind of took that for granted as, oh, they can't find an edge against the field. Now I'm kind of wondering, is everyone just amazing?
I think that's what it is.
I think they all have an edge, actually, against each other especially. Being able to have that consistency is, oof, okay, scared of APAC.
I mean, sometimes we take a look at those regional results, though, and we go, yeah, okay, maybe America's has great results right now, Europe having great results, but you do have to remember that it is results against each other in that same one field. So much to your point of what you're saying, I think maybe they're getting great practice having to play against each other in APAC versus maybe in Americas. It's not as similar of a competition where you can consistently use your stats and use that to find your edge.
I do want to mention as well the trend that I think is changing a lot, where a lot of players really respect the ladder grinders from the APAC scene. YBY, for example, Piva in the past as well. And we're seeing that trend shift. Globalstar, the current EMEA champion, a young rising player from our region, he noted that YBY was a player he looked up to and he was learning from and kind of emulating in some ways. And this is someone who became EMEA champion. In the past, these players were the Setsukos, the Dish Soaps, the CN players. So we're seeing, I think, a shift there as well, where APAC now is invited into the global stage of competition, and they're proving they absolutely deserve to be here.
I think something that Clement was talking about as well is that a lot of the APAC players actually do get practice on the Americas ladder. So that competition is not even just between the APAC region, but they are getting good practice against some of the best in America.
And it's not just the practice alone. I think it bolsters the reputation. I think the reason YBY, yes, he placed 3rd at the Set 9 set championship, but there have been players who have top 4 championships who don't have the reputation that YBY has. The reason he has this reputation is because he dominates the North American ladder in addition to competing globally. We said it before, this King Without a Crown. I think there are other players from APAC who are kind of following a similar trend. A player that comes to mind for me, at least, is Araya. This is a player who does compete on the North American ladder, but comes from the Philippines. This is the first set we've ever had a Filipino representation, representative on the global stage, and we have two, you're right.
Yep.
It's Araya and Mauld, the two players who, for a very long time, never really got their shot at a set championship, and here they are performing.
Big surprises on this bottom stage. I just mentioned Gobo, EMEA champion, Dishsoap, of course, the past set champion, Jedusor we saw there, a player who finished middle of the pack in set 10 Remix Rumble, now at the bottom of the standings.
Ironbog, another favorite actually from the APAC region, but this is a player that real hot commodity coming into this weekend. Very surprising.
He won.
Yeah, that's right. All of the regional champions, apart from Achen, are falling very early and in contention to go out with day one.
Yeah, they're your second spot though, right? That's what you need to be at to get that first cutoff, right? So the next two games are going to be very important. There are a lot of players around this kind of like mid-teens, upper teens to that like 12-point mark.
And Stinky we saw as well, two great games to start things off, then an 8th and a 7th, now floundering in that bottom side. I wonder if he went off of the jinx and now didn't find success.
Yeah, Dank Meme, similar thing, right, as well. Gonna get a couple of thirds back-to-back and then gonna be on the bottom floor a couple of games in a row.
As a reminder, we are going to be reshuffling these lobbies around for the final two games of the day, and that might just mean a brand new perspective on players that you can face and maybe different tempos that you might be playing against.
Yeah, I think certain players lean a certain way, and if you can find yourself in a lobby where they aren't valuing what you value, all of a sudden you might have an uncontested line.
Well, as long as you're not in Bio's lobby, don't play mages. He's going to beat you to it.
That's right.
Yeah, SCSC also making the top 8, a player that I've had my eye on since actually 2016. We actually competed against each other in other esports titles. SCSC is in the top of multiple esports in TFT. He's kind of been in since the beginning, and I think a lot of players were looking at APAC, recognized APAC was a strong region, but said, oh, I don't know how SCSC does rank in this field, but making a top 8 already in the first 4 games, you got to be giving him his props, right? Last time he was at Tactician's Crown, it was all the way back in set 4. We got 6th place, so did make it into that top 8. I think SCSC personally, right? I think he's in form again and can do it again.
He's my dark horse. That's all I had to say.
And he's also a player who has already found international success this set in EWC in the 4v4 championship. He played alongside Bintum on T1. They finished second, losing to Wolves in the end, but he's someone who's already proven that very early on there was many incentives to have him grind and really deeply understand this set. He's carrying over that experience into the international stage with a great performance for now in these first 4 games.
We've talked about a handful of CN players, but someone we have not shined a light on is Ningli. Ningli, I think of last set, did not qualify into the Global Championship through the TOC, and then instead went through the JOC for this kind of last-second qualification, and this time around had to do the same thing. Lost in the TOC, went through the JOC, lost in the finals of the JOC, and barely got in with the 3rd slot of the CN qualifier. So the final slot from CN. Ningli, I mean, he never makes it easy, but he shows up. And last time we saw him with a top 8 finish, he's priming himself to do the same thing.
That's what I was going to say, is that he ended up getting 3rd place at the last Tacticians Crown in just this last set. And when coming into this competition, I still think people maybe looked at that result and said, maybe a fluke. I'm not sure if Ningli can actually live up to that same type of result. But he's here right now in the top 8. He's going to be in this next lobby we're going to cover for game number 5.
What a lobby indeed. 2 past set champions with Dish Soap and Tidal. We're seeing Milk coming in as well. We're seeing Og, who is, I think, the record QP earner across the new format in TFT globally. Absolutely dominated the EMEA scene. Fell a little bit short when it came to finals, getting eliminated in day 2. But he is the beast from the East, the Greek player that has a lot of history, a player that everyone in EMEA respects despite not having that much success internationally until this set.
This feels a little bit like a final lobby, I'm not going to lie. If you told me that these were the top 8 players, it's like, yeah, maybe there's 1 or 2 players you wouldn't really expect. That's kind of how top 8s work, though. If you're Dish Soap and you need strong placements to get out of the bottom 8 standings, this is not the lobby you want to be playing in.
No.
Very difficult one, right? There's so much power, but that's kind of what happens when you get to the global stage, right? You look at a lot of lobbies, and I think you kind of be like, okay, yeah, all these are very strong players, of course, right? But with Milk, you know, Dish Soap, 60-second, Og, these are players who have all the stats to back it up. Tidal as well, right? I can't forget Tidal.
And for someone as confident as Dish Soap, I think this game is not only about playing first for 8 to not get eliminated in day 1, but looking at making top 8 even, having an absolutely miraculous run in day 2. I think he's not just going to settle with making day 2 and then being so far away he can't realistically make that top 8. He needs to go for a first to try and still have and keep that dream alive.
Every point matters.
That's right.
Absolutely.
On the flip side, Milk, one of the North American representatives who's sitting at the top half of the standings with a very clear hunter angle. I mean, you have a potential even shroud slam if you really wanted. You could greed the components. There's a handful of ways to play it.
With the right augment setup, this could become a shapeshifter high roll game where you have this very early high roll upgrades. You can kind of coast off of that in stage 2 and 3 and save your econ for a big spike.
Especially because we're in loot subscription. So who knows what you're going to actually get on every single stage. You could be getting a lot of gold. You could be getting some big item anvils. So a lot of variants. And a prismatic augment.
Is it time for the birthday present?
Birthday present.
Oh my god.
When you needed it most, birthday present came back to save you.
He must be thinking about it, right? That must be in the back of his mind somewhere like, hey, I know I can get a first place. And it's exactly what he needs right now. But a lot of fantastic options for these prismatics coming out, with especially a lot of players who need to be thinking about, hey, not only their top 32 finished, making the day 2, but then making it that top 8.
Prismatic ticket for dank memes.
Oh, Dishsoap ends up. I was wondering how much he was considering upward mobility. Ends up against it. Instead, is playing Tiniest Titan.
Everyone got a support anvil from their loot subscription, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of power, right? Sometimes subscription can just not impact the lobby that much. Sometimes it is going to have that wider variance, right? That big and wow, look at this double Randuins. Wow, that's so much stats and resistances. I don't think I've seen much of double Randuins on anything. What if you go with like, 6 Bastion or something? It's just, God, the units will never die.
As a resident Kassadin enjoyer and EMEA caster, my boys are doing so good. They're just finding the best spots to play multi-strikers every game.
Eating well tonight, that's what we are.
Oh, man. Take a look at the augment choices that other people made here. I saw Dishsoap took Tiniest Titans. Milk actually took Living Forge, as did another player. That's going to be 62nd that took that one. So on top of the support anvil, you're also going to be getting a ton of artifacts. That's really going to up the tempo of the lobby.
Ooh, treasure chest here. Not fantastic, though,
We got Lich
unfortunately.
Bane for your mages.
Yeah.
Got a handful of different things. I mean, we're seeing Aug's board. We called it out before. Great setup for playing things like the multi-strikers. With the Randuin Omen's Augment, it allows you to expand the range of that Randuin's, which is primarily why, all of a sudden, in a comp that you normally need to clump everyone in a circle, you can play this frontline-oriented multi-strikers.
Looking at title already, a very, very strong setup for Ahri if he wants to go for it. Has the Radiant Blue buff already on the Ahri. Has the Chalice as well, which gets that extra buff from Ahri's passive with the Arcana bonus. My only worry is that I believe I saw both Dank Memes and Dishsoap relatively open forwarding, holding units that lead into the Ahri Zoe line.
And that's exactly why title, I think, has leveled up already to 4, right? It has all these one-cost units that generally leans into that Bastion Ahri line, but maybe it's going to play it a bit more tempo
I think it
style.
will be the Ahri Vanguard instead. We're seeing the hold on the Blitz and the Warwick, identifying I have a very strong spot for Ahri. Despite the strength of this spot, I cannot beat 2 contesters on the same units that I usually play. Instead, I'll find an out with the Vanguards.
Absolutely, and that's not something that we saw in the Americas that much. It was mostly just that Bastion Ahri focus, but other regions playing Ahri around so many other different spots, finding that success. The only concern is, are the Vanguards going to be contested by some other players, right? But looking at this lobby, as of right now, it doesn't seem like that's really going to be the case. Maybe 62nd, but not many other players.
Just up as Moonstone Renewer, I really like this item when it comes down to the Bastion Ahri line. I just think it allows you to have a lot of sustain to make sure that your Ahri can actually get a lot of casts off, but I do think that Dishsoap has the opportunity to maybe flex towards something else. He does have this Jace too, so if he's able to push levels, he could actually just play like Rise Scholar.
There's no world where Dishsoap will triple contest Ahri as a unit specifically with title and with Dank Memes. Dank Memes I think also has Chalice, so he is probably committing fully into the one-cost version of Ahri. There will still be problems between title and Dank Memes both hitting their Ahri when they need to as their main carry. But Dishsoap, he's scouting, he's saying, there is no way I'm going down this this rabbit hole. I will, as you mentioned, Necro, try and play for tempo.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see what component Dishsoap picks up here. Takes a bow, which does... It makes me wonder for a second, is he actually considering something like Fairy here? The problem I see with Dishsoap's spot is when you play something like Tiniest Titans, it means 2 things. One, you're generally speaking trying to play around this fast 8, fast 9, and it means 2, you need to hit a board that can make up a prismatic augment's worth of combat. Generally, we see that in the form of Callista or maybe something like the Shapeshifters on level 9. I'm not exactly sure if he has like a clear path to either one, though.
It's not really a clear path, but just in general, the line is very comfortable for him to be a kind of either open fort or lost streak into that fairy line.
But we have seen him before take a mage spot and actually transition it to something like the Callista Fairy. So he's not necessarily somebody that is a stranger to maybe doing something for tempo and then transitioning into something that he thinks is going to be the strongest board to cap out in the late game.
RE2 already for title with that Radiant blue buff, right? That's a huge hit to get out of the prismatic Pandoras there. It's really, really big. Going to be one of the reasons why title is going to be in huge contention to full 5 streak here, right? Warmog's in the front line, Lilia, title just in a fantastic spot. If it wasn't already doing well, this is shaping up for at least a top 4, if not more.
Milk is also going to be on a 4-win streak right now. He's going to be playing the Wukong Jinx. We saw him get a chance to get those hunters early.
And Milk, we're seeing pretty committed already in terms of the QSS being slammed, an item that is very specific in the meta, does fit well into Jinx. The learnings now that we're at the end of the set where Jinx really needs to have that window of time when she gets a takedown to get full effect from it. If she gets stunned, she loses a lot of her power, and QSS comes in as that safety net for Jinx to operate as a unit.
Yeah, and the inverting locket on the Wukong as well, right? Gives it a lot of staying power in the front line. This is a line that's not really contested. Milk, obviously a huge expert in reroll lines. That's where he's found a lot of success historically. Has done so at the America's Golden Spatula, and even to start the day off here.
And the chance for Olaf to be the sponge that soaks up the extra resources in the late game when you have Loose Description and Living Forge.
Yeah.
Kassadin 2 with all the resistances and bonuses from the double Randuin. Actually looks very scary for a board that is level 5 up against level 4. If that Wukong fell, could have been a very different fight. But Milk able to secure the streak. So does Title on the top side. On the bottom side, though, looks like Dank Memes and Hung Hung both get the 5-loss streak.
Yeah, look at the economy there, though. Hung Hung 5 streak isn't even the lowest, though. Dank Memes actually won the round and is still lower. That's, you know, a little bit of an econ difference there, which can make a big difference.
I do want to take a peek at Ning Li's setup. He has a Syndra already with 2 items, a Rage Blade and a Shojin. Has a great augment for the Shapeshifters as well. This is someone who we've seen, I think, really pick up on his meta read coming into the later parts of the set. Domestically did not have the best set stat-wise. You would think, I'm surprised he even made it this far. He made it to the global stage, but as he did last set, finished 3rd place, I think this is a player that scales into the late game in terms of the bigger picture of the set itself.
Rises to the occasion.
Exactly so. Like Syndra does as well, so maybe thematically playing the right comp here.
Got the mana item. Very good. Let's take a look at the second loot.
Some gold.
Some gold. That's a decent amount of gold as well, though.
A lot of gold.
So especially these players who are rolling very early, they're going to have a lot more resources to do so. But we've got to keep in mind, right, the players who are angling to contest each other with that RE line in the early game. What are they going to do with all this gold here?
Hung Hung is going to try to, I think, flip the script a little bit. We did see him go for the full loss streak in that second stage, and now with the pumping up, is going to start rolling down.
And we're seeing the problem here for Title because the one-cost version rolls earlier, and because there's a prismatic ticket on the side of Dank Memes, this game makes the game much more difficult for Title. It'll be much harder because he's rolling for the Vanguard line, which rolls on level 6 and rolls later in stage 3, or slow rolls above 50, really. There might be just too many Aries out of the pool to consistently hit the 3-star.
It actually makes me feel like someone like Dishsoap is in a beneficial spot with all that gold coming in. So think of it this way. Dishsoap has already committed to essentially losing for most of the mid-game. Everybody rolling, it doesn't change anything in Dishsoap's mind. He gets that goal to actually spike a little bit earlier, and everybody else has to roll even more to contest each other on win streak.
Silver Augment up next.
Tiny Titans for Dishsoap?
The tiniest Tiny Titan.
That's right. Not this time.
No, unfortunately not.
Title could pick it, though, if he wants to.
There's an option for flying your center for Milk, which for me is always funny with Wukong being, of course, a very central part of that board.
True.
Will be silver taking the end instead, it looks like.
Makes sense. Going to be rolling a lot on 7, obviously. Getting a little bit of econ always helps. Dank Memes is the prismatic ticket player. He's 3-way contesting, depending on how far Title wants to dig into the line. And is definitely going to be favored in this roll down. against the other players contesting him.
Yeah, still just on an RE1 though is really, really unfortunate. Still a little bit behind, has 8 Zoes, but only 6 Poppies, and not ideal items either. I think Giant Slayer, decent. Jewel Gauntlet, of course, good, but not being able to finish a mono item at this point in the game. Dank Memes is going to suffer in stage 3 here. It's going to be very hard to find a win with just an RE1.
Especially because that Lilia also doesn't have a lot of items either. Like, the Gargoyles is super nice, but I think still when you're looking at the RE Bastions, the strength comes in from having the Bastions. So just wanting to make sure you have that strong front line with items as well.
Speaking of strong front line, 62nd on their side there that just took out Dank Memes was playing Hui and looked like maybe Hui Vanguard, so Vanguards might not be as free as we had thought.
You see some key upgrades here on the Zoe.
Big.
Now 2 3-stars, obviously scaling with the Arcana that's already enabled on this board with the Ahri. I think the itemization, once the blue buff is found, is pretty ideal with the damage amp coming in onto the extra AP from the Chalice as well. But all in all, if he was completely uncontested, great. But because Title's going to hold some Ahris and you're only sitting on 3 Ahris after rolling a lot of your gold and the extra gold as well from loot subscription, it's looking hard to stabilize and really find your spike.
We can see on the left-hand side, disrupting Pandora's items. To me, at this point, it kind of screams everything we've seen up to this point in time. Kalista certainly a line that benefits from having something like, especially silver Pandora's items, where you're not losing significant combat power compared to the field. He had things like the sword, like the cloak, or like the belt as well, that he may not have an immediate use for. All of a sudden, he can take anything he wants off the carousel, potentially this Kalista, for instance.
No way.
Yeah, first pick, he's right in front of it. He already has 2 Rage Blades as well, so the setup is here. It's a fairy line.
I will say, if he wasn't right in front of it with Tiniest Titans, I might be a little bit worried. There's a slim chance, but if I was the one piloting, the chance is a lot bigger that you misclick, you run into the wrong unit. More talk making sure that it's an easy path to victory there, right?
Hey, Tiniest Titan. We can see the micro difference of players in TFT sometimes here. Your mechanics do matter in TFT.
Only time I'm ever able to weave is accidentally when I have Tiniest Titan.
Yeah.
While forgetting the carousel loaded up and you're just clicking by accident.
That's right.
Or you have lag and then you hit the wrong thing anyway.
There you go. Milk? Okay, this is an interesting spot. Okay. Many players, there's an argument, usually when you're playing 3 costs, you don't want to go for the level 7. If you're playing from ahead, many players in this spot would actually level 2-7 and then begin to try and stabilize their board. But Milk, okay, he actually does go for it. I was going to say he decided in this moment to actually try and greed. I think what he's trying to do in this moment is make sure he doesn't lose too much tempo, right? People are starting to ramp up. He wants to be able to kill as many units as possible, but I don't think he's leveling here to try and sneak a fight win.
Hey, that Olaf positioning looked a little bit familiar there, King. We talked about that just a little bit earlier. Exactly, was on the Lilia. Nunu walked up, jumped to it.
And we saw the optimization there from Milk, playing a reroll, holding a lot of units from opposing rerolls. The Syndras were being hovered, one in the shop, one on the bench. In the end, because of level up, you have to sell and give up on that optimization. But showing that Milk, when he's trying his hardest, he's doing every little thing he can to give him the biggest edge in terms of his placements.
Now they're looking Forge.
Yeah, what's it going to be?
I feel like ideally you're looking for something now to fill out like the Jinx or the Olaf.
Yeah, Olaf definitely going to make a lot of good use out of some of these items.
Death's Defiance is one that comes to mind. There's plenty of different options. You know, Gold Collector on Jinx.
Silvermere Dawn.
There's a lot of great options. I'm actually curious as to why he's not popping this.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to make sure his positioning is
I think maybe keep
correct
loose
first.
streaking.
Maybe.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra gold.
Like he has a 1-star Jinx right now. His board to me isn't necessarily that strong. And so I think if you are to give like a big artifact over, maybe you are going to push the pendulum a little bit too much in the winning direction.
Yeah, I think Milk's going to see what he gets on Wolves first,
That's
see
true,
where
too.
he can itemize all these units.
There is actually, I think, one point to make here is the fact that if you wait until stage 4, you don't get gold generation anymore. There's a min-max you can do. So because he's loose streaking anyway, you take some artifacts out of the pool.
Cool. That's great tech
to know.
There's the thumbs up.
They're still on this Kalista spot.
Big hit there. Frontline.
Doesn't have Rakan yet, though.
Yeah, looking a little sus right now. Even just Lilia one, right? Hecarim is a good upgrade. Not quite there. So I'm a little bit concerned. Is only on 1 Kalista, 0 Rakans. depending on what Loop Subscription does give in the next round, could have a massive impact on Dish Soap's game.
Or just hit.
Needs to be able to save his items here, find out what he's valuing, what he's saving. He's
No chain. Does find the chain off of the Pandoras. Now can slam into that Gargoyles. Doesn't
find it.
Didn't make Tom Kench 2.
Nope, instead finds the Rakan 1, wants to play that instead. At this point, look at that. Callista 2, Rakan 1. Honestly, it looks like a pretty stable board to me. The Hecarim 2 does fill out this front line quite well. And the fact that you also have the dummies for this round as well. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty reasonable roll down for Dish Soap.
Yeah, could even Thieves Clubs. Or Last Whisper, of course.
Or Greed.
I mean, he has Pandora's. He can Greed to literally best in slot. It just depends on how much HP that he wants to.
And we're seeing now the direct matchup between the RE players. In this case, one off for Dank Meme, so has made up a lot of ground considering how far off he was early in Stage 3. For a title, still very much far away. It looks like pushing levels instead, level 7, 50 gold to work with, understanding, hey, I'm contested, my contester has prismatic ticket. And still,
his mind is blown. I think he's saying, what business do you have playing the same line as me when I have prismatic ticket?
I mean, it's not quite the same line, right? He's pushing levels, not quite re-rolling, but is holding an extra Ari in the bench, so it's like, hey man, sell that one.
I would be thankful he's not actually contesting on the re-roll Ari
yeah, you'd be thanking him in your cam.
I'm a more humble player, it feels like.
I think it could just be some frustration of not hitting the RE2. We did see Dank Memes at 0 gold. And so the fact that he won that round and was able to maintain his 4-win streak is a huge moment for Dank Memes. He really does need to find it right now, though. He
does.
And he needs the points as well. I mean, Dank Memes was sitting a little bit lower on in terms of the start of the day. He's really been able to claw his way back in, but it is nowhere near safe yet.
Seeing the Blossoming Lotus for Ning Li, who still has not found his upgrades, does find the Cassiopeia 3, does swap off the Rage Blade at the very least onto his upgraded unit already, and leaves, I imagine, only a singular Shojin onto the Syndra for now.
I would have rolled one more time, because you're one Syndra away. One more time.
I think, though, Ning Li really needs to think about frontline, right? If you hit the Syndra 3, hit the Cassiopeia 3, that's great. But what reaches this composition to get into that top 4, to get the heights, is going to be things like Nico 3, Shyvana 3, Swain 3 as well when you're going for the Shapeshifter variant.
I actually don't know if I agree with Nico 3. I actually think in this case, I would try to push levels after you hit and tech in as many shapeshifters as possible. To me, she feels so underwhelming. When you actually hit the Nico 3, she doesn't actually do as much as I always think she will.
Yeah, I think it oftentimes comes down to how early you're able to hit it, right? If you have to send every single turn on level 6 in order to hit Nico 3, by that time that you hit, everyone else is hitting a power spike that Nico 3 sometimes isn't enough. To me, I think it all comes down to what is the cheapest way to get a frontline strong enough that the double Rage Blade and the Shojin on the Syndra make sense.
I love the setup here from 60second. It's a known CN tech. It's called the Lone Wolf.
That's it.
There is a Lone Wolf in the front line.
Maybe this is what Clement was talking about, though. He said there was a Warwick. He specifically made the little claws as he said Warwick.
Yeah, maybe that's probably it. Thank you, David and Necro, for the
3-second pause where I was worried about.
Fantastic breakdown from our 2 analysts.
That is your tactical breakdown presented by HyperX.
All right, next breakdown Prowler's Ezreal here.
Oh man, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, that's Shojin Prowler's Ezreal went away from a 3-star.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I think that Ezreal 3 is so fake. We haven't seen Ezreal 3, this like turbo Ezreal, fail miserably in the last couple of games.
Yeah, we saw some of it come out of the China region as well with that solo frontline Ezreal, right? Takes a lot of damage, does shift into the back line, and, you know, do a lot of damage for sure.
Unless you don't.
Unless you shoot to the wrong side. There's a lot of variance with an Ezreal unit that sometimes is a little frustrating, for sure.
I think it's a good time to take stock of the lobby dynamic right now. We do see Dish Soap was able to maintain the 3-win streak, which we said, that's the shape of his comp. You lose until you win, and then you win as long as you possibly can. He does have the potential for the win out. Oftentimes, though, comes off the back of being able to actually reach level 9. And we saw Milk. We saw him playing relatively slow, right? He went for the level 7, but he didn't roll to win combat. Now he's slow rolling over 7. What this says to me is that he also is trying to play for a high cap.
Briar 2 coming through here for a title. Where does that come from? We've seen multiple Briar 2s on level 8 today.
Okay, but this is the second time. Title, don't mess this up. You have done this
Right.
before. Don't overfeed your Briar. She is not that hungry. She needs to
She's
go on
so
a diet. Please.
With
Briar
81
is
HP,
so
she's
hungry.
looking extra hungry to me.
There's a lot of
happened,
HP
though.
to feed here.
Right, but he did this last time, remember?
Yeah,
Title got
yeah.
Briar so early. Overfed her, didn't have enough HP because he fed past 17, and then he lost, and he got 4th with a Briar 2.
Briar 2 is still losing in stage 4 here, even with 3 items. This isn't like best in slot or anything, but still rounds that we should be winning. But look at the back line, right? It's Bard 1, it's Karma 1.
And this is the downside to maybe being forced to cook here on the side of title. Could not play kind of the more autopilot reroll line. Has to find a way out of this game with his huge HP lead. He did a great job in the early game getting to stage 4, to halfway through stage 4 with 80 plus HP, and is now just trying to salvage this game, relying on his creativity as a player.
The Lone Wolf howls again, but this time there's going to be an Ezreal 3 that has been seen in Necra. I know you weren't a big fan of Ezreal 3, but it has an Infinity Edge now.
It
It's gonna do some
does.
damage.
And you are actually, okay, so to give this some credit, there is also only 2 copies of Hwei missing. So if you are
And a
able
duplicator.
Oh,
there
basically
you go.
one.
So
Ezreal,
one.
get out of there.
Oh, Ezreal, look at him prowling
I
in the
love
back
it.
line. I love this Ezreal unit, actually. I'm a big fan of Prowler's
What are you
Ezreal now.
talking about?
I'm sold. You
Just
know,
so can't even believe what happened.
To show his stun, I think the mental damage is more important when it comes to playing this Prowler Ezreal.
it's like, what is happening here? I've not seen this dark tech ever. Gang, we're going to get you onto this dark tech now.
Yeah,
no more
yeah.
Neela. It's
You're right.
Ezreal Prowler's
I'm
spot
here.
now.
I'm here for it. Yeah, Prowler
Great.
Tech. I'll be preaching from the
We've hit
rooftop.
the reset button on Gangly.
Yes.
Restart mission.
That's
You're
right.
welcome, chat. I've done it.
All right, so we're actually getting to see Augsboard for the first time in a while really come to fruition. David, you talked about the strength of the multicasters. I feel like
Multi-strikers, hopefully.
Sorry.
I think multi-casters. Let's not speak that word again.
Oh
Dave.
my god, blast in the past.
You went off Nyla and
Multi.
immediately you reset in the wrong direction.
he reset too far. Change the date.
Rein you back in.
All right, but we saw this with Mald, right? Where Mald wasn't able to play multi-strikers from the 7 multi-striker position. Instead, had to be able to play it from 5, and ultimately was, able to scrape out the top 4 because of the HP. But the HP this game is much closer. Aug doesn't really have as much HP to leverage.
It wasn't the silver augment start where multi-strikers, a 3-item Kassadin just takes over the entire lobby. The prismatic start, the extra resources from loot subscription allows for some crazier combos in the early game where a singular Kassadin cannot really scale up as easily.
Yeah, there were some interesting choices there. There was Banshee's Veil. There already was a Quicksilver there, but we could just remove it and reforge it and essentially have just another full item in that Kassadin. But there was also Living Flame as well, and there was no anti-heal already. Minus that TG roll. Very interesting.
There were a lot of good options.
Yeah.
I want to call out Milk Spa right now is pretty interesting. The fact that he's able to hit Jinx 3 on 62 gold while 57 HP. This feels old school to me. This feels like old Milk. This is very greedy. He's trying to leverage all the resources he's pooled up until this point to try and hit the max cap, which includes, for whatever reason, the second Bard 3 of the day.
It's going to be crazy. Hey, but remember, if you're a newer TFT player, right, HP is a resource, and you got to treat it as such. Exactly what Milk is doing here, saying, I can lose some rounds here, but as long as I'm going to hit everything eventually, it's worth it.
And if you're a newer TFT player, maybe don't play Bard 3. I don't think you need that.
No,
Don't learn that
on
from
the
this
stream
game.
may seem stronger than they appear.
Yeah. Bard 3, here it is.
I think the later rolls also comes into fruition because we have someone like 62nd playing into 3 costs as well with the Ezreal and the Hwei. Let this player roll first, take all the copies out of the pool, then I have much better odds at hitting my Wukong for better value on all my rolls as well.
Yeah, I see a lot of the item prioritization on this Cassiopeia now, and Syndra just still with that one Shojin. 3 loss streak for Ning Li, though. We thought Ning Li was in a really good spot to make this Shapeshifter and Cantor line work, but and now Poppy in the back line, right? She only has a TG. Can Syndra Cassio take her down? The answer is yes. The carries versus the carries now. It is going to be Ning Li hanging on.
I think this is going to be a very scary board if Ningli can get the Swain 3. Swain is just such a valuable tank unit. You're 2 copies away, and that's going to give you a ton of power in that front line to really make sure that Syndra and Cassiopeia are...
Oh yeah, there's 2 Nikos on the board. Yeah, one off of each. Ooh, that's so heartbreaking. Being 0 gold, one off of 2 different units.
And I think pivoting off of Syndra as the main carry, already you're kind of recalibrating your expectations for the game. It's no longer this chance at a massive high roll with the right conditions for my Syndra to scale into the late game, but instead I'm trying to fight for my current tempo. I'm selling off to try and find an upgrade. You're not finding it regardless because you know your matchmaking pool is maybe too difficult, and you were forced to roll on 1 life in stage 5, 12 HP. For a player who was dominating up until now, this will possibly be a low score game 5.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he was on 12 HP.
Yeah, Dishsoap was really looking for that top placement coming into this game, was able to get the fairy board online, and right now it looks like he's going to be able to have the damage to break the front line, but maybe not the damage to kill the back line. It's a pretty bad loss for Dishsoap, all things considered. You really want to be able to leverage that power as long as possible to potentially get the full upgrade of things like the Morgana 2 as well.
Tank Beams is also going to be on a loss streak right now. He's in danger of getting eliminated this game.
Ningli can find an Archangels here for the Syndra, help her scale even better, or look at the Shiv instead, something that he desperately needs for both the Syndra and the Cassiopeia.
No remover though, so it has to go on to the Syndra. We'd like it to be on the Cassiopeia instead, just because she attacks a lot faster, but it's still going to be good no matter what. Not perfect though.
Just notice Dishsoap actually is yet to find Emilio. This is the last piece of the puzzle that he really needs in order to bring that board to its full power on level 9.
Yeah, another shapeshifter going on the board because Ningli was playing 6 units last round, even being on level 7, had to sell out of all of those Swains to get the Nico, and it was, you know, just barely enough. This Nico 3, right? It did just enough power.
Tank Beams has a Xerath in just to be able to roll for the Ascendant Charms. He's able to get the Frost Bastion, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, dying on the field now. We do have 6 Bastion. Ahri, this is where this composition does like to cap out. 2 items on the Ahri. Okay, we get an extra one here because of the augment. Right.
Yep.
Yeah, Arcane or Arcana units with only 2 items do get a 3rd one once the round does line up. It might not be always the ideal one, but still, just 3 items is good.
Honestly, this feels like a bailout spot for Dank Memes. Ningli able to go 8th.
For Ningli, a player who we mentioned 23 points coming into this game 5. I think the conditions really started turning for the worst start of stage 4. You weren't finding the right spot for that Syndra game instead.
Ooh. All right, get the sugar cash out here for Hung Hung.
Yeah, able to get the gold and the component. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like it's going to be able to make that much of an impact. Gives him an
Giant Slayer Tomcat.
True. Able to roll a little bit more for charm, but it ends up not getting any combat power out of that.
Looking at the standings now, we see Milk and Dishsoap, the 2 highest top 4s in any region this set, showing the consistency when it matters most for Dishsoap. More than consistency, he needs to find that big first place in this game. It's working out for now.
Tank Beams is still at 1 life and is going to have to run into Tidal, somebody that was contesting him early on. And so this is where Tank Beams is going to have to kind of give it to him a little bit if he wants to better his standings at the moment.
Briar is going to fall, but there's no front line left for Dank Memes. He will unfortunately go out with the 7th place finish. Not the finish he wanted. Going to put him relatively close to the bubble too. So I think Game 6 is going to be really big for Dank Memes.
And a tough matchup as well to lose the title there, the player that made your mid-game a little bit more difficult, using that Ahri as a way to eventually get into this Witchcraft comp, making it that much harder for Dank Memes to hit, and just lost too much HP in that stage 3 especially.
Yeah, if you see Prismatic Ticket with Dank Memes line, you're going to be looking at that, it's like, all right, that's going to be a top 4, right? But the condition of just this game as a whole, you have to look at, and Dank Memes just didn't quite assess it properly, thought, okay, I can still do this, I can still make this comp work, but yeah, fell in 7th place there.
Hong Hong playing the mage line, and I think this is actually a little bit more familiar to what we saw in the Americas, where, you know, it does well in the mid game, but once the power cap starts to be reached by other boards, you just don't have the damage. And at this point, Hong Hong's been free falling for the last couple of rounds, losing those fights. But if you can scrape out 1 more fight win, find a charm like that that can swing the fight in your favor, then, you know, 1 fight right now on stage 6 where all of the HP totals, you have 4 players under 20 HP. One fight can swing 4 placements.
Yeah, and look, Hong Hong and 60second, both players who have the Vanguards there contesting each other a little bit, and both of them falling dangerously low. Can Hong Hong hang on in this matchup, though?
We'll be up against Tidal. Radiant blue buff on the Karma. The Briar looking very, very scary with the Radiant ET as well, and the Witchcraft emblem. The Xerath does end up casting in time, but look at the Briar doing so much work penetrating that back line, and that's going to be the end of the road for Hong Hong, unfortunately.
On the other side, we saw 60second able to take out Milk. And it's something important to note, one of the benefits of playing the Blaster line is the access you have to the back line. When Hunters want to play this front-to-back sort of composition, 60second said, I can bypass that. I can utilize the Ezreal and the Hui to attack your back line without having to kill the Wukong first.
And Og as well, with a loss there, is now on the chopping block on a singular life now, 11 HP points, 16 points in the standings. Needs to find a relatively good game here to kind of move away from that bubble spot.
Camille, though, so we're going to be able to play 7 multi-striker finally, and that could just be exactly what Og needed. Double Randuins and Death's Defiance on the Kassadin. He's going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That being said, 2 big solo tanks in the Galio for the mages and the Wukong that the Kassadin can get stuck on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Callista doesn't really have ramp.
You just need the Silver Mirror Dawn Hole Crusher Bar 3 in the back line.
Look at him. He's like in slow motion right now.
It's the new Prowler's Claw.
Oh, the Jinx almost got taken down, but still alive right now. Kassadin, exactly what you're saying, Panda, stuck on these frontliners. This Wukong
Integrated
is
lockage
just not
is
going
too
down.
much. And this is the problem. If you don't break through the big solo tank, you lose by a ton of units, and that means you get eliminated. There's no chance to win any tiebreakers if someone else also goes down. Dish Soap, now also on the chopping block. Tidal as well. Both of our previous set champions in the top 4, but not really vying for a win, it looks like.
Okay, the good thing about Dish Soap Spot, had 33 gold, was able to roll. Found a very strong charm. The defensive golem is one of the most powerful charms you can find. Gives him a little bit more combat power. Doesn't want to roll anymore, though. I'm actually, this is a little scary. You think he's actually trying to greed to go 10 here?
Like I mentioned, he's not looking to just survive this day 1. He wants to play for a top 8. I think he has to take bigger risks than the usual player who maybe has a little bit lower confidence would.
That Bard has 2 talismans, though. That Bard has 2 golden talismans.
This is the
Not
greatest
1,
timeline.
but 2. Bard 3, definitely a highlight of the day.
It's all about which front line falls first, though. The Rakan, it looks like, is already down. You
Lista
have the
on the
Morgana. Look at that. Yeah, the front line is going to be bypassed entirely.
Just barely kills the Jinx off, and now can Callista ramp up in time? The Wukong's coming!
Oh,
Watch out,
no.
it's the monkey!
Is that the monkey? Is the Bard? How big was that Bard?
Yeah, that part
There
is
was
crazy.
another elimination,
Double
though. Tidal does fall. Dish Soap takes 3rd place, and 3rd place is a really strong placement for dodging that bottom 8. Maybe not the top end like Panda's mentioning if you're trying to make it to the final day, but for now, it helps keep Dish Soap alive.
Especially considering if you're thinking about who Dish Soap is directly competing with to make the day 2, it's not the players who maybe have the best form and the best meta reads, it's players who are currently in a place where they are playing 1st or 8th. A lot of those players will go 8th in the attempt to play risky, making it a little bit easier for Dish Soap to climb out with a 3rd.
Now we see 60second with the Vanguard Hui go up against Milk, who's playing another 3-cost reroll line, right? The 3-cost especially, they help each other hit so much in this game. Bard 3 coming through, not as good items as last round.
When did he get double innervating locket on the Wukong? When did this happen?
Loot subscription, Necra.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
ask
Yeah,
us
you're right.
at some point in the game.
Oh.
You're so right.
Okay, I want to say the heads-up play from the Ezreal, having him in the front line, did give him a chance of actually hitting the Jinx early. The Prowler's Claw is actually going to get him targeted, though.
Whoa! The new Ezreal CN tech. Why does CN have like 7 different Ezreal techs?
That was crazy. The
one's
Prowler's
working.
Claw, one-shot the Jinx.
And also,
I was gonna hype up the Xerath with double Archangels, but the fight finished before the Xerath even casted.
so Milk here
man.
not rolling down, does find a charm, and you can see actually he's going to roll now to see if he can get any stronger on this board. I actually don't know exactly what he can do to upgrade. Morgana over
Morgana,
Rakan.
yeah.
Maybe Vex actually to get Chrono in. There's an argument for that as well.
I just want to point out that the Bard now has Eternal Winter Mittens.
It's no double talisman.
You're right.
Does he get the
There's no
swap,
Prowler's
though?
Claw.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This is the Mana Reave. They're actually going to make it a big deal here. The Ezreal's going to take so long to cast.
Look at the angle, though, of the Ezreal, though. Okay,
oh,
the
where'd he go?
Zerot does die. The Jinx stays alive, though. Is one more cast going to be enough? There's so many damage threats in the back line, though. Everything will fall, and no, that's going to be it. Milk will fall 62nd with a frontline Ezreal tech secures the victory.
There we go. Necro was talking trash in the Ezreal before, but it was the carry here.
This was a Prowler's Claw difference, let me tell you. The other Ezreals didn't have it, but this one did. That was the secret sauce.
I think a big part of it came from the Death's Defiance as well, right?
Yeah.
Being able to have the safety of the Ezreal. Typically we see it with the Bloodthirster, but Burst can still get through Bloodthirster. Burst can't get through something like the Death's Defiance. It kept the Ezreal alive, secured multiple casts, and with so much raw damage coming through from both the Hui and the Ezreal, it allowed him to bypass the Wukong like we mentioned earlier. To be honest, this feels like a counter matchup. This feels like a very difficult matchup for the Hunters to win.
Yeah, I think it was just good line recognition from 6 Second as well, because I don't think it had to be a Hui lean. There was a couple different directions in the early game. Recognized, okay, what can I make this Lich Bane actually work well in? Found that early Hui, said this is the line, scouted the lobby, it's not contested. In fact, it's even better because 3 costs are out of the pool with that Jinx 3, that Bard 3, and the Wukong 3 as well, so it made it easier to hit.
As you mentioned, I think the combination of the Death's Defiance and the Prowler's Claw, these are artifacts that give you two different strengths, and they both, weirdly enough, balanced out the weaknesses in a way that I personally had not really thought of this set.
Yeah.
So this really goes to show the level of deep knowledge you have in a meta where artifacts are so relevant and conditional artifacts in enabling comps to do so much better. We saw a great example here from 60 Second.
I think in this meta, it's easy to look at the rigidity of compositions and say, there's not a lot of flexibility. There's not a lot of room for creativity, but we're seeing it here. Sometimes it's that last 5% that allows you to be creative, and that's a difference maker between first and second.
Yeah, I want to talk Og for a second too. Penna, you were saying how this Randuin's, right, is going to be that big win condition for the multi-strikers, but it didn't end up panning out for Og here.
I think it was just too many resources at the beginning.
Yeah.
Into why the creativity was, in the spotlight so much is because we have loot subscription into Prismatic Augment starts, and then I think one of the most important skills in a lobby like this is recalibrating, identifying how strong your board actually is in every part of the game and how your comp has to change in terms of what they want to do with multi-strikers, no longer snowballing and bullying stage 2 and 3.
I'm sure there's a lot more that we could say about this game, but before we get into our next game of the day, we do have a real tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Clement and Hobe-san to talk about a comp that we didn't necessarily see in this game, but has been so strong for the competition. Why don't you tell us all about it?
For sure. Thank you, Nekra. Thank you, Analyst Desk. I'm here with Clement, so I'm going to try to explain the basics, and then Clement will go more deep, more advanced, and see an example. We want to see the reroll Mage comp with the Vanguard variation. This is a comp that Bio from Brazil has been using so much, and on the last game he was still first. We have to see the results now. So on level 5, you actually want to go for these 3 units, and they're most important. So you want to go for Soraka, you want to go for Seraphine, and you go for the Galio. That's normal, regular 3 mages that will give you so much strength. And if you can also go for Blitzcrank. So the strength of this comp is that in very early game, you already have 3 units that are 1-star, and you can 3-star them very easily. So this comp is very strong on level 5, and then on level 7, if you high roll Atamkens, you put it obviously, and then you try to go for the Ari, and then you can go for Ari with the Talisman, and you get so much AP. You can still keep going and make it more strength. You can go for, obviously, more Arcana with Hecarim, and then you can go for Theras for additional damage. This has a lot of positioning possibilities that I will leave Clement to explain now in a few examples.
And we're going to go to a live game to show how Bio is currently on top of the standings and why this composition has won the most games so far. So first off, we're going to celebrate. Bio did high roll a little bit. We're going to show a clip of him just being happy and thanking Morgdog as he finds one of the best prismatic augments right here. It is going to be the Mage's Spellcaster's Toolbox. As he can't believe it himself, he says this is making it just way too easy. Gets the Mana Zane onto the Soraka for multicasting. Of course, the Zhonya's later on. He's still laughing. I'm not forwarding this clip at all. It's absolutely hilarious. Sometimes you have to celebrate these moments, cherish them, and it helps your mental so much more. Then we go into the team fight. What I want to talk about the team fight is how does a 1-cost reroll composition actually hang with the rest of the field? And there's a couple big things right here. Number one is now now that the 2 Sugarcraft has been buffed, you actually get a lot of cash outs. He was able to get that pivoting to level 9. And the other thing that we see is, as Hupe-san mentioned, the 4 Arcana here. The 4 Arcana actually gives you 56 additional AP compared to only a 10 AP increase from 3 Mage to 5 Mage. This is why this is the major Mage line. When we go into the fight, there's something that happened before. I do have to mention it. Bio did successfully ankle break Robin Songs. But to be fair, Robin Songs, it's much harder to change for him since he has 3 units. He gets the perfect lineup here directly into the back line, and let's watch how that fight goes. This is why Seraphine is so strong as a 1-cost reroll. A lot of these immobile backline comps cannot hang. There's 2 double cast going in, and Robin Songs know that the fight is essentially over. The front line of Vanguards is also so good because it provides the most amount of utility in terms of the Tom Kent and also the last stun coming in from the Galio as well. And that is how Bio is staying on top with Brazil coming in super high for the Americas.
That's for Brazil. You remember the thank you that we practiced, Clement?
You're going to have to say it
Muito
for me.
obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada to both of you for explaining that mage comp. So exciting to see how Brazil has been able to perform with these mages. And in particular, we have to call back to the America's Golden Spatula, where Bio and the rest of Brazil showed up with this tech. They were saying, this is it, this is the sauce, this is the way we're going to be able to take down the bigger Americas region. And now Bio is bringing this line to the global stage and crushing with it. He won, I think, 3 games with Mage Vanguard.
I think it speaks again to the central story of Sobio's last 2 sets, which is when you are in the shadows of these longtime greats, these veterans of a scene, how do you make your mark? For 2 sets straight now, Sobio is final day at nearly every event that he enters. He falls short at the last Golden Spatula, follows it up this time, making it into the top 8, and now he shows up, and he's getting everybody's attention. All eyes are on Brazil, all eyes are on Sobio. This is how you make your mark on greatness.
If you underrated Sobio coming into this Tactician's Crown, you shouldn't have, right? Sobio proving he's standing at the top of not only Brazil, but on the global stage, able to do it with such just impressive play like that, right? It's not only are you high rolling, you have to be able to convert that in a bunch of really, really important ways, and Sobio is finding ways to do that with multiple different comps.
Let's take a look at our standings. 5 games down now, only 1 more to go. And everybody on these 2 pages of standings are at risk of elimination in the bottom 8.
Ooh, Black Sheep actually cannot make the difference up now, unfortunately, it looks like.
Even these players, though, towards the bottom of this page, even at the top of this page, I mean, 2-point gap is not a significant enough gap to keep you safe. Players like Dish Soap at the bottom, other favorites, Ego, Illusion, Hwanmye, these players cannot afford to lose any more placement in this next game.
Yeah, SCSC too, right? Dangerous spot now, getting that 8th, was on the kind of top half of that lobby.
Even players like Double, who started off very hot, they were in the top 8 a few games ago, now have floundered down to that bottom side of the standings there. Robin making a big comeback with a win here.
You talk about Double kind of losing that momentum. On the flip side, though, look at Araya, a player who started off the day with a 6th and an 8th. This is one of the quietest players that has never really gotten their time in the sun, having 3 back-to-back-to-back top 4s.
Even more so, look at Darkest. They started off with a 7th place. They were considered one of the more inexperienced players coming out of EMEA. The first time on the Global Championship stage, all of a sudden, no nerves, bounce back from that 7th into a great run into the top 8.
Yeah, and at the top, YBY1, top 4 every single game today. APAC really, really powerhouse.
We were talking about what kind of game average placement it would take for a player to be able to make it into the final lobby on Championship Sunday. Where I think it's YBY1 right now that's going to be setting the pace, but when you look at it mathematically, you're going to need like a 3.2 AVP to guarantee yourselves to be there. That's very difficult.
Oftentimes it comes down to, I mean, we saw it in the Americas with the Golden Spatula, how much the players on top continue to win and how much the players on the bottom continue to lose. If we consider momentum a real thing, which I consider in any form of competition, momentum is true. It is felt. It's very visceral. It is something that does carry these players. These players like YBY, these players like like Bio, they're going to continue to perform because they've found the one thing that is the key to so many players' success: confidence.
And I believe with a 13-game stretch across the first 2 days, we should be looking at around 64 to 65 points for the cutoff. Just a mental note for viewers at home. If you're cheering for your favorite player, you can kind of gauge how far away they are from reaching that pinnacle, despite there being obviously so much to go to make it to that point. We are going into game number 6. Very excited to see someone like Darkest in this lobby.
Yeah, double Judosaur as well, right? Some big powerhouses coming out of EMEA.
Yeah, but for Jadusaur and for Ironbog, these are going to be 2 players that are sitting at that cutoff. Could potentially be eliminated after this 6th and final game on day number 1. Let's go ahead and see what is in store for us as we take a look at these portals. We do have double, maybe sitting on Frying Pan with Ironbog. There's 3 players on Frying Pan.
Okay, we're going to be doing some cooking this game, that's for sure.
I'm ready.
If we get it.
And I do want to mention one of those players is Jadusaur, a player who was here in Remix Rumble, finished middle of the pack, but was one of those kind of young, rising French players. Now has established himself as that new school, the new generation of French talent, which I think we know, at least in the EMEA, are very talented bunch of players. Jadusaur is someone who, on day 2 of EMEA regional finals, needed a first place to make it into day 3. Picked up Fairy Emblem at 2-1, open-forwarded, understanding I need to go for an absolutely crazy win condition, found the 9 Fairy, won the game, punches ticket to day 3, and again, here playing for that high risk.
We talk about the importance of spot recognition in TFT. It's something that doesn't always get talked about. It's exactly what you're mentioning now. Spot recognition within a tournament format. Understanding the changes you need to make in order to optimize your game that don't grief the preparation that you've put up to this point in time.
Yeah, Jadusaur also boasting one of the highest first place rates coming out of EMEA, right? 23% over the course of the set. Talking about that risk, right? Is able to convert on that risk a lot of the time.
Well, I like his spot right now because he's actually going to be able to get the 3 multi-striker online because we ended up getting support Anvil as the portal choice. You could actually look for something like the Banshees to be able to make sure that that multi-striker is going to be really, really strong.
There's going to be, I think, really differing playstyles in this game 6. It's weird to say because we're only on day 1, but because of the new format, because of the elimination, we're going to have players like Ironbog and Jadusaur doing, absolutely crazy things to try and almost guarantee and flip their game into a second or a first, of course, keeping as much agency as they possibly can. And players like Darkest, players like YBY, just trying to continue what they're doing until now, continue with their game plans, trying to have a consistent 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, ooh, we see Zap attack there. Not something we've seen too much of, but it is very strong. But high horsepower as well for double. That is such a good augment to get on 2-1. The win rate of it is just so high, and if a player can convert on it, it's certainly double.
Category 5 for YBY, if uncontested, can be incredibly strong for both the Ash reroll variant and multi-striker, as long as the Jinx as well.
Yeah, can be strong, but didn't want to go that direction. It looked like maybe not the items for it. Player's taking a long time. Pandora's was selected.
Going to be seeing a couple of players actually pop their support Anvils as well now that they've solidified an augment as well as a direction.
Yeah.
Maris choosing Raining Gold, I believe. That's actually a little bit surprising, something we don't see all too often.
I love this setup from YBY. I think it's going to be another masterclass showcasing a more niche reroll variant, the 2 healthy Syndra Vanguard line. Incredibly powerful. This is where we're at the end of the set. The optimization and the min-maxing and the edge of a reroll meta comes in knowing all the different possibilities, the variations of strong reroll lines. This is one of them.
Yeah, Syndra, Cassiopeia, Rumble, Galio, right? All part of that composition, all 2 costs, so getting as much value as you can out of that augment.
And you can move into something like a Neela. Later on level 7 to fit in Eldritch.
We reset him. Right. We don't bring him back.
You know, I don't feel anything anymore. The reset worked.
Glad to hear.
Whoa, we see a sweet tooth coming in from Balmyong. That was not on my bingo card.
So many hero augments coming out here. Well, I guess just 2. There was potential for more, but still more than we see on average in a game.
I was going to say, I feel like we haven't really seen hero augments that much after we got past the 1 hero augment patch.
Yeah, we saw Deja Vu today, right? And it did a little bit better than expected.
To win
yeah,
also.
True. That's one that does lean into. Yeah, and Witchy Wallop. Okay, yeah.
I do get it for Balmyong, getting later into the day in Korea, looking for a midnight snack here with the Nunu. If it pans out. It is maybe not the most popular variation in terms of the Honeymancy lines, with 2 tanky being the real augment that enables that to become an S tier comp. I love Suitu Nunu started the set. It fell off, I think, drastically to the point where we don't really see it picked as often. One of the least picked hero augments in general. But if someone can make it work, it's someone like Baumyoung, who has performed at a very high level, only second to Og when it comes to the consistency of qualifier point earnings across this set in particular.
I also want to say something that can influence this lobby is we talk about a lot of the players, but not specifically that is a specific for EMEA and for APAC representation. Generally, at the Tacticians Crown, we're going to see a bit more of a mix in each lobbies, but the meta clash is just going to be specifically versus those two regions, which might end up in a little bit different than we see generally during this tournament.
The thing that stand out to me when you bring that up are, for instance, we know that EMEA values multi-strikers very highly.
Yeah.
Something like North America, the Americas don't. If this is for EMEA, for Americas, all of a sudden I think the EMEA players are probably feeling much more comfortable, but we saw how much the APAC region valued something like the multi-striker. So you don't really have that same edge that you might have in a different lobby circumstance.
I do also think there's a lot of value in posturing with a support item anvil at the very beginning at 2-1. The combination of support item anvil and augment, if your spot is good enough, you should, in theory, move anyone else from contesting you on something like a multi-strikers line for Jeduzor with a combination of keepers and the locket, for example. So when you're playing for your life in a game 6 where you could be eliminated, I think the idea of playing a reroll uncontested is very important.
It's almost the same thing as a hero augment at that point, right?
Exactly
That's essentially what you're doing. You take keepers, you pop the locket, and you're saying, I've got high horsepower, but for multis, right?
Yeah, wow. Actually, taking a look at all of these compositions, right, we're not really seeing anyone angle towards Wukong Jinx, which is very interesting because actually looking at the data from these two regions, Jinx AVP in APAC was 3.7 and 4.8 for EMEA.
I do think part of that has to do with what people are playing, though. Everybody is looking at 1 or 2 cost reroll.
Yep.
So is it actually worthwhile to go down that 3 cost line?
I do have to mention YBY might be in some trouble. There are currently 3 players itemizing Syndra. One of those players is Darkest, who just picked up a Syndra off the carousel with the exact component they needed to slam a Shojin. So, you know, sometimes you're contested and you're saying, give me any reason to move off of this line.
Yeah.
The opposite is happening.
More item slams here, leaning into the Syndra. But you mean this isn't the first patch of the set here, where you can just take a tier 2 Syndra and go
in the past,
9?
you could play a Syndra 2 and still win the game.
Someone had to bring it up.
That is fortunately no longer the case. A 3-way contest will no longer work.
I will say, YBY now in a spot where Kubikson has the 2-star Syndra, like you're mentioning, and then obviously Darkest has the pair as well. YBY is the most narrow, right? Because he is the player with 2 healthy. I'm trying to think off the top of my head how many other lines can really utilize 2 healthy with a Rage Blade Slam already. Unfortunately, Neela is also not one of those.
No. You lied to us, Gately. You lied to us.
This feels like a very tricky spot for YBY. And I will say, though, this is one of those moments where you actually are forced to cook in TFT. And if YBY can find his way out of the situation with some unique variation of the 2 healthy board that utilizes the Rage Blade, I mean, it will all the more prove why he's gotten to this spot in the first place.
That's one of the most exciting TFT is when you're forced to cook and actually make it work out, right? That is the stuff of highlight reels, right? The stuff of legends.
And I want to mention once again, who is the big winner in this situation? I believe it's uncontested Jeduzor, who is going to have a much easier time hitting the Kassadin 3 when there's Syndra's being held, there's Nunu's being held due to the Sweet Tooth as well. There's Galio's being held with a Mage's line that Maris is trying to commit to.
Why aren't you saying the Sweet Tooth player is the winner? I think Nunu is the real winner. This could actually be the rare occasion in which Sweet Tooth top 4s a game.
Let's see, Gangly. Did I one-trick Sweet Tooth for a month, or did I one-trick Kassadin and reroll? I think it's the latter.
There it is. The clarity strikes.
See a couple players on that win streak. Are they able to hang on to it, right? We see the matchup right here, Iron Bog versus Jedusor. But it is going to be Iron Bog actually taking it out, the sole player to win streak into Krugs.
And these are both players that need these points. These are the 2 that are sitting at the bottom of the standings when it comes into this 8-player lobby. So they want every point. Every point matters.
Absolutely.
I find Iron Bog's spot quite interesting, actually. The fact that he is playing tempo, he's level 5, but he has AP items slammed, things like the Adaptive Helve and the Rabadons. Unless I'm missing something, this feels like a not super clear line.
Mages are free. I just want to point out that everyone else is going after the Syndras
Yeah.
Ari's mages are free.
How much of the Veigar, the Veigar variation have we seen?
Not too much, at least not on broadcast. Maybe the other lobbies we've seen more of it, but definitely a composition that wasn't towards the top of the most popular played in any region, I feel like, but it has been played, though. Players are still maybe in the position to have it on their radar to angle.
Big roll down for Double coming up. Again, he is fully committed onto the Lilia due to the hero augment. No chance to pivot, not really going to be contested, so really should be easy enough to find a lot of copies of his 1-cost here. He's sitting on Banshee's Veil as a support item, so maybe not the most intuitively synergistic with the Lilia, but she is a melee unit.
Maris hit just 6 copies of Blitzcrank.
Wow.
Maris is 1 copy away from Blitz 3. This is definitely looking like a Mage Vanguard angle.
Oh, man.
See how low he's willing to roll, though, and it looks like it's going to be past that 30 mark. How low can we go?
I think you're okay with this. I think you're looking at everybody else taking out essentially all of the other 1 and 2 cost champions. You're more likely to hit the Seraphine as well as a Soraka. So I think you're okay with that.
Curious to see how this high horsepower does. So this variation where you don't have the Bloodthirster and instead you play with the Titans and the Warmogs, you have a lot of HP. The problem is, in the late game, this Lilia is going to have a lot of damage, a lot of problems dealing with burst. We're even seeing it now. Not having the shield made that fight extremely close. I will say, in Stage 3, the Lilia 3 will be quite strong, but I don't actually think that this safeguards Double in the late game.
Oh, Prismatic.
A lot of items potentially if Buried Treasure is selected.
Prismatic ticket for Jedizor. I think he's going to want more combat strength power. Can be what the forge into multi-strikers. It's a little bit risky.
Can be great, though.
Yeah, something like Zanya's, right, on that Kassadin. Can be very, very high cap. Looking like it's a Prismatic ticket lean, though. Maybe wanting to just hit early enough to shore up that lack of combat power.
If Jedizor needed to play for a first, specifically in this spot, I think it might be what the forge, but considering maybe he doesn't need a first, considering he wasn't that far down.
Yeah, he was at
standing.
18 points.
I'm also wondering if the fact that it's Prismatic makes it easier or more difficult to bail YBY out of this very tricky spot. Goes with Invested, but actually does mean that if he wants to play Contested, all of a sudden he has a little bit of an advantage.
And it was with a Forge in the end for Jedizor, so curious to see what exactly he's able to build up there.
Yeah, kind of needs to high roll items, right? If you low roll items, it's just like, what do I do with this? Taking that risky line.
I like the Blossoming Lotus from Double. Will help eventually the Ahri. Also helps the all the extra AP that Lilia is getting from the Archangels here, so it makes a lot of sense. As you mentioned, Gang, a little bit iffy on the survivability of the Lilia, but the damage is definitely there.
I mean, we can see it right now. This is why it works so well on Stage 3. The Soraka has a really hard time actually killing the Lilia, but this Soraka, if it were Soraka 3, most likely kills that Lilia. So it's I think it's tricky. I'm wondering if Double is actually playing
Nunu 3 already. Oh, never mind.
It was still a Nunu 1.
How far behind was
a little ahead of yourself
on
here.
this Nunu?
Oh my goodness.
Extremely behind.
I cannot believe that is still a Nunu
I know, right? Look at the
upgrade.
HP, right? You wouldn't think of it, right? Being able to save that much with a Nunu 1, but looks like that was the case here. We have to zoom in.
There we go. Thank you, observers.
I was just making sure our viewers are attentive, are paying attention to the situation on the boards here.
All right, now we do get to see how much damage the Nunu 2 gets to put in. I will say, you know, we talked about the lack of survivability from the Lilia due to the lack of the Bloodthirster. This Nunu, on the other hand, is going to be able to ramp up, have the additional HP coming in from the Warmogs, and the Bloodthirster healing up on every cast. And this Nunu can actually become this sort of 1v9 machine.
Yeah, especially the Radiant Warmogs, right? Like you're talking about.
So
it's a really, really huge capping point for this.
And really becomes a giga scaling unit like a Syndra normally is.
Yeah, absolutely. Wamyang feeling very good about the position and had 22 points coming to this game as well, so is feeling relatively safe, right? But we still want to be looking towards the future, even if you're safe for just that bottom 8. Still want to be getting those wins, getting as high as placement as possible.
Darkest and Kubixton both sitting at the bottom of the standings right now. The two players who I believe had those Syndras earlier on, right?
Yeah, Darkest had the Syndra.
Darkest did pivot off of it. Not exactly sure where he's going from here, but Kubixton is going to have to be contesting YBY on that line still.
Yeah, for Darkus, they have the Shojin and the Jewel Gauntlet on a Tristana right now, and that's not a great unit in, honestly, any stage of the game.
Don't tell me that's Blaster.
I think it might be.
Probably
that does look
will
like
be.
the primary AP line that
Darkus
is open.
is a player who played some amount of blasters in our regional finals. Even on the last day, I do remember they committed to the plan B of AP. When it comes to rerolls, if you're contested on a line, you have to try and find a way out, and that tends to be that Hui Bard combo.
I understand.
Has to be the case, Necker. I'm sorry.
I know.
The good news is
I
it
hope it
likely will not be the variation with Ezreal, so you don't have to worry about
okay,
it. So.
okay, cool. I'm okay now.
That was the pain point, right? Is the
Yeah,
Ezreal?
it's
Yeah,
Ezreal.
Hui is
Unless
great.
it has a Prowler's Claw.
We love Hui.
So actually, we got to see this litmus test of the Soraka versus the Lilia earlier, and we saw how close that Lilia had actually come to falling, and the fact that she didn't have the Bloodthirster made it super close. This is kind of a taste of the issue this composition the Mages has in the late game, where when you don't have the ability to kill these strong single target units like a Lilia 3, like a Nunu 3, or like a Briar, it showcases that these Mages really need to find a different way to kill units.
Not only is it an issue in late game, it's an issue right now because of how far behind Maris is, right? Only 6 copies of both the Soraka and the Seraphine as well. Blitzcrank didn't even have any items on it.
Lock in,
Cat
Necra.
alert.
Lock in.
Cat alert.
And I heard
Darkus
the
is a
gasp, and
cat.
I'm like, what's going on? Oh,
It's Cat.
Cat check.
I do have to say, Gangly, a little bit disrespectful to the Mages, saying the taste of the issue as Nunu is chomping down on the one by one.
Tasty mages.
Yeah, that's a weird looking Hui costume there. On the
new skin,
Not
though.
really sure what that's doing.
Halloween already happened, guys.
I know.
I will say, with every fight that we watch this Nunu play, it does make me feel all the more like he's going to do quite well into a lot of these matchups. There's a lot of boards in this game that struggle with single target damage.
Before Gangly baits any of our viewers, this is specifically because Radiant Warmogs elevates this comp as a very, very thin condition into the stratosphere in terms of what it can achieve, not just now, but in the future of this game.
This guy's saying I'm baiting. You called the Nunu 3. What do you
Hey, I have my glasses on. They're not perfectly calibrated.
He's
That's doing my
4
best.
copies away from Nunu 3. We're keeping track.
Oh, we gotta keep the count up on the side just so we know.
It's Bard reroll time.
Oh, Gobo showed him the way
It's
earlier
hard.
on in the day.
Yeah, we're still level 6, right? The Bard 3 condition can come through.
Respect to our EMEA champion.
That's right.
Absolutely. That was crazy. I'm still impressed by how well that did. Not something I had ever expected.
I will say, if Darkus finds a way to top 4 from this position, I'll be incredibly impressed. If I were him, or if I were them right now, I think I would be concerned not about going top 4, but just about trying to get points and not go 8th.
That being said, they're on 28 points right now.
Yep.
They're the one player in this lobby alongside someone like YBY who have a massive cushion, no worries about being eliminated in this day 1, obviously, and still looking to maybe come back whatever points you lose here in day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, we see one of the Syndra contesters here, Kubik Sun versus YBY1. Seeing a little bit of just a level up here for Kubik Sun, more tempo style, right? This isn't the Syndra of the beginning of the set, so I wonder quite where we're going to go from here. We do have that duplicator on the bench, but just pushing levels, saving gold.
I want to highlight a personality trait from Kubik Sun. Fought like this, you're contested, you're nowhere close to hitting your upgrade. He is just cheerful, smiling, just so happy to be playing in Game 6 of a global championship.
He does not look happy.
Okay, he's shifted a bit. So when he's winning fights, he gets a little bit sadder. When everything's going slowly,
I see.
he's trying to balance it out.
I see. It's the pendulum.
Yeah, he was very emotive going 2nd place a little bit ago with the multi-strikers, right? So, we'll see.
Bamyong continuing his streak, the Sweet Tooth. We might actually see it cap out quite high. I do want to keep tabs on players like Ironbog, one of the players that we said did not have a clear line coming out of stage 2. So this is the part of the game where they really do need to find that clarity if they don't have it already.
Absolutely.
Kind of looking like an Ari Bastion angle.
Okay,
There's
YBY was the Syndra player and has found his way into this fairy line. Just had the Syndra to carry these items. Found one copy of Callista. A pair of Rakans, though.
Wait, this was like Kubizin was smiling. I was pivoting off Syndra.
We found out the reason.
I take it back.
I bullied this guy away from my line. It's my line.
Yeah, in correction, I had called before that he had taken invested. Instead, it actually was the tiniest Titan, so YBY instead just trying to take the tempo that he had from the early game and say, listen, I'm just going to try and go 8, maybe play something like the Kalista. We saw players like Distope do this in the Americas. It is possible to play Kalista from ahead, potentially not the most useful way to do it, but you are playing 2 costs in this. You're playing things like this Tristana, like this Zillion, so you're getting some value out of that augment you took.
Yeah, this is a good litmus test of how YBY1 will perform just in this entire event, right? Has not bottom forward a single game so far, 32 points sitting at the top, was bullied off of the line that they wanted to go initially, and I think has found a fantastic pivot into Fairy, so depending on where they go from there, right, they have still a little bit of gold to find that Rakan 2, find that Kalista, but if they still find themselves once again in that top 4, you got to look at YBY1 and maybe VOD review, be like, all right, what's this guy doing? Let me try to emulate that.
Unfortunate spot for Darkest here. They have found the way. He is itemized, but all in all, doesn't seem like much is going on this board. A 4-loss streak. You're missing a lot of key upgrades, very far away from your next massive spike, which would be the 3 stars. The augments are okay, of course, with Balsam Lotus especially, but I'm going to have a very hard time.
We have a fairy charm.
They try to high roll with the charm. That gives you a emblem. Yes. If it hit, it's like a Vanguard or a Blaster, right? Or Preserver, right? There's a few outs here. And I think that's actually good recognition of the spot. It's right, my spot is looking very bad. I'm very behind. I need to look for that high roll. Granted, it costs a lot of gold. That's why we see Darkest here at that 30 gold. Only 4 Mordekaisers, 3 Hueys. But I think I do like the attempt, though, even if it doesn't end up working out.
And from Ironbog, we're seeing the shades of the Target Aphelios, Rageblade, Bastion Emblem, the full Bastion setup, moving into maybe the Bastion Kalista or the Bastion Xerath, if Ironbog is able to make it that far.
Wait, there's 2 Bastion emblems from Ironbog, actually. Wow.
Darkest able to take the pan there, maybe find a different bailout option. I don't remember exactly what the open component was.
Had an open spatula. Yeah, we get a Tactician's cape.
So they can make +1 on their board, and then hopefully slot in something else. Maybe you can find your fairies and actually make them.
Maybe you're right. There's the splash.
Find your fairies. Where's the fairies on the board here?
Well, if you play Hui, Blaster,
That's
then
right. You
put in
have
Tristana, and then
that's true.
I see the vision behind it.
Blind, just find Emilio, toss in there, just a good unit, a legendary. You're cooking,
and then
Macra,
you've got
cooking.
Scholar with the Bard. You're set. You only have 30 gold, but you're set.
You're set. Yep, confirmed. Still a long way to go for that to end up being good, but 8 Bastion on the board for Ironbog. Generally, we see it come through with a Xerath in the back line, right? Invincible Xerath, but this is maybe an Invincible Kalista for now.
Making life more difficult for YBY as well.
Yeah.
Only a Kalista 1 for YBY, maybe thinking, hey, I'm going to contest on the fairy line, I'll pivot into it off of Syndra, I'll let Kubikson have a better time, and then suddenly Ironbog is moving in with a very, very niche setup.
And this is an important game for Ironbog. 16 points, right, is not safe, needs to have a top finish in this game. And you look at a composition like 8 Bastion Kalista, and you're like, is that actually going to have the finish that we want?
3 components on the bench, so losing a lot of power maybe is what's missing in terms of winning this fight.
And is really struggling, in fact, right? That's a several unit loss here. Ironbog taking a big hit.
In a scaling fight, think about the Emilio on the opposite side, printing so many items and slowly winning that fight against you.
Pair of Kallistas.
Send it.
Yeah,
There's the Shen.
Has to roll more, right?
Yeah, I mean, the AD 8 Bastion line is something that definitely is not as fleshed out and as common as the AP variation. This feels, I mean, to be honest, it feels very hard to climb out of. I think if you're Ironbog here, you kind of recognize that right now you're just trying to win the fight in front of you, and you don't really have any grander plans.
That's right. This is the What the Forge multi-strikers from Jedusor, and
Wit's End is a high roll, but everything else is looking a little bit grim.
Focus is interesting,
Lich
right?
Bane Kali.
You don't like the Keeper's Whole Crusher combination on this board?
Yeah, I don't know about this one. The Cassin is going to be rather safe safe though. There's no healing, but doesn't need to be because just the safe positioning, but there's just not enough damage, right? Just sort of taking a big loss there. 4th in a row.
This could be problematic. Darkest already taken down in 8th place. A difficult game to come out from. We saw it early on. And this is what ends up happening when there's a 3-way contest. You have to pivot off of your structured, secure game plan in stage 2, and you don't find your footing.
I want to say I'm a little surprised by the shape of the game that Jetasaur has played. Generally, when you're playing multi-strikers, you want to be able to force your win streak through stage 3, and then trying to extend that as long as you can on stage 4, unless you are trying to play for a very high cap, in which case you can sacrifice that. I'm actually a little surprised to see Jetasaur at 50 gold right now, because I imagine there's a world in which you're able to win a handful of more fights on stage 4 if you roll to 0, hit Ashe 3, hit Jax 3, hit Kassadin 3, and instead this feels like you're playing for a higher cap that I just don't really see in front of us.
Yeah.
But you've got Blighted Jewel.
Yeah, you do have Blighted Jewel, and you have a bunch of gold
Potentially
to roll with
has
there.
to roll to find maybe some kind of a reforger option to get rid of these.
He's rolling now.
Ashe
Where's that
3.
Ashe?
Frontline Ashe.
This is
Why is the Ashe in the front?
I mean, even with the cast,
There's bigger questions to ask next time.
Yeah. There's a lot going on here.
Someone please explain to me.
I mean,
there we go.
There's some consideration for still a frontline cast, and I
better.
think with the locket, just give him extra resist. As soon as he takes down that first unit, it'll just, stay in the same spot.
But I would want the separation. Like, I want that Ashe away from everything.
Blighted Jewel Ashe is going to spread it on multiple targets, right? It still does apply the debuff, makes it a bit easier for the cast to take out these units, but
Everyone's clumped up for the Callista.
yeah.
On the other side, though, Ironbog was able to get 3 items on the Callista 2.
True.
And so we are still seeing, though, how little damage is on this board. The Diana with Archangels and Bloodthirster, though, I think that's kind of your primary way of trying to bridge the gap. Maybe Ironbog is out of the woods. I'm not exactly confident that he's turned a corner yet, though.
On the flip side of things, Balmyong is in a 10-win streak.
Yeah. Darkest eliminated as well, actually, so not able to salvage that Hui Vanguard spot. Balmyong doing fantastic, however, though. That's Sweet Tooth Nunu, right? That Radiant Warmog's Pride coming in here.
Trying to find the Jax 3, can't find it, has to sell to make the Hecarim 2, knowing that Jetasaur he has to try and win any of these last few fights. This was the risk we talked about with the Forge, and unfortunately it panned out in the worst possible way. It seemed like Jetasaur terrible items all across the board, except for that Wit's End, really.
So many good AP items, just not really helping out with the multi-strikers in particular.
Speaking of AP, Maris did finally find the Soraka 3 and the Seraphine 3 as well, and was able to push 8.
Because Diana, though, great itemization. BT, Archangel, the second cast coming in now, going to be pretty explosive on the backline, buying so much time for this Calista to slowly ramp.
There we go, another one.
And maybe even a fourth. Oh, no fourth cast. Can the Calista clean up in time is a big question here.
Enough of the Bastions have fallen that Calista can now start taking damage, but no, we've seen the front line has fallen. And Calista able to take that. Ironbog, you know what? Maybe he's got a chance.
8 Bastion Moonstone Renewer. That does a lot of work.
Yeah, it does.
All the shields with all the resistances. We love to see it.
Tries to support Anvil.
Yeah.
Double trying to find any amount of combat strength here with the high horsepower, adding a dragon to the mix now as well. Arcana emblem.
If high horsepower goes 7th here, which looks like a realistic possibility for double, that'd be a big surprise, but there's just really no other damage coming through, as Zoe with the Nashers isn't going to be enough as a secondary carry.
I mean, we kind of looked at the state of his game, even towards the very beginning, no Bloodthirster on the Lilia. He was losing a lot of fights that otherwise he would look at with a board like that and be able to win.
Syndra on the right side, potentially onto the Lilia right away. The Lilia is healing past a lot of the damage, healing back up off of every takedown. Can she wrap onto the Syndra in time before this gets completely out of control? For now, Lilia is very much safe and healthy. It looks like double might be okay, but now Lilia is rerouted back to the center of the board. Syndra is taken down, thankfully, and that should be enough. It is a pretty crazy combo with Shapeshifters and the Suspicious Trenchcoat. but Lilia clears.
Wow, look at the difference there for Double once he's able to actually get the Bloodthirster on the Lilia. And this is what we talked about. If you do just have the Warmogs, Titans, Archangels like we saw in the early game, Double does not have the time for that Lilia to get back up to full, and it's certainly a loss. So heads-up play from Double to use the itemization and swap the best items onto.
For Jedusor, so big. Jedusor's down to 8 HP on a single life, fighting for his tournament life, considering the elimination going to day 2.
Is there a Callista for Jedusor? Is the question, right? Because he doesn't find one. There's no 7 multi.
Jedusor also, I think, like... Oh, it's so tough because a lot of the Callistas were taken out already.
Yeah, true.
Like YBY1 has the Callista. We're also seeing the Callista on Ironbog's board.
Also has no gold to really
Yeah.
roll. It's going to be tough.
Maris here, 1 life remaining, is playing this Vanguard Mage's line, but it's just not quite doing enough, right? Hasn't saved enough HP in the early game just because of how slow the start was.
Well, he also had to pivot to this. This was not something that Maris had initially wanted to play. It just so happened that everybody else was playing Syndra,
Yeah.
and so you have to find something else, and the mage line was open. This is last life, though. Jedusor as well is going to be running into a big problem on the other side.
Showdown here. Jedusor versus Double. Lilia versus Kassadin. Lilia is taken down to half health. Can they burst her down in time is the big question. She's healing up after every single cast, but finally she's down. Akali, Challenger AI, bounding the top left corner. Could this be the win? Can Kassadin clear out in time? Akali has done her job.
Yeah.
Can the main carry finish off this fight? Up against Emilio, I think the answer should be yes. Jedusor survives for one more fight at least. He has 2 direct rivals in this lobby as well, with Maris at 20 points and Ironbog as well.
Take a look at the HP totals as we come out of this fight. Because of the way that it happened, the fights that were won, we have 4 players under 10 HP.
Yeah, not
Your
even
players get
2.
eliminated.
Jedusor 18 points. Maris is on 20, so as long as Jedusor gaps Maris by 2 positions, that's already maybe a small tiebreaker with a direct rival. He can win to move out of that bottom 8.
Ironbog was at 16 as well, and Ironbog in the 4-win streak, another player, right, that if he places higher, can still knock them out of that spot. This is a very important couple of rounds, right? Combat charms, positioning, gotta be looking at all of it at this point.
Ooh, Jedusor gets a ghost. That's kind of a big deal, but it's going to be the Seraphine that has the Archangels as well as the Morellos now.
Akali. Can this Akali do things that she's never done before?
Dashes away.
Doesn't go into the bottom or the top left corner. Now
here.
she does it. It's too late though. Not enough damage coming through. The Kassadin is very far away.
Oh no.
Staying safe, but the entire team has already been eliminated. Can Jedusor at the very least eke out a few more placements if he kills off units here?
No, not able to
It's
kill
gonna be
much.
a big loss.
On the left side, Bloodthirster's been procced, Vanguard's been procced, the Lilia falls.
Double falls.
Not enough. Double will be eliminated with that fight.
Yeah,
And
Maris
Maris-
is going to take out 2 players with that
Maris is
one.
a direct rival as well to Jedusor, so bad news for Jedusor, for a player who has proven so much in the last few sets in the French scene, in the EMEA scene, finishing 6th in the end, YBY 5th, Double 7th place.
Yeah, Jedusor, maybe that 1 extra placement can make a big difference. YBY as well, the first bottom 4 of the tournament, and it's a 5th though, so still going to be looking pretty good in the standings.
And it was a creative 5th. Like, that was originally looking at a spot where YBY might have gone 8th if
Yeah,
he maintained in that contested tree. So
Absolutely.
good placements for him.
Sometimes some of the best games are like, all right, I got a 5th in a game that wasn't looking anywhere near that, right? So that salvaging a few placements, especially in tournament format, feels so, so good.
We have our top 4 though.
Really poor news for any fans of EMEA TFT. We do lose the regional battle here between APAC and in a big way as well. Darkest, Double, Jedusor, all in the bottom 3 positions.
Balmyong's still on top though. He did have like a 10 win streak earlier on in the game.
Yeah, using a pretty interesting tech, using the Nora, having the Yumi buff up that Nunu, so really angling this entire fight as just this 1v9 mob boss. It's a cool setup.
As if the Nunu needed more power, right? Add a Yumi on top of it.
Yeah, Radiant Warmogs at 3-2 is just an absolutely crazy condition in terms of how much it elevates the Sweet Tooth Nunu comp. Kubik's been fighting to gain some honor in this battle, at least in this game number 6, trying to make that Syndra work.
Ironbog and Maris are still going to be in danger of elimination, and only one of them can go out here as they face each other. The Seraphine is going to try to access that Kalista in the back.
Diana goes back to the front lines. Question is whether or not she's going to be able to cast one more time and potentially kill that back line. She gets back there, just barely doesn't have enough damage, but she's still alive.
Whoa! The Giga Diana, 8
No
Bastion
way.
Diana with a BT and an Archangel is an absolute demon and really throws back to set 9 Runeterra Reforged, a Targon Aphelios comp with the Bastions. Same exact setup here for Kalista.
I mean, kudos to Ironbog. This is a setup that we do not typically see. Yes, we do see that 8 Bastions do particularly well, but not in the AD tree. I mean, this is a heads-up line that many players probably did not have situations in which they could prepare them. So if Ironbog didn't prepare this is great heads-up play.
I want to shout out Kubikson as well. Actually dealt a pretty big blow there to Balmyoung, and we haven't really seen his board in quite a while. So let's take a look at it. Super locked in with the Syndra Shapeshifters. Doesn't have the Syndra 3, but has a lot of Shapeshifters and a lot of power in the front.
Diana can get bursted down here by the Syndra if she locks onto her before she moves into that backline. For now, just central position for Diana, not doing too much, only really affecting the tanks here, slowly scaling up both the Archangel on Diana and the Rage Blade on the Kalista. Does the Syndra have enough burst damage is a big question.
Syndra 2. Maybe not, right? This is not a Syndra that we generally see in this meta. It's going to be a lot weaker. Diana, though, once again, gets more cast off. Actually does fall,
Finally
though.
taken down. The Gunblade from the Casio doing a little bit as well there, but Syndra finally eliminated. A big loss, but not quite big enough for Kubikson to go down to 3 HP.
Yeah, going back to Ironbog's position, right? I don't think we've seen any 8 Bastion AD actually in the stats. So to be able to find this creative of a line in a game where Ironbog needed to have a top finish, right? To be able to play that risky, say, hey, I don't know how this is going to work out. It is my line, though, and I have to pray that it works out. Really, really good stuff.
That being said, in APAC, Ironbog is known as a player who can, will, and has played every single forecast in multiple different variations. If there's someone I expect to know the extremely niche line of swapping out the usual AP Xerath Bastion board into a Kalista board instead, I think it has to be him.
He is the APAC Golden Spatula winner for a reason.
Absolutely.
Kubikson here on his last legs, up against Sweet Tooth Nunu. Someone tell him Halloween's over.
No.
This Nunu is on a tear, though. There's just not enough damage here. And yeah, this Nunu's going to walk straight into the back line. There's no way for Kubikson to survive. Great third place, though, for Kubikson, who I think was dealt, took a risk on 3-2, was not, in stage 2, and, made the most out of it.
Oh,
Ironbog also taken down, and Sweet Tooth Nunu, of all things, you can cross that one off of your bingo sheet, takes the big win for Balmyoung.
Wow, such fantastic play there. Kubikson tempo Syndra into third. Ironbog with the creative 8 Bastion Kalista line getting that second place. But Sweet Tooth Nunu, I think we knew that was going to probably be at the top since that Warmog's Pride there came through.
I think when we look at that lobby, it's pretty cool that the two players that were the most attention was drawn to is Balmyoung and Ironbog. So we talked a lot about Ironbog already, this kind of hot commodity coming up in APAC. Balmyoung, similar story. This is a player who, like you mentioned earlier, David, only second to Og with in terms of QP, and qualified into the set championship before actually going to the Golden Spatula. Balmyoung has been on a tear all set long, and now we get to see him back up against the wall. Great play.
Yeah.
We're actually going to head into another game right now that is finishing up, so don't worry, you get a chance to see more action. And as we take a look at what's happening in this competition, we have Kele and Ziyue that are going to be in danger of getting eliminated here in this sixth and final game.
It's another Sweet Tooth.
No.
And there's another one.
No way.
Another
Epidemic,
Sweet
it's
Tooth.
spreading.
Oh my gosh.
This one is missing a pretty key element, which is the Radiant Warmogs.
Yep.
That's right.
Regular Warmogs just doesn't hang.
The
Let's see.
backline is looking a little bit more interesting. There is the Veigar setup, which we haven't seen too much of just yet, but really pulling its weight there.
Yeah.
On the top side, though, Spencer and Araya, two players that, you know what, despite having other players in their regions that sometimes kind of take the cake, take the flowers, are really making their splash. Spencer didn't get his shot after going out in day 1 of the Set 5 championship. Araya, first time ever making an appearance on the global stage after so many sets of not being eligible to compete. Here he is, has had a fantastic day after 2 bot 4 finishes, and once again in a prime spot to go top 2.
Huan Mei also needed points in this game, and sitting in the top 4 right now has got to feel really good when he was thinking at the bottom 16 of today.
And the EMEA champion Gobo was in the bottom 8 coming into this. An 8th place here, I think, seals the deal. It's unfortunate. He's a very young player with, I think, a very long career ahead of him. The first taste of international experience was not the best, but I think there will be other opportunities in the future as well for this very young French player.
This field has been so hard. You know, we have 40 competitors here, and there are a lot of people coming back for multiple Tacticians Crown appearances and also just multiple international titles.
And how quickly the tide turned. This is the same player who played that Bard reroll and really dazzled us with his experience, with his bravery, with his very niche line, and is now sitting in a place where he I think is eliminated from the tournament this early on. I have to ask though, what happened with the lobby tempo here? There's 2 players on 65 plus HP going into stage 6, and everyone else is already dead.
Yeah. This is one of the rare times we actually might get to see 2 players potentially even go into 7-2. Oh, please go to 7-2. That's my pick up.
No.
7-2. Come on.
Same.
7-2 is also mine. A little bit of bias here rooting for it. And I think there's potential here for, right? This lobby tempo is a little bit strange. Maybe some matchmaking, right? Didn't quite pan out here, but we do see Jue fall here. But being able to make it into the top 4 with the Incanters and the Vanguard variation of it is pretty solid, right? We can see that composition get to the top 1 place, but top 4 is very solid.
Another Mage Vanguard. Like with the Arcana, but another Mage Vanguard in top 4.
This is the setup that we saw Clement talk about earlier on, though, right? Once you have the Arcana going on your board, all of these 3-star units add so much value to your board. With 4 Arcana online and 4 unique units 3-starred, this Seraphine and the Soraka, the problem that we talked about before, you don't have enough damage in the late game, suddenly that problem is solved.
Yeah, and there's 1 Xerath away from Xerath 2. That's going to be an even bigger threat, right? Just all that damage coming out in the back line to supplement that Seraphine and the Soraka. This is huge. Hasn't hit it quite yet, though.
Especially with double JG built on both your main carriers, you really want to benefit from that extra AP. The Xerath cast does finally come through. The Ahri on one side, Itemized on one side, just providing passive stability.
The Taracle blocked
Soraka does not clear up.
No.
Oh my goodness, the Taracle comes through, blocks the Seraphine from hitting the Ahri, and because of that, the Ahri gets 1 more cast, and Huan Mei goes out there in a fight that he very much could have won.
Spencer's going to hit level 9.
And we saw, I believe it was Spencer in game 1, it might have been Spencer, who played the Ahri line from Stars Are Born. Ahri is one of the compositions that in the Americas, we largely thought it was going to be played similarly to multi-strikers, where you're playing with tempo, you want to get an advantage early on. And what we found as the tournament progressed was that it's mainly being played as this win-out comp. When you hit critical mass and your front line is uber strong, this Ahri unit can kill essentially any large front line. It actually feels, in my mind, like it would have a good matchup into this Nunu.
I like being able to pick up the Nora just to be able to tech in for Portal, that you have the Taric too.
Yeah, gives Bastions the more staying power as well, right? If you put it on it, but it's going to be just that Ahri for the extra AP, and Ahri is the primary damage dealer, gets onto the backline, gets onto the Veigar, so a big win for Spencer there to set the tone of this 1v1.
Guys, I don't think we're going to get to 7-1.
Yeah.
Aerosol coming through.
We could.
Any key upgrades here for our players? Redemption looks like, probably the best option for this late game.
Shojin.
Anti-AoE. It would be absolutely wild to see 2 games being won by Sweet Tooth Nunu. Would definitely be not on anyone's bingo sheet coming into this game 6.
Yeah, all the Nunu's picking on the pool, so Spencer actually didn't even hit Nunu 2 until last round. That was an upgrade that came through, and maybe maybe it wasn't the difference, but still, made the board just a little bit more powerful.
Spencer takes the Thieves Gloves augment. The one question I have on my mind, based on what we saw earlier, is does he have enough units to use all 3 gloves?
True. Araya took Sticky Fingers, so they get another component in the next round to maybe give Kog'Maw a good item. It's not going to have that combat power now, but looking towards stage 7
Nunu
might be a difference.
The left side, and we'll see if that affects the outcome of the fight we saw. It was a bit of a wash considering the Ahri locked into the Nunu right away. He wasn't really able to scale that healing from the BT and the Archangels after these massive chomps come through later into the game. But already, most of the board has been cleared. Nunu is still left alive. Can he get one more chomp? No. Does Veigar clear? He does. The Gunblade coming in really clutch. I love the frontline backline synergy with Nunu and Veigar.
Maybe we'll get the 7-2 after all, actually, with this back and forth battle.
My pick'ems.
I said it before when Spencer first came onto the scene. The reputation was the fastest hands in North America. He was the guy known for being able to out-swap, out-position when he only had a second left. This is actually Spencer's chance to kind of live up to that reputation. If he can keep the Ahri on the same side as the Nunu, he'll be able to burst that down before it scales up and becomes unkillable. If the opposite side happens, though, we saw it happen just then, the Nunu is able to take that fight. Araya, the crazy swap back and forth.
Ooh.
Going everywhere. What's going to make a big deal in this fight, though, is the Melia. What items does it give, and who does it give it to?
I feel like you kind of want tank items here, but you also kind of want it to go on to champions that are going to stay alive long enough to actually make use of the items. So it is going to be the Kog'Maw and the Veigar that gets the first set.
They start to wrap, though, a little bit. The Nunu is still alive.
Veigar's still alive. Not going to be enough, though, this fight. Just not quite enough
Oh,
time.
baby. And it's looking good for Pick'ems today. 24 HP is not guaranteed, though. So we'll see. We, maybe a little bit of RNG. I want Spencer, biased. I want Spencer to win, but I wouldn't mind if he lost one fight so that we could secure the 7-2 victory.
I think we're going to talk about how each board is going to cap, right? And that it is legendary units that are only one-starred right now for Araya. Only going to be a little bit of gold to find units like Melio 2 or Xerath 2. And depending on what item comes through for the neutrals, that could be a big, big deal.
I think some more attack speed for the Melio to make use of the Shojin would be the best way of having just more items for everyone overall and scaling that a little bit faster.
I also am curious to see if we're going to see a remover on the Chalice and swap the positioning of the Melio to see if we can get the Melio sped up from the Kog'Maw as well.
One off.
Xerath.
Time to roll it down.
No Melios. Actually swapping the Melio out, wanting to move that Shojin over.
Move it to the Xerath, maybe.
Some attack speed, Nashers did come through, and it is picked anyway for the Veigar. And having that Veigar get that early, scaling, right, with that Nashers, right, to early attack speed to have a lot more damage early on the fight, it's going to be huge.
Let's see what Spencer was able to do to his board as well.
Oh, Ahri in front of the Nunu this time. How is it going to impact the fight?
We have a lot of damage on the right side of Araya's board, all trying to break through. It is the strong side of Spencer's board, though, but it falls like paper. Everything crumbles. And the Nunu is actually able to take out that front line, does die.
Same side was good. Same side was good. The Nunu tanked so much damage from the Ahri. It was able to buy time for the Veigar, buy time for the other front line to stay alive, right? Ionic Spark staying alive is a big deal.
And I think that's how we saw the swap from the Melio. You want to have more burst early. You can't wait for the third time on Veigar. You want the extra DPS at the very start of the fight with the Nashor's Tooth coming onto the Veigar, and that's the case there.
Tremors is going to make a huge impact in this next fight. It all depends what Spencer's combat charm is going to be, though. But we know for certain being able to lower the DPS from the Ahri will make it all that much more likely that Nunu's able to get into that back line.
Which side is the Ahri going to be on? Is it into the Nunu again? And it is, and that proved well for Araya last fight. Oh, it was the Mana Reave charm for Spencer.
Uh-oh, look at the Nunu. The Poppy actually leaves into the front line, but
the Shen stun as well.
Huge stun.
Nunu goes down.
Nunu is dead, but the rest of the front line is down now too, and they still have the Veigar 3 and Kog'Maw 3. There's so much damage. It's going to be very close to that Xerath cast. The Tremors come through.
Whoa! Spencer falls so close, but Araya takes it.
And the most important win with a 7-2 victory for all of our Pick'ems champions.
Let's go. I mean, there's still time for it to go further than that, though.
Yeah,
so you don't want to jinx
you're
it,
right, you're right,
okay?
And you joke, Gangly, but a win on the final game of day one, I think, is incredibly important in terms of your momentum, your nature, your confidence in yourself coming into day two, and how you feel, kind of that final taste in the mouth of that game 6.
Yeah, again, the APAC region coming out strong, right? Especially the first time Philippines representatives.
Right.
Araya really impressing, I think, as well as the whole APAC region.
Yeah, I mean,
so close.
Araya has kind of been building up until this moment. Even with, if you look at the set on the whole, Araya missed final day, narrowly missed it, made it to final day of the Golden Spatula, and with his own words, played some of the worst TFT he's played in his entire career. And now he gets a shot of redemption, starts off slow, he's ramping up, ends day one with a victory. I mean, this is the perfect shape of TFT you want to be playing if you're someone like Araya.
And Araya was already very high in the standings when taking a look at the overall 40-player standings, and so I'm so eager to see where our players are going to end up, because the 6 games for day one are over.
Wow.
At the end of this, we are going to be sending 8 players home today, and only the top 32 are going to be able to play it forward to day 2.
Yeah, definitely some heartbreak going to happen, right? Pen, as we were talking about earlier, probably Gobo is not going to make it into that top 32. A player that came out, impressed the world with winning the EMEA Golden Spatula, right? Still a lot to prove, but a younger player. See if they're able to make it back here to the global stage, because even getting here is just such an impressive way to just start your TFT career.
I mean, Jedizor as well, with that very tricky game of multi-strikers with the Forge not quite panning out, finished 6th in the end. We'll see if that'll be enough to make it into that top.
Let's find out. We've got our standings ready for these 6 games today, so let's see which players will be moving forward, and unfortunately, which 8 are going home.
Ego Illusions at the very end of that. Very surprising, but I mean, the big story here, America, EMEA, and 2 CN. There are
single APAC player.
Not a single out of, I believe it's 11 representatives from the APAC region,
Yeah.
all 11 moving on to tomorrow.
Wow, and it's
Crazy.
so tough to look at this page because there's so many players on here that you could see going further than this. I mean, just taking a look at Gobo, the most recent EMEA Golden Spatula champion, you would have thought maybe you'd be able to make it further than that. And I think even taking a look at this next page, these are going to be the players that are in danger of going home after 2 games tomorrow.
And Double, a really bad streak, 3 bad results, is now free-falling into the 30th spot. He was in the top 8 earlier after game 2. Really tragic to see here.
Yeah, definitely. I also want to give a quick shout out to Black Sheep, right? It was already going to be out leading into that final game, but still ended on a first, right? It's not, it's very hard to come in here, be like, I can't make it. What am I going to do? Am I going to check out? No, still give it your all in every single game, right? I just want to give props to Black Sheep for the journey of getting here, and especially, right, landing on that final game first.
Now, we were watching Dish Soap for quite a bit of today and did not have the placement. Panda, you talked about someone like Dish Soap is not playing to get into tomorrow. Someone like Dish Soap is playing to get back into the top 8, to reclaim the throne, the crown that they earned last set, able to end the day off with a first, like you mentioned, Crone. That's the momentum. That's the statement you make when you're a champion to try and show that you're here to play.
And just historically speaking, some of the biggest comebacks from day 1 to day 2 in point totals to make it to day 3, I think it goes back to Tech Summers, 24 points, Monsters Attack, Laser Core Warwicks. We remember, I think, part of that movie. In this case, Dish Up at 27 is definitely still in contention, especially with an extra game to play with 7 games on day 2.
Player like Achan, I think we should draw attention to. Started off the day extremely hot, similar to Double 61. Ends the day with 3 bot 4s in a row. I think it's important when you talk about momentum into tomorrow, these players need to be confident. And when you end the day with multiple bot 4s, I think it's very easy to kind of have your mental shaken.
I think we're going to take a look at that as well. There was Volta who started off the day bad and then ended off the day good as well. So a lot of these really big flip-flops.
Wow.
This first page, though, it's all coming up APAC. That is 5 out of the 8 players as APAC and Milk and Bio from the Americas making this.
This is not just 5 out of 8 APAC. This is 2 out of 2 Filipino players. It's sitting in the top 4 of the standings out of day 1. For the majority of TFT's career, they were not eligible to compete. 2 found their place in the set championship for the first time, and now they're here at the top of the standings. Araya and Mauled. Filipino domination here at the set 12 championship.
Not just that, YBY from Vietnam and his closest friend on the ladder, mid-feed in that 5th position. They're players that prep together, they're players that exchange tech, they really share each other, really help each other and elevate each other on that ladder. Both in the top 5 spots coming to the global championship.
Hey, Panda, I want to ask you a question. Where was Amia in that top 8?
Amia's scaling into the late game. We're playing
Syndra,
we're playing Sweet Tooth
Golden
Nunu.
Quest.
We're slowly making it up. Tomorrow's the day.
Oh my gosh. Wow, what an incredible 6 games we had today. 32 players going to be moving forward to day 2 of our competition, where things are going to start getting really tough. You're not going to want to miss it. So make sure you tune in tomorrow to catch day number 2 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.